Summary: the world was cruel. Especially for those who had lost their chances to shine. Aether was one of them. Aether, an individual born with a silver spoon, found himself discarded like a defective product. He had longed for love and tenderness, but what others showed him was nothing but pain. Even in the face of that pain, he smiled not because he wanted to, but because he had no other choice. Despite the heartbreak, he entered into a hell called society with a beautiful smile. Can't you do a single thing? You are fired. WWH. I am sorry, sir, but you need at least a bachelor's degree to enter our company. I am sorry, sir, but we cannot provide a loan for your ideas without reassurance. I heard your father is a politician. So, you know. After a long struggle, he finally got a job, but his brother's words rang in his ears, yeah. I know you got the job thanks to me, of course. So, don't ever contact me or even my parents, his brother declared. Just as he believed he had earned society's recognition, an unforeseen event claimed his pathetic, seemingly worthless life. Honk. Honk. Yet, amidst the cruelty of society, he defiantly cried, I just want to live. Witnessing his heartfelt cry and desire to live in the hellish place called society, he was granted a second chance. Ding, however, even in this new life, his situation remained unchanged. He continued to struggle not only to live and eat but also. Seduction. How dare you seduce the princess? But I didn't seduce her. How dare you seduce my mother? You have some nerve to seduce my wife, don't you? Chapter 1, Prologue. Before you dive into the pages that follow, a friendly heads up, this is a realm of pure fiction. Unless explicitly stated otherwise, all names, characters, businesses, places, and events in this book are a figment of my imagination or used in a fictitious manner. Any semblance to real persons, whether alive or departed, or actual events is purely coincidental, that's all. So, buckle up for an odyssey of Lackey's life. In this world, opportunities sprawled across vast landscapes, awaiting those astute enough to seize them at the right time and right place. Those who grasped these chances emerged as the greatest individuals, carving their legacy in the history. Conversely, those who failed to capitalize on their opportunities often found themselves succumbing to societal expectations, relegated to criticizing and envying those who ascended. Yet, amid this dynamic interplay, there existed individuals who chose a different path. Steal others' opportunities. This insidious act was not confined to the realm of humans, it extended to every living being unburdened by guilt when it came to seizing the prospects of others. Just like that, in a world where magic was possible, in that world, even monsters lurked around in the shadows to grasp opportunities. In a certain place, run. Somebody hell, The cries of people echoed through the small village, a haunting symphony of fear and despair. Flames erupted everywhere as ugly monsters hunted their prey whenever the opportunity presented itself. Monsters who missed their opportunities began battling others to steal opportunities. All in all, everyone wanted an opportunity, whether to survive or whether to shine like a star. In the midst of turmoil, a child cowered in the shadows, desperately trying to protect someone. Huff, huff, the child panted heavily, his eyes hazy, blood flowing from his head and covering his vision, the air around him filled with a sense of vulnerability and desperation as everyone struggled to endure the chaos. Thud, with a loud sound, something broke into the house. The child immediately held the person lying on the bed, driven by a fierce desire to protect whoever it was. Ggrrr. With a groaning sound, a green-colored monster, also known as a goblin, slowly entered the house. But suddenly, boom, the monster was suddenly busted like a balloon. The child couldn't comprehend what happened. It was then he heard a voice. Child. The child was jolted, attempting to look at the person, but he couldn't clearly see who it was as his vision was already blurred by his blood. Child, I can save everyone, including the person you are holding. As soon as the child heard those words, He muttered with hope, really? His voice a little patchy. Yes, Titha, however, I need something. I don't have any. You have, child. You do. Phoebe Knoll.C Sigma M, the child, with his blurred vision, saw a big figure standing in front of him. You do have something I truly need, my life? The child asked with hesitation. However, feeling a trembling body in the bed, he asked, if my life is enough, please say, I don't want your life, child. Then? What I want is your, Chapter 2, finally, I got a job, Earth, 2024, finally, I got a job. Exclaimed a young man with black hair, his joyous proclamation cutting through the hustle and bustle of the busy street. Has he gone mad? Shouting like an idiot, passers-by murmured and shot him strange glances, deliberately avoiding proximity. Yet, the black-haired young man paid no mind to the onlookers, his attention was solely on the piece of paper clutched tightly in his hands, // tears of joy streamed down his face, finally. He muttered the word repeatedly, laughter escaping him inaudibly. Just landing a job was his lifelong goal. Back in school, he wasn't the academic star or even an average student. Instead, he was like a bit of an oddball. An utter failure, struggling with every subject despite relentless day and night studying, no matter how hard he tried, attempting to cheat or studying honestly. Success in exams seemed impossible. Concerned about his academic performance reaching a critical point, his parents made the tough decision not to invest more money in his education. At just 15, he found himself reluctantly dropping out of high school, closing the door on any dreams of college. Though disappointed, his parents, driven by a sense of a familial duty, attempted to find something he was good at. Yet, every effort ended in disaster, and their disappointment in him deepened. Initially, they guided him to work as a server in a friend's bakery, a suggestion he accepted without hesitation. Because he felt he had no other choice. However, in the blink of an eye, he found himself unceremoniously ousted from the bakery. The disappointment in his parents' eyes escalated to sheer exasperation when they received the details from their friends. On the very first day, he clumsily shattered a set of utensils. The following day, customers took unexpected slips and slides, courtesy of his incomplete floor cleaning. What's more, he nearly got into a fight with a customer for reasons unknown. And just when they thought it couldn't get any worse, tasked with the seemingly straightforward job of cleaning the restroom to avoid their dwindling customer base, he not only broke the flush but also managed to clog the drain. Imagine this, the entire bakery was inundated with shits. My bakery store now smells like shit. And he was there, laughing like an idiot. This was what their friend, the owner of the bakery, shouted with deadly eyes. His parents, frustration boiling over, shouted and scolded him for what they perceived as utter uselessness. Still, as parents, they persevered, attempting to find other job opportunities for him. Thanks to understanding neighbors, he managed to secure a position as a delivery guy in a pizza shop. This time around, he very sincerely put in his very best effort, determined not to cause any more problems for his parents. Surprisingly, he successfully held on to the job for more than a week. However, as fate would have it, the following month brought a sudden end to his employment. Internal strife among the delivery staff erupted, and he became the target due to his refusal to join their payment hike strike. To make matters worse, they framed him as their strike leader. However, this wasn't the actual reason for his termination. Fueled by anger at being falsely accused, he lashed out violently inside the pizza shop, resulting in a severe altercation. Customers, witnessing the brutality, called the police, and he was promptly fired for his aggressive actions. Only with the support of his parents did he manage to navigate the legal consequences and emerge from prison with relatively few problems. This incident marked another setback in his turbulent journey. Leaving him once again without a job, after that incident, his parents ceased recommending him for any further jobs. Even so, he persisted in his job search by his own way, managing to stay employed for longer durations than in previous positions. However, inevitably, after around 6 months, he found himself let go, often for reasons unbeknownst to him. 12 years slipped away, marked by a lack of permanent employment. By this time, his parents had already cast him out, concerned that his presence might disrupt the comfort of his younger brother. Currently, he resided in a rundown place where housing was more affordable, scraping by with the little money he could muster. Life was a constant yearning for more. A few days ago, he heard his younger brother had been working in a respected and popular company called Yugal. Swallowing his pride, he pleaded to his younger brother and, after persistent requests, managed to secure a job through his brother's recommendation. Ring ring, the phone's insistent ring pulled the black-haired young man from his thoughts. Wiping away the tears that had welled up, he retrieved an old-fashioned button-type phone and answered hesitantly, "Hello? Did you get the job?" "Why yes, it's all thanks to you, brother." Yeah, did I know you got the job, why yes." "Listen, shithead, I helped you because you begged me. Not because of our brotherhood or anything. Do you get it?" The black-haired man's lips trembled as he nodded, holding the phone but remaining silent. The other side just continued without waiting for a response. "Anyway, hereafter, don't ever contact me or even my parents. They've totally forgotten about you and are living happily. I don't want you to disrupt their healthy life after all this time just because I helped you. Do you understand?" "Why yes, I won't," the black-haired man said with a small smile. "Good. Then all the best. Mr. Security Guard." "Why yes, sir, and thank," the black-haired man was about to respond, but it seemed the other party had already cut the call. Staring at the phone, he slipped it into his worn-out black pants. As he started walking with heavy steps, he hid his trembling eyes, determined not to let the tears spill over. Step, no anger lingered towards his younger brother or his parents. Deep down, he knew he deserved the label of being called useless. Not able to break the shackles and to create his own path and be controlled by his father till now. He was truly useless. If he had heard those words 8 years ago, he might have punched his brother's face and made sure he regretted ever saying them. However, after being berated with disgusting and disparaging words by society, he felt his little brother was better off. Society changes everything and everyone. Ring ring, the jarring sound jolted him from his thoughts. Retrieving his phone, a gentle smile adorned his face. "Yo, man. Did you get the job?" Hearing the infectious cheer in the voice, the black-haired man masking his face responded with an equal measure of enthusiasm. "Yo, man, I finally got the fucking job," he declared happily, a smirk playing on his lips. "And nanny. Fucking job. I am also coming. Wait there, I want that job, let me sign up for that." "Sigh, you damn fucking, idiotic baka. It's just a security job," the black-haired man sighed, a mixture of exasperation and amusement. In that moment, he couldn't help but smile at the thought of his overly enthusiastic horny otaku friend. In his high school days, he wasn't alone, he had 2 friends. Even though he dropped out, his friends still maintained his contact. His friends were different from him. What set them apart was their dreams and the passion that fueled those aspirations. One friend was a budding novel writer, fueled by the desire to craft entire worlds and captivating journeys for readers to immerse themselves in. He achieved his goals. His dreams materialized, and he found resounding success, now employed at the prestigious novel company Zebmovel. The other friend, a damn otaku, harbored a fervent wish to create entirely new gaming experiences for people like himself. His unwavering determination paid off, and he achieved his goal, currently working at the renowned gaming company PlayStation. As he reflected on their paths, the black-haired guy couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions: pride for his friend's achievements, a tinge of envy. Unlike him, they had clear ambitions propelling them toward fulfilling lives, stirring a sense of longing within him. "Oh, a security job?" The black-haired man snapped out of his thoughts upon hearing that and replied, "Yes, a security job," with a smile. "You know, we could get you better, Jay." No, I don't want my only friends to hate," the black-haired man immediately refused. The thought of relying on his friends for a better job crossed his mind. But he dismissed it. He was well aware that any trouble he caused in a better position would reflect negatively on his friends. Just like him, they had faced their share of struggles, and he didn't want to be the reason for any disruption in their successful lives, and also his father might cause something regrettable. The black-haired man wasn't heartless, he understood the value of his friend's hard-earned success. Sigh, still the same. The black-haired man just smiled, offering no verbal response. Anyhow, you finally got a permanent job. It's time to party. I will call that other closet writer. Well, I don't have, I will pay, you idiot. Hee hee. The black-haired man chuckled. As he stood in front of the crossing lane, watching the vehicles pass by, his emotions were a complex interplay of various feelings. Have you heard about her engagement? The black-haired man's body flinched for a second before his gaze fixated on the red light. No, he muttered. The silence lingered for a few moments, both men feeling a palpable awkwardness. His friend, sensing the discomfort, decided to change the subject. You know, I got hit by a 3D girl. What? Are you sure it's a girl? It's not a trap, right? The black-haired man replied with genuine surprise, his curiosity piqued. Jerk, she has big tits and a lean body. You know it's really big. She is definitely a girl. A hint of annoyance carried in the voice. Oh? Interesting, who is that unlucky girl? The black-haired man raised his eyebrows in shock, intrigued by the unfolding narrative. TSK, she should be lucky enough to have me, you single jerk. The black-haired man's lips twitched, a mix of amusement and disbelief crossing his face. He was about to reply when, honk. Honk. A deafening honking sound reverberated through the air, and the black-haired man saw a big white milk truck hurtling towards him, seemingly out of control. Everything seemed to slow down in the black-haired man's eyes. Am I going to die? He thought. A rush of fear and uncertainty coursing through him. In a split second, thud, SSSHHKKKKKKKKKK, dash, the white milk truck's tires screeched as it collided with the wall of the building, finally coming to a halt. Its entire front side was now covered with a vivid crimson color, a shocking and surreal sight that left the onlookers momentarily frozen in disbelief. SHIT. The driver of the truck emerged unscathed, stepping out with a mix of disbelief and relief. Chapter 3, woo, where am I? The black-haired man muttered. The black-haired man slowly opened his eyes, his gaze fixed on a sky-blue ceiling. He couldn't feel his body, as if devoid of any sensation. Seeing a new environment and a strong sense of liberation, he thought with an amusing smile, did I get transmigrated like in the novels? Though he felt something wrong about his transmigration because, you are still alive, young man, a voice reassured him. As he turned his head, he found himself still in the same place. Something caught his attention behind him. A brown-haired middle-aged man holding the back of his collar as if he had yanked him out of harm's way just in time. Rising to his feet, the black-haired man expressed gratitude. Forgive me, sir, and thanks for helping me. The brown-haired middle-aged man patted down his clothes as he stood up. It's all right. Young man. Please stay alert. Nowadays, there have been many truck accidents, he advised, giving the black-haired man a reassuring pat before swiftly leaving the scene. The black-haired man looked at the brown-haired man with a profound sense of gratitude. Turning his attention to the truck, he observed that it had hit a dog. The sight made him sigh with relief, knowing it could have been him under those tires. Inwardly thanking the man who pulled him from the brink of danger, the black-haired man couldn't shake the lingering feeling of escaping death. The mere thought of being crushed under the truck sent shivers down his spine. He wiped the beads of sweat from his face, the intensity of the ordeal etched on his features. But damn, did I really just think I transmigrated? Shit. Chinibu, he thought, feeling awkward. The idea of being transported into an anime world seemed absurd, and he chided himself for letting his imagination run wild. He pondered over the fact that he needed to decrease his intake of these fantastical anime stories, despite being an adult and a responsible member of society. He couldn't resist watching and reading them. TSK, this is all thanks to those idiots, he complained about his friends. talking about a friend, Aether. Hearing his name being shouted with urgency, Aether looked down at his right hand, still tightly gripping the phone as if his body automatically gripped it. Yo, Aether answered with a carefree attitude. What the fuck happened? I heard lots of noise. It's fine, just a truck that was about to hit me, but someone saved me, Aether said in relief, glancing at the driver who was being scolded by the onlookers. You didn't get hurt, right? I'm totally fine, Aether replied, a smile breaking through as he felt the genuine concern in his friend's voice. However, the conversation took an unexpected turn. Sigh, anyhow, you said truck, right? Yes? Damn, man, you just missed the straight ticket to iSky. TSK, TSK. Nowadays, Truck-kun is not doing his job correctly, TSK, TSK, Aether's eyes twitched in annoyance, fully aware of the reference due to his friend's insistence on watching and playing those unnecessary things. He cannot possibly say he also thought that. Shit, GGGRRRLLL. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and his empty stomach grumbled in protest due to the lack of breakfast. You bastard, if I die, I will definitely come back to haunt you as a ghost, Aether said with mock seriousness, pushing aside the gnawing hunger, because he doesn't have much money to waste on a restaurant. Ha 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 ha. I'd like to see, but if you were a girl, I'd like to see more. You know what I mean, right? You horny dog. Aether exclaimed, a mix of exasperation and disbelief in his voice as he walked away from the incident. Ha 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 ha. As Aether distanced himself, a sudden haze blurred his vision. And his stomach grumbled loudly, GGRRRRLLLLLL. Anyhow, I'll let the other bastard know we are having a party at my house today. GGRRRWWWWWLLLLLLL. Shit, it seems I have to eat, otherwise, I will really die. Aether thought, feeling the hunger. With a sense of urgency, he decided to look for a more affordable fast food option. It was then, thud, he suddenly collapsed to the ground. Huh? He felt his eyesight slowly disappearing, his lower body going numb. He attempted to move, but his body seemed to have lost all strength. Then, he felt something. A chill sensation ran down his back, prompting him to move his trembling hand to touch it. A shiver coursed through his body as he realized there was something gushing out from a small cut on his spine. With hazy eyes, he looked at his hands and saw a crimson color staining his trembling fingers. Who? That was the only thought that came to his mind. He ha. Strange, eerie laughter echoed from his mouth as tears poured from his eyes uncontrollably. He.haha.lp.hahaha.me. Aether tried to ask for help, but the people around him stood away, treating him as if he were a maniac laughing while fully drenched in blood. The platform around his body was covered in crimson, yet no one came to his aid. Hey, is he manic? Why is he laughing in this situation? Maybe this is just a prank? Yeah, just a prank, making us call the ambulance, and in the end, he is going to say, it was all a prank. Yes, fuck these shitters. People around him took out their smartphones, recording his laughing face as they complained about the heartless society, all the while he was drenched in blood. Wyn.now? Ha ha ha, fuckers. He. Help he. Aether shouted, unable to comprehend their mutterings. However, no one came to his aid even after his desperate cries for help. Come on, do you think we fall for the trick? Ha. Yes, look at his face, he must be mocking us inside. Damn man, you really going too far with a prank. Hey, I think he is real. Just how many blood packets he brought. Look at the ground, it's spreading everywhere. From the people's perspective. It seemed like he was laughing at them with a mocking expression, though it was far from the truth. Feeling no one coming to his aid, the black-haired man glanced at his phone and noticed it was still on the call. His friend was shouting at him over the phone, but he couldn't hear properly. Unable to comprehend what his friend was saying, with a hoarse voice, Aether spoke. Alan, cough cough, please destroy my phone, cough cough, and erase my Zoggle every account, history cough cough. Even if his phone was just a basic model, it still supported 4G, MP4, etc. Even if its display was low quality. Even if it looked like a censored version. Everything was fine, right, even if he were to die. He wanted to die with dignity. Just about to lose consciousness, someone in the crowd shouted, "Hey, he is seriously bleeding." What? Really, you fucking maniacs? How could you stand there and take videos? What are you talking about? Look at him, you idiots. Wait, look at him, no matter how you loo, as someone was about to help him, woo. The loud sound of a siren made Aether pull back his consciousness. Immediately, an ambulance arrived at the spot, and they took Aether and set off, leaving the people who were dumbfounded. They truly believed he was just pranking them. Come on, people, how could you just watch him like that? A sensible person asked with mild anger. Hey, he was laughing. Why yes, he was just laughing. Who would laugh when they were about to die? I still think he was just pranking us. Yes, who called the ambulance? I think it was also set up. Who? No one. Ha, then it must be his crew members. They failed to prank us, so they immediately took him out before we reported him to the police. Yes, it's possible, yeah, I know, right? He was laughing like a maniac and with his body drenched in blood. It almost scared the hell out of me. People around the blood-drenched place chattered about this prank. Their voices were a mix of confusion, skepticism, and lingering unease. Woo. Inside the ambulance, the stark white walls accentuated Aether's shock-stricken face as his gaze locked with the same brown-haired middle-aged man, wearing an unsettlingly amusing smile. The middle-aged man then retrieved a document and began to read aloud, /, name, Aether, gender, male, age, 27, occupation, none, marital status, single, blood type, Rh null, medical conditions, PBA, pseudobulbar effect, infertile, physical appearance, height, 6 feet, weight, 170 pounds, hair color, jet black, eye color, deep blue, distinguishing features, small scar on the left cheek, /. Tucking the document away, the brown-haired man proceeded to examine Aether's eyes with a torch. After a few minutes, he nonchalantly remarked, "Looks like I stabbed you correctly, only your lower body is paralyzed, nothing severe." The clinical way in which he spoke belied the horrific circumstances Aether found himself in. Aether, lacking the strength to inquire, he only wanted to know why. As if sensing Aether's unspoken questions, the brown-haired man divulged the grim reality. "I am sorry, young man, we are organ traffickers. We have been following you for the past few months. We have a client who was looking for some body parts with rare Rh null blood, and you are the easiest target compared to others who have families around them." The middle-aged man's words hung in the air, each syllable intensifying the ominous atmosphere within the ambulance. He continued his explanation, all while methodically donning white gloves. Aether wasn't sure what he heard because his mind was going blank. He only caught a few words. "But really, boy, if I had been a little late, you would have been knocked out by the truck and wasted our money and time," the middle-aged man muttered, as if saying today was the day they prepared to finish him. The removal of Aether's clothing, leaving him in his underwear, felt like a dehumanizing violation. Infertile. The man muttered as his eyes lingered on Aether's crotch area. "I guess we don't need that part," he mumbled inwardly and looked at Aether's face. "You really had a bad life," he said when he saw Aether's still smiling face, as a small light chuckle leaked from his mouth. "They say, having a smile means a blessing, but for you, it was anything but a blessing." The middle-aged man muttered, his voice tinged with a mixture of bitterness and nostalgia. Memories flooded back, vivid images of how people recoiled when Aether was drenched in blood. He sighed, shaking off the haunting recollections, a weariness etched into the lines on his face. He wasn't in this line of work for the thrill or the sadistic pleasure of witnessing others' torment. Just like any other ordinary person, he yearned for a simple life. To provide for his family. To watch his children grow. Yet, he had chosen the wrong path, a decision that weighed heavily on his conscience. The gnawing guilt, however, was overshadowed by the stark reality that survival often required compromises. Who cared about the moral high ground when the only goal was to endure another day? See this man, Aether, who could have done many more things if he wasn't a law-abiding man. The middle-aged man felt pity for Aether after reading his documents. He had specifically chosen Aether, aware that the world wouldn't mourn for a person like him. Though Aether had some friends, they were inconspicuous figures, akin to low flies, and they had families. So if they trying to pry more, a simple threat would be enough to keep them at bay. Boss. A sudden shout pierced the air as someone opened a small window from the driver's seat. What is it? Boss, the middle-aged man inquired. Which hospital should we go to? Boss's lips twitched, a subtle sign of irritation, but he composed himself and instructed, take the next right, then turn third left. After around 1 kilometer, you'll see Duck Hospital. Huh? I know the hospital. You could have told me the hospital's name instead of telling me the route, the other party retorted before closing the window. Veins popped on Boss's forehead in frustration. He had been mentioning the hospital's name every time, yet this bastard forgot like a retard. Arg, he sighed, calming his nerves. Boss then turned his attention to Aether, who had already closed his eyes, his heart still beating despite the apparent stillness. Chapter 4, Laugh, Aether's POV, Why me? I thought, the weight of despair settling in my chest like a heavy stone, because I don't have anyone. I wondered, my mind aching with the echoes of loneliness. I pondered when everything went wrong, my thoughts became a swirling storm, and my mind started to get fuzzy. Is this what death feels like? I began to recollect the memories, each recollection a painful stab to my heart. I was born as an unwanted child between two famous celebrities. I want to live, whether I was cursed or not, the moment I turned 3. They divorced and walked away from each other. For the sake of upholding their public image or perhaps due to legal obligations, they took turns caring for me, splitting the responsibility every 6 months. I found myself tossed back and forth between their lives. My only longing was for love, yet what they offered was a mere substitution. Money wrapped in the guise of affection. At a certain juncture, my father remarried, and as a result, my mother assumed permanent custody of me. It brought a genuine sense of happiness, as I believed I had finally found a stable and enduring home. Despite the knowledge that she might not harbor deep affection for me, I clung to the hope that through unwavering performance and discipline, I could earn her acknowledgement and acceptance. I thought just like any other child wants, I want to live. However, reality proved to be cruel. Before long, she entered another marriage. As a woman navigating societal expectations, she felt compelled to maintain a particular image. In this facade, she used me, portraying herself as making a sacrifice for my sake, all to avoid loneliness without a father figure. Regrettably, the man she married never uttered a single word to me. His gaze treated me as if I were a contagious disease, a pariah. The situation worsened when my mother, carrying his child, gave birth to my younger brother. To tell the truth, I was genuinely thrilled to have a younger sibling. Anticipation bubbled within me. I wanted to play with him. I wanted to show him what means to be a good big brother. I want to live. I wanted to give him piggyback rides, take him to amusement parks, feed him with a small spoon, and shower him with endless love. Unlike me, however, the moment he entered this world, my mother uttered words that shattered something inside me. My child is going to become the greatest person in the world. Her words were accompanied by a lovely and joyful smile, one I had never seen until that day. A smile I longed for. She was showing now. But not for me. And soon everything within our home shifted. My mother, who had at least listened to my words before, began treating me like a true plague, more akin to a leech. From that day forward, my life took a drastic turn. I was forbidden from playing with him. I wasn't allowed to go out of my room until they called me. I was only allowed to see him or even see my family when they called me for dinner. The dinner table became a place of confusion and frustration as I struggled to comprehend why they incessantly compared me to my brother. Even then, I had to wear gloves, a puzzling restriction I couldn't grasp till now. To add to my distress, my brother effortlessly excelled in every aspect, outshining me at every turn. I found myself constantly overshadowed by my brother. Despite my earnest desire to reach his heights, No matter how hard I tried, he consistently outperformed me, whether it was studies, athletics, extracurricular activities, or talents like acting and singing, he excelled in each domain. I finally acknowledged he was better than me. Yeah, way better than me. Still, as a big brother, I never envied him. I want to live. At a certain point, my mother seemed to completely forget my existence. Desperate for her love, I resorted to an idiotic plan, a single regret that would alter the course of my life, a regret I still had. In an attempt to draw her attention, I rebelled against them. I cut classes, and neglected my studies, allowing my grades to plummet to the bottom. Despite previously maintaining a middle-level performance, I turned a blind eye to everything around me. I adopted an "I don't care" attitude and delved into the delinquent lifestyle, engaging in skirmishes with school delinquents and eventually ascending to the role of their leader. I found myself standing up against those who harassed women and elderly individuals, earning a somewhat reluctant reputation as a defender of justice among the delinquent circles. It was during this period that I formed an unexpected friendship with two idiots who were being bullied by some thugs. In a way, I am a good delinquent, I guess. Eventually, my efforts yielded results, but not in the way I had hoped. My parents instructed me to drop out. Yes, they literally asked me to drop out instead of discussing the problem. It was then everything went broke for me. Despite my mother being an actress and my second father was a powerful businessman and politician, they put me in a bakery workshop. Truly laughable, but neither media that now focused on my brother nor my first father, who was a famous actor, paid any heed. Yes, I visit my first father sometimes, not for the money but for some love, and yet, much like my mother, he avoided me. When I could no longer bear it, I confronted my mother, seeking an explanation for the lack of love. The answer she provided was bitterly laughable. A defective product that only knows how to laugh. It was utterly devoid of emotions, as if she didn't even consider me human. It was then I finally understood why. Because I am a defective product that laughs at others' pain. What cursed body I born with? I had been born with this disease, they called, I smile. Laugh. Always. Anywhere. Anytime. It doesn't matter what others' problems are and what others are going through in their life. I wouldn't be able to show sadness for them, even I couldn't able to show my own pain and sadness to others. What a cruel disease. What the fuck? This was the fucking body you guys gave me. I wasn't the one who wanted this fucking body. I wasn't the one who asked you to give birth to me. Do you think I wanted to be like this? I want to live. I can't even cry in the wretched world. No matter what I tried, all I could do was laugh and laugh. Laugh at others' pain, laugh at others' sadness, laugh at others' failure. Laugh at my friend's life, laugh at my friend's struggle, laugh at my cat's death, laugh, 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 laugh. All I knew was just a fucking laugh. In the end, I laughed at my own sadness. Why? Why should I suffer for your mistakes? So you guys didn't want a defective child in order to maintain your prestige? A groan escaped me as a sharp pain stabbed my chest. I suppose this was the end. My life until then had been controlled by my second father, who used his power to make me submit to my brother. Just a few days before, I had received a call from my second father stating he had a job for me. It was a job as a security guard. I couldn't help but laugh when I heard the job details. What's more, it was under my brother's company. Even though my second father had a big company and was a politician, my brother had joined another company. I wondered why. I want to live. Was he one of those guys who wanted to shine but not under their father's shadow? What fuckers. They didn't know what kind of opportunities they had. And my second father, no, that bastard who wrecked my life. I always wondered why, no matter what, I was the one who lost a job even in a simple matter. Why didn't you put a margin on this data? Because of this, we lost $1 million project. You are fired. That's what my lost boss said. Seriously, my last job really tried hard to find a reason to fire me. $1 million, that company can't even be worth $1,000 project. Anyhow, after receiving the call, I understood. I fucking understood that bastard wrecked my life. I felt my consciousness fading away, until the very last moment. I couldn't even control my own death. truly useless. Let's take a rest, I've had enough of this nonsense, I want to live. What the fuck is wrong with you, you want to live? No, me. I want to live, I want to live. For what? Just to live this unwanted crap again, what's wrong with me? I want to die, that's all, but, I also want to live. Just, sigh, I find myself without a clear path to move forward since she left me, she was light in my darkness. Yet, this body was the reason she left me, really a defective product. What's the point of living any longer? I wondered what kind of man she was going to marry. She was a wonderful woman, and having her as a wife would have been a blessing. My body feels lighter. It's a strange sensation but feels really good. Hee. But I don't want to die. I cried, I don't want to die like this, please, I don't want to end my life here, I want to see her again, I want to have a happy family, I want to punch that bastard face that ruined my entire life, I want to, I guess, there was no point in being stubborn, this was not an anime. Where God would be awed by the resilience and chose me. I truly corrupted, but hey, sometimes I wish this was just like an anime where the main character gets stronger by staying resilient, a little hope, I feel a little less sleepy. Let's sleep, but before I sleep, I have to at least punch this man who took my life, otherwise, I would feel like shit now. I tried to clench my fist, but I couldn't. Chapter 5, he just faced his. Another death, third person's POV, thud, Is he even alive? The brown-haired middle-aged man frowned, observing as Aether's clenched hand made contact with his body. Though it was a light hit, the middle-aged man couldn't help but be intrigued by Aether's resilience even after death. Farewell, kid. He stood up, preparing to move the stretcher, when suddenly, a sharp, ominous sound filled the air. SSSZZZZZZZZNNNH. The ambulance jolted, skidding to an abrupt stop before hitting something. What the? Boss. Run. You idiot. Did you hit anyone? The middle-aged man grumbled as he opened a small window. But there was no one in the driver's seat. Frowning, he peered at the front view and realized a car had collided with the ambulance, and people now rushing towards him in panic. Fuck. The middle-aged man cursed, hastily covering Aether's body with a white sheet and flinging open the ambulance door. People were rushing toward him, their expressions a strange mix of confusion and shock. Beads of sweat formed on the middle-aged man's forehead, his mind racing to comprehend the unfolding chaos, everyone running towards him like he did something worse than hitting a vehicle. Fear enveloped him, then, his gaze caught the blinking symbol near the side. They could help me. He muttered, a brief but hopeful smile breaking through the tension. This was the designated spot where he was ordered to deliver the parts. The other party was rich and powerful, so there wouldn't be any problem even if the people caught him. Swiftly, he pulled the sturdy stretcher, its wheels gliding effortlessly on the pavement as he strategically positioned it for a seamless transition towards the hospital's entrance. However, the initial sense of relief that enveloped him swiftly transformed into perplexity. The approaching people didn't even spare a glance in his direction. Instead, an air of panic seized them, urging them only to run in. Fear, run they did, as if pursued by an unseen force, leaving the man standing there with a furrowed brow and a growing sense of unease. Run. Run. Echoed through the crowd, a desperate cry that resonated with a palpable fear that seemed to grip everyone in its clutches. The man strained to comprehend the situation, his gaze scanning beyond the fleeing crowd in search of answers, but nothing immediately caught his attention. Frowning, his eyes slowly ascended towards the sky. What the? He began, his unfinished sentence hanging in the sky. Earth, 202. Underscore 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 underscore. Searching, ding, found the suitable replacement. Number 28, ding, request, a strong will to live, ding, affirmative, soul has a strong will to live, ding, request, compatibility, ding, affirmative, 82%, ding, request, wait for the response. The report sent to the ############################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################### sensation of soul, ding, affirmative, ding. Underscore 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 unknown place. What's this peculiar feeling? Aether pondered, a sensation enveloping his entire body as if it were suspended in mid-air. Could this be the afterlife? He mumbled to himself, cautiously attempting to open his eyes and explore what he believed might be heaven. After all, he reasoned, he hadn't committed any grave offenses. Except for that one incident of shoplifting. I mean, surely, the gods won't be this petty, right? He thought, grappling with the uncertainty of the situation. He had heard from source that in heaven, there were ethereal beauties like Freya, Aphrodite, Virgin Mary, Amaterasu, Parvati, and Wang Yuyan. Maybe not the last one, I suppose? Aether mumbled with a hint of self-deprecating humor, attempting to inject a touch of fun into the tumultuous thoughts swirling within him, despite the sincere wish to open his eyes and embrace the heavenly scenery. The weight of his eyelids seemed unusually burdensome. So, am I prohibited from glimpsing into the realms of paradise? Just because I stole expired food? Aether questioned in his introspection, and then, unexpectedly, ding, an alarming sound jolted him awake. He groaned in discomfort. As he forced his eyes open, the sight before him was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. What in the world is this? Aether pondered, captivated by the surreal and extraordinary landscape unfolding before his eyes. The world unfolded before Aether's eyes, a panorama of stones and vibrant plants. It wasn't that he hadn't witnessed such wonders in his own world, but these plants seemed to possess an animated quality. Dancing in the sky as if engaged in joyful communication with the universe, the stones, unlike any he'd seen before, shimmered with an iridescent purity, untouched by the corrosive influences of the chemicals from his world. Life pulsed through them like a live stone. Wow! Aether stood, utterly taken aback by the ethereal atmosphere that enveloped him. The air itself seemed to hum with a harmonious melody of existence. PPRRR. Suddenly, a bubbling sound interrupted the surreal symphony. Aether turned towards the source, his eyes widening once again at the breathtaking beauty that unfolded before him. Shit. This is truly heaven. Aether's exclamation echoed through the celestial, as he beheld a magnificent gradient. Multicolored flying horse. A majestic creature resembling a Pegasus, standing regally in the distance. Everything is true? Aether felt as if his childhood fantasy had materialized into reality. The sheer wonder of it struck him profoundly. So, after dying, everyone will come into this fantasy world. He. If my friends were to know this, they would be the first to willingly die without even regretting. Aether couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness as memories of his friends flooded his thoughts. Shaking his head to dispel the melancholy, he realized he was in heaven. A fantastical realm where he could witness fucking everything. RRHMM? He attempted to move towards the majestic Pegasus. But an unusual resistance enveloped his body as if he were submerged in thick air. Frowning, he was about to ask for help from heavenly gods, he believed, when, to his surprise, the Pegasus, upon closer inspection, appeared to have no legs. Interesting, it seems having wings negates the need for legs. Fascinating. Aether found this observation more intriguing than disheartening. He wasn't particularly sad about it. I mean, it may look like a seahorse, but still, seahorse? He squinted his eyes, and after a few seconds of analysis, a realization struck him. Bob. He finally looked at those bubbles coming from his mouth while his body slowly descended. Bob. Fuck. I am drowning. Panic surged through him, and he urgently attempted to move his body upward. PPPRRR, shit. He attempted to swim as fast as he could because that seahorse was hastily flapping its wings, closing the distance between them. Why would he be scared of a seemingly small cute seahorse? Because it wasn't small at all, it was colossal, nearly double his size. Moreover, the way it looked at him sent shivers down his spine, as if he were nothing more than prey to satisfy the hunger of its thousands of offspring. Shit. 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 He propelled himself forward as rapidly as possible, he didn't even glance back. His sole focus was on escaping the water as swiftly as possible, the urgency propelled by the unknown and ominous seahorse behind him. PPRR. Feeling the resounding sound of bubbling water, Aether channeled every ounce of energy into his hands and legs, determined to put as much distance as he could. Splutter, ha! As soon as his head emerged from the water, Aether inhaled deeply. Despite the exertion, his resolve remained steadfast. Spotting a near shore, he set his sights on it, swimming with renewed vigor. The seahorse almost reached him, but Aether, with his every ounce of energy, propelled towards shore, and soon, ha ha ha. He breathed heavily as he pulled his exhausted body onto the shore. The adrenaline still coursing through his veins. Haha, PPPFFRR. Shit. Aether exclaimed, catching a glimpse of the colossal seahorse almost reaching for his leg. Instinctively, he used his hands to propel himself backwards, a surge of panic coursing through him. Staring at the seahorse now, Aether was more terrified than shocked. It bore no resemblance to the typical seahorses he knew. The one before him had rainbow-colored hard skin, big strong wings and black scara, its gaze piercing through Aether. Aether unconsciously gulped, fearing that those formidable wings might grant the thing the ability to fly. If it could fly, then he was in serious totally fucked up. Suddenly, the creature averted its gaze from Aether. Splutter, then, it disappeared from Aether's view. The fear hadn't subsided, he remained frozen, he just faced his another death. He, I told you this bastard was here, making us come all this way, fuck this bastard. The new voices, filled with frustration and annoyance, snapped Aether out of his fearful reverie. With a perplexed expression, he turned to look at the newcomers, but before he could discern them clearly, thud, he suddenly felt a searing pain in his head, and he fainted immediately. Sigh, why did you do that? One of the newcomers expressed irritation, as if moving Aether was a tiresome chore. I mean, his weird face is annoying and disgusting. Another newcomer shrugged dismissively before effortlessly hoisting a 15-year-old boy with white hair onto their shoulder like a sack. Chapter 6, Don't Touch Me, R. A white-haired boy groaned in pain, his frail frame giving the impression that his skin clung tightly to his bones, emphasizing his skinny physique. The white-haired boy's eyes fluttered as he gradually opened them, adjusting to the uncertain surroundings. Murmur. He instinctively grabbed his head when a surge of pain shot through it, lifting his upper body with pained eyes. Sitting up, he glanced down, realizing he was laid out on a sheet of paper on the floor. Examining his own body, he wore a sack-like dress. A sense of disbelief washed over him. What the? He mumbled in pain, his gaze fixated on his small and delicate hands. With wincing pain, he stared at his hands with disbelieving eyes, tracing the lines and contours as if seeking reassurance. And no. Ignoring the discomfort in his body, he rose to his feet and approached a mirror in the small room that appeared to be a storeroom. Surveying the bare wooden walls, devoid of furniture, not even a chair or toilet, the boy finally comprehended. It's the same as my old room, he muttered in disbelief. Did I return back? The white-haired boy murmured, a small sense of fear creeping into his heart as he grappled with the surreal possibility of regression. Clap, a sharp slap echoed in the small storeroom. Come on, Aether. Calm down. The white-haired boy, aka Aether, shouted at himself in an attempt to break free from the perplexing thoughts racing through his mind. OUCH. Soon, he cried out in pain as the slap finally hit his nerves. After a few minutes of calming down while rubbing his pained cheeks, he realized, it's not a dream. Aether thought, accepting the bewildering reality surrounding him. Feeling a slight headache, he returned to his previous place. It became evident that a bandage was wrapped around his head, a faint reminder of an unseen injury, calmly surveying his surroundings once more. This room is the same as when I am with my parents, he thought. The familiarity of the setting clashed with the childhood terrors. He lay on the same white paper, gazing at the ceiling with a furrowed brow, his expression a canvas of worries and fear. He was trying to recall the events, his mind grappling with the fragments of memories that seemed elusive and distant. First, as soon as he got a job, he was killed by some organ traffickers due to his rare bloodline. The bitter irony of his fate struck him. What a good way to live, man. Thinking about it again, doctors did say I had rare blood. Aether nodded in acknowledgement, but soon, his face turned serious. Those fuckers. Aether's eyes burned with fierce anger towards those heartless perpetrators who took his life without a shred of guilt. FreeEbenville.com. Second, he found himself back in his past. That's what he believed. Aether wasn't sure whether he should be happy about it or feel sad, considering the lack of an isekai experience. TSK, seriously me. What's wrong with me? Did I really start deluding myself? Aether thought, immediately shaking off any fantastical notions. Wait a second, my friend once told me that if an organ is transplanted, it's not just a new lease on life. He swore there's some kind of cosmic exchange and miracles of gods, like memories and traits could tag along with the donated kidney or heart. Aether muttered, his face contorted in shock. Fuck. If it's true then, am I inside a teen boy who is going through the same tough life as me? He slowly mouthed each word, his expression becoming increasingly bizarre. However, there is no fucking way that monster is on Earth. Aether immediately stood up, a grimace etched on his face as he moved towards the door. Despite a moment of hesitation, he steeled himself, remembering the surreal sights of Seahorse beyond his imagination. If that thing was in Earth, then there was no way he didn't know it. Thud, he slowly opened the door, first peeking out into the hallway. The room he was in was the last one in the corridor, though the room is the same. This is definitely not my house. There is no one? Aether questioned before stepping out. Despite the room inside bearing a resemblance to his previous one, the expansive hallway that stretched seemingly for miles contradicted any semblance of familiarity. There was no way his parents would build something like that just to annoy him. He wasn't sure whether it was a good idea or not, but Aether couldn't confine himself indefinitely in that room. As he walked down the corridor, he scrutinized the structure of the building. Sure, it's definitely not my parents' house. Aether muttered as he continued to walk. Suddenly, what the hell is wrong with you? Aether was startled when he heard someone screaming. Without conscious thought, his legs propelled him toward the source. You are the one who came to me, not me. Aether leaned against a particular door, the origin of the vehement cries, "Don't touch me." Hearing those trembling words, Aether, without hesitation, pushed the door open. Stop it! Aether shouted with authority, instantly recognizing the clarity of a situation where someone was attempting to assault a lady. He might not have a pronounced sense of justice, especially after his past attempts at shoplifting to survive during dry days. However, he drew a clear line when it came to harassing women. If he ever witnessed someone mistreating a lady, Aether would be the first to intervene. This unwavering stance cost him several jobs in the past, as he couldn't stand idly by when customers or colleagues faced harassment. Upon entering the study-like room, Aether's expression turned to stone. There were 5 people in the room, strategically positioned, 2 sitting on one side of the sofa and 3 on the opposite side. The first pair comprised a dark black middle-aged man and a young girl with flowing blonde hair. The second trio featured a dark blue middle-aged man, a bluish black-haired young boy, and a bluish black-haired young girl. The room exuded a serious and charged atmosphere, as if the fate of a nation hung in the balance. Aether scratched the back of his head, attempting to maintain his composure in the midst of the tense atmosphere. Cough cough. Ahem. Sorry? Aether said with an awkward expression. Attempting to diffuse the tension in the room, he turned to leave the room, seeking an escape from the uncomfortable situation when a commanding and hoarse voice stopped him dead in his tracks. You came at the right time, Aether. Come pour some tea for the guests. the use of the name Aether caught Aether off guard, a momentary confusion clouding his expression. Was he the one they were addressing, or was there some misunderstanding? Aether hesitated to react. Seems like you aren't teaching your slave correctly. An amused voice followed, shedding light on the context of the conversation. Now, Aether flinched hearing those words. The mention of the term slave added a layer of complexity to the unfolding scenario. Slave, This time, Aether understood that he was the one they were talking about since his sack dress clearly indicated who he was. He wasn't sure who he was really and what the hell was happening. If he acted a little different, others might get suspicious. Uncertain about the dynamics at play, he decided to play along. Aether. The same authoritative and hoarse voice demanded his attention again, radiating a hint of menace that sent a shiver down Aether's spine. Why yes, Aether stammered, feeling a growing sense of suffocation in the room. Poor, Aether turned back, locking eyes with the dark blue-haired middle-aged man who pointed towards the table with an air of authority. As he approached, Aether took the teapot, while attempting to pour the tea into the cup. Splash, however, due to his trembling hands, some of the tea splattered around, adding an unspoken tension. He. Come on. You are scaring the poor guy, came the amused voice again, injecting a touch of humor into the tense ambience of the room. Chapter 7, Does he swing that way? He. Come on, you are scaring the poor guy, came the amused voice again, a dark black-haired man injecting a touch of humor into the tense ambience of the room. However, Aether, having witnessed the ugliness of the world with his own two eyes and experienced how people could change, saw through the facade. He recognized the tone of the person who seemed to be supporting him for what it was. A fake sympathy. Despite the inner turmoil and the pressure he felt, Aether managed to control his emotions. Pouring the tea carefully this time, he presented it with a professional demeanor to the dark black-haired man and the blonde-haired girl, whom he assumed were the guests based on their seating arrangement and manner of speaking. He did work everywhere, so he knew one or two things. Here's your tea, he said with a calm demeanor, determined to carry out his role despite the unsettling atmosphere in the room. Have a pleasant day, thank you. Without waiting a second, Aether decided to leave, thinking, shit. I have to find out where am I and what is happening. Who told you to leave? The same authoritative voice echoed, making Aether flinch involuntarily. Stay there. Yes, Aether nodded before standing near the door, just a few inches away. Just a few inches away from the door. Tisk, realizing he was now at the mercy of the situation. The dark blue-haired man scrutinized his slave's new actions. Both guests showed visible displeasure, but they soon concealed their emotions, leaving an air of tension hanging in the room. The presence of a slave in such an important meeting was not just a breach of etiquette, it was a deliberate act of disrespect aimed directly at the other party. The room, already tense, seemed to vibrate with an added layer of unease. Even though there was someone present in the room silently, he was better than a slave, anyhow, so? The blonde-haired young girl asked as she sipped the tea, her tone softer than before. Aether raised his eyebrows, hearing the same voice but noting the shift in demeanor. Hearing the girl's softened tone, the bluish-black-haired boy glanced at the dark blue-haired middle-aged man who gave him a nod of approval. Emboldened, he declared, I like you. The words resonated from the bottom of his heart. The blonde girl nodded in response, maintaining an air of composed indifference as she continued sipping her tea. The boy, however, dropped a bombshell. However, I cannot accept you as my first partner. A ripple of tension passed through the room, causing a subtle tremor in the girl's teacup. Biting her lips, she fought to contain her emotions, unwilling to show any sign of vulnerability in front of a mere slave. The girl, who had been barking like a dog before, now swallowed every bit of emotions in order to maintain her pride, honor, and composure. This was the very reason the dark blue-haired middle-aged man made Aether stay in the room. I remember we were engaged under our parents' blessing when we were children. Deciding I am your first partner, so what happened now? The blonde girl trembled as she spoke, her voice revealing the pain she was trying to suppress. Witnessing her distress, the boy, despite his earlier proclamation, couldn't help but feel a tinge of sadness. He instinctively lifted his hand to offer comfort, but, don't touch me. The sharp scream reverberated through the room, and the boy immediately pulled back his hand. Aether stole a glance at the distressed girl and couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness. No, not for her, but for himself. If he had known it was just a lover's quarrel, he might not have found himself in this predicament. Cursing his misguided sense of justice that fucked up him too much this time, he eagerly waited for the unfolding drama. Regardless, calming her emotions, the blonde shifted her gaze back to the boy, silently pleading for answers to her unspoken questions. The boy remained silent, looking at the blonde with an awkward expression, unsure of how to respond. The dark blue-haired middle-aged man seated beside the boy cleared his throat, gaining the attention of both the blonde girl and the dark black-haired middle-aged man beside her. I know it's your mother and his mother who made that promise, but... He pointed to the bluish-black-haired boy and continued, but, my son, he is the chosen one, and for that reason, we cannot allow him to first marry you. Before he could finish his sentence, the dark black-haired middle-aged man motioned for him to stop, indicating that saying more would be unwise. Drip, drip, in the midst of the tense atmosphere, tears began to drip from the blonde-haired girl's eyes. Biting her lips, she looked at the boy, her eyes reflecting a single lost hope. Listen, Leah, I am not abandoning you. I truly like you, trust me, I want to be with you just as much as you want to be with me. What I am saying is that I cannot marry you first. That's all. Being second doesn't mean my love for you will diminish, please understand me. Leah, the boy pleaded, watching his loved one cry in pain. I see. Oh, okay then. I understand. I understood. The blonde girl nodded repeatedly while wiping her tears, her voice faltering. I don't mind, but, tell me the truth, Kai, is it because I am not talented enough? The room fell silent as the boy grappled with the weight of her question, his silence revealing more than words ever could. I see. The blonde bit her trembling lips, accepting the painful truth. Her eyes betrayed the storm of emotions within, flickering between disappointment and the lingering hope that perhaps the situation could be different. Just as the boy was about to express his thoughts, if I trained more, I think I could, the blonde tried to voice her determination, hoping to change the inevitable outcome, but, the dark blue-haired man, interrupted her with an unyielding statement. I am sorry to say this, young lady, but... It's not possible. His words hung heavily in the air, closing the door on any possibility of altering their predetermined fate. Velk. You are cross-eyed. The dark black-haired man shot a heated glare at Velk, his displeasure evident in his sharp gaze. You uncle, let's leave. The blonde stood up gracefully, a mixture of pain and respect coloring her expression as she addressed Velk. I need some time to think. Velk nodded with understanding and added, his engagement date is already decided, so please make your decision before that. The blonde showed visible shock at the revelation of an imminent engagement, her eyes widening before she hurriedly left the room, leaving a resounding thud as the door closed. Thud. The dark black-haired man glared at Velk, his eyes piercing with a warning. You will face the consequences of hurting my niece. His words hung in the air like an unspoken threat before he turned and left the room. Velk, the object of the warning, simply shrugged off the impending consequences with an air of indifference. Oh, shit. What the fuck just happened? And why was she glaring at me when leaving? Aether screamed inwardly, observing the departure of the guests. Velk sighed and turned to his son, who wore a somber expression. It's fine, son. She will definitely come around, it's just that some girls just need time to decide what they really want. Velk reassured his son in a soothing tone. His son nodded in acknowledgement, standing up and announcing his departure. I am leaving, father. However, he paused before passing Aether, turning to him with a gaze filled with curiosity and authority. Come with them, but Velk interrupted. No, my son. I need to speak with him. Okay, his son acquiesced, leaving the room with a sense of reluctance. Thud. A heavy silence permeated the room, now occupied only by Velk, a bluish-black-haired girl, and Aether, who was sweating profusely. What happened? Aether wondered why that man was scrutinizing him so intently. After a minute, the girl spoke with a delicate voice. Father. Yes, dear? It's about time the teacher will come, the girl said. You can leave, Velk said, and soon the girl left. Aether didn't even see her when she glanced at him. Thud. The room now echoed with an oppressive quietness, with Velk and Aether both engaged in an unspoken standoff. What the heck is wrong with this man? Aether pondered, finding Velk's gaze unsettling enough to send shivers down his spine. It was then, a serious and ludicrous thought entered his mind. Does he swing that way? Aether flinched, realizing the absurdity of his thoughts. If that's what Velk was waiting for, then, Aether was mentally prepared for suicide. No, it's not that he didn't want to fight. Instead, the past delinquent Aether sensed something unsettling about Velk. Observing his posture and the way he exerted pressure on Aether, it felt like he was a mere ant standing before a true giant, and if Aether was forced to do something, then it's better to die than struggle. Aether? Suddenly, Velk called Aether with a soft voice, as if the previous authoritative tone was a facade. Aether's face turned ashen. He didn't understand what was happening, where he was, or even who he was. Yet, it seemed like his life was nearing its end. Aether? The voice shifted abruptly, regaining its authoritative edge, making Aether sigh in relief. I am thinking too much, he mused, looking at Velk and answering, yes. Who are you? Aether blinked his eyes for a few seconds. I really fucked up. He thought. Chapter 8. He seems to have emotions of, who are you? Those were the words that Aether himself wanted to know. He attempted to recollect any kind of memory related to this place. But, there wasn't a single recollection about this room or the questioning man. Aether, who are you? Velk's authoritative voice demanded an answer. Hearing the insistence, Aether snapped back to reality and looked at Velk with an unknown expression as he repeated, Aether. Velk's lips twitched, and seeing that Aether couldn't help but find the situation amusing. I mean, does anyone ask who you are while calling your name? Heh. Wait. Yeah, there was one who asked me before. His name is Interviewer. Aether chuckled inwardly, recalling how he managed to irritate the interviewer. However, the amusement didn't last long. Do you think it was funny? Velk asked sternly. Aether remained silent, thinking, of course, duh. Looking at your twitching face and annoyed expression, the same face I saw with the interviewer. It looks amusing. Seeing Aether staying silent, Velk also cooled down. After a second he asked, who am I? If you say, Velk, then I'll kill you right here. What the fuck am I supposed to tell then? Aether thought but sealed his lips. It's not that he didn't want to answer. It's just that he didn't know. That's all. Instead of dwelling on this question and answer trail, Aether decided to tell the truth, only the truth, because that man seems to nearing his limit. Well, I don't remember who I am, who you are, or what I am doing here, Aether confessed with a pained and scared expression. Whether Velk believed it or not, Aether knew he spoke only the truth. Seeing Aether's expression, Velk turned. Scared? Aether frowned, not understanding why Velk appeared scared instead of being doubtful or an act of concern. Velk immediately stood up and grabbed Aether's white hair, and a pained cry escaped from Aether's lips. Erha. Aether, who initially thought Velk was going to harm him in a way he thought. However, he was surprised to find Velk effortlessly lifting him by just holding onto Aether's hair. The pain, though excruciating, was limited to the sensation of each hair being tugged. Despite the pain coursing through him as each hair bud seemed on the verge of being pulled out, Aether couldn't help but be in awe of the middle-aged man's strength. His past delinquent side once had entertained thoughts of such antics as wanting to lift someone with his bare hands, but the bizarre and weird hairstyles, some even bald, of his fellow thugs had deterred him from trying it himself, regardless of his past. With his legs dangling in the air, Aether cried out in pain as Velk sharply stared at his neck. Thank God. Velk thought before. Thud. Suddenly, Velk released his grip, and Aether fell to the ground, clutching his head in pain. Aether fell down and held his head in pain. Bitch, he screamed. He clenched his fist but although Aether felt an intense urge to punch his face, seeing Velk's posture made him reconsider, and he bit his lips, accepting the humiliation. I will promise you. I will pay back this humiliation 1,000 times worse. Aether vowed silently, clenching his fists in determination. Velk sighed audibly as he settled back onto the sofa, deep in thought. Aether, slowly regaining composure, stood up. You don't even remember anything? Velk inquired without bothering to glance at Aether. Yes, Aether responded, maintaining a glare at the man. Not even your village? Village? Yes, Aether answered, processing the new piece of information. It seems Aether belonged to a village, he thought. Velk pondered for a few minutes before dismissing Aether with a simple instruction: you can leave now. Okay, Aether replied tersely, lacking any semblance of respect. Of course, why would he? Velk already knew Aether lost memory, so trying to maintain the same personality was going to be a pain in the ass. As he turned to exit the room, Velk issued a warning that sent shivers down Aether's spine. And if you dare to run away, I will make sure to put you in the same lake that caused your memory loss. Thud. Closing the door, Aether's heart raced as he leaned against the wall. Those words felt like a genuine threat. And the memory of the seahorse monster resurfaced, causing Aether's legs to tremble. Suppressing his emotions, he walked back to his so-called room. After Aether left the room, Velk's voice resonated in the now empty space. Did you observe anything different? Emerging from the shadows of the corner room, a figure, silent until now, gracefully approached Velk. Yes, master. This figure was a white-haired old man adorned in a meticulously tailored butler's attire. He wasn't using any kind of power to hide his presence or anything, since guests already knew his presence. It's just that he stayed in the corner like a doll, so Aether didn't see that man. He appears to harbor emotions of joy, anger and ego, the butler remarked as he positioned himself before the intricately arranged teapot. While scrutinizing the teapot, a slight frown crept upon the butler's face. The meticulous arrangement of the teapot was a subtle etiquette known only to well-trained butlers or esteemed royal servants. Perhaps it's just a coincidence. The butler nonchalantly shrugged, resuming his task of cleaning the table. But we cannot be entirely certain. He may be putting on an act. Despite his memory loss, he willingly followed your orders. The butler continued his duties, seamlessly transitioning to preparing tea for his master. No. Velk's immediate dismissal echoed through the room, prompting the butler to cast an inquisitive glance at his master. Why, master? While it might seem insolent for a mere servant to question his master, this particular butler held a position of great importance, because he didn't even spare a glance at my daughter. Velk exclaimed with a stern face. From the very moment Aether entered the room, he seemingly failed to acknowledge Velk's daughter. It wasn't about expecting a mere slave to pay attention to his daughter, but Velk couldn't shake off the feeling that the previous version of Aether, before memory loss, had always displayed a keen interest in her. He stared at her every time and everywhere like a stalker. As for complying with my orders, it was likely a result of his survival instincts. I deliberately emanated an aura of intimidation to ensure his obedience, so I believe his compliance was genuine, and yes, that doesn't seem like an act, especially considering how he glared at me without fear. Velk explained the subtle dynamics of his interaction with Aether, highlighting the deliberate pressure he exerted and Aether's fearless response. Furthermore, before memory loss, Aether never made eye contact with others. It appears that memory loss has granted him a certain boldness. He needs to be tamed now, or else. Velk trailed off, his thoughts lingering on the potential consequences. The butler, acknowledging Velk's observations, wore a subtle smile, reflecting a sense of satisfaction at his master's astute awareness of the changes in their surroundings. Noticing the subtle smile, "TSK, you surely know everything, and yet you're asking me." Velk's voice carried a hint of irritation. Hee. The butler giggled softly as he handed a cup of tea to Velk. As I promised my previous master, I was only allowed to guide you, and the rest is up to your decision, master. TSK, that old man. Velk clicked his tongue in mild annoyance, taking a sip of the tea. Inform the old man. Just in case he felt I was hiding something, Velk added with a serious tone. Hee. The butler chuckled lightly, acknowledging Velk's instruction. Anyhow, who is responsible for this? Who pushed him into the lake? Velk inquired, frustration still evident in his expression. That is one of my disciples, master, the butler responded. Velk stared at his butler, his silence indicating both astonishment and discontent. Sigh, I already punished him for his recklessness. Despite the explanation, Velk continued to gaze at his butler. I am sorry, master. I will punish him again. The butler offered an apology. It's not about the punishment, Alfred. What if Aether died? You do know how important he is to us. Velk expressed his concern with a touch of fury. Alfred remained silent, absorbing Velk's words. Seeing no answer, sigh, next time anything like this happens again, I will make sure that disciple of yours disappears from my house. Velk delivered a stern warning. I will surely teach that brat. Master Alfred bowed respectfully, acknowledging Velk's directive. While Velk and Alfred having a nice chat, Aether, left alone with his thoughts, gazed into the air with a mixture of shock and frustration evident on his face. I got this. Shit. Ding. Chapter 9. Ding. Step, step. A hurried echo of footsteps resonated through the strange, elongated hallway. A group of workers, engrossed in their tasks, paused to catch a glimpse of a white-haired man, moving with a blend of haste and urgency. More of a hurried walk, yet a semblance of a run. Their eyes followed him, and whispers floated among them, creating a subtle undertone of curiosity. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Aether screamed inwardly while attempting to flee, but for some unknown reason, his progress was hindered. It was as if an invisible force sought to thwart his escape. Upon emerging from the Velk's room, he resolved to leave. Displaying a nonchalant demeanor, yes, he was not the least bit frightened at the prospect of encountering that seahorse again. His running wasn't fueled by fear. That was definitely certain. Believe him, he didn't have any fear, not even a shred. Fuck. This body. Aether exclaimed, gasping for breath. The strain on his physical form was evident, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet his determination overshadowed the physical toll. Huff huff huff, ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he surveyed the people around him, clad in work attire. In stark contrast to his sack, they wore costly maid and butler dresses. Sure enough, this was definitely not my country, he thought. The realization struck him like a revelation, a stark contrast to the familiarity of his own surroundings. Although his inner weeb found the situation intriguing and told him that was real, the mature side of him told the rational, reasonable and realistic possibilities. The people in his vicinity paid him no heed. As if wrapped in their own worlds, they remained oblivious to the drama unfolding within his reality. Eventually, he spotted a glimmer of exit. The sight of freedom beckoned to him like a distant oasis in the desert, fueling his determination to escape the enigma surrounding him. With all his might, he attempted to sprint, though, to onlookers, it seemed more like a determined jog. His every step echoed with a sense of urgency. An urgency that he wanted to know, as he emerged, what awaited him was, shit. Aether stood frozen, his eyes widening at the unexpected sight before him. It wasn't the outside world that startled him, but rather the presence of a massive gate situated at a considerable distance. The details were blurry, visible only when he squinted against the vastness between them. His attention shifted downward to his trembling legs, on the brink of giving out at any moment. The sack dress he wore clung uncomfortably to his fatigued form, each step a testament to the physical toll of his escape. Ha 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 ha. Aether gasped for breath, he felt his spinning in a tornado. As desperately scanned for a nearby wall to lean on, finding support, he gradually lowered his body and settled into a seated position. After a few minutes of much-needed rest, he squinted his eyes again, acknowledging the formidable distance that lay ahead. Yep, it's really a long way, he muttered under his breath. A realization that settled in with a touch of resignation. Taking a moment to survey his surroundings, Aether nodded in understanding. The vast yard and the imposing mansion hinted at a privileged and opulent environment. It seems I am in a big shot's house, he thought, the revelation adding a layer of complexity to his predicament. Slowly standing, he embarked on the long journey towards the gate, each step a deliberate effort. The passage of time was marked by sweat-soaked determination, and the physical toll manifested in the way he held his knees, aching from the exertion. Ha! Aether exhaled audibly, the pain evident in his weary posture. "Oh, what are you doing here?" An armor-clad man, stationed as a guard near the gate, inquired with an amusing smile, noting Aether's disheveled appearance. I was asked to buy a few things," Aether replied, attempting to mask his exhaustion with a casual demeanor. "Buy? You?" The guard's amusement lingered, skeptical of Aether's explanation. "What? Is it wrong?" Aether retorted, his tone challenging. Instead of answering directly, the guard smiled and playfully suggested, "Should I ask the master to verify that?" "Go inside." Ahem. "I see around," Aether said, deciding it was prudent to retreat from the gate and any potential probing questions. "Looks like he really forgets everything," the guard observed. Watching Aether depart, then beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. "Hope they didn't know I was the one who hit his head." The guard trembled. He was the guy who struck Aether's head upon his escape from near death. If Velk knew he was the one responsible for Aether's memory, then. The guard's hand trembled in fear. While the guard was contemplating a change in his job, Aether strolled into the yard, his gaze fixed on the immense marbled mansion that towered before him. Its grandeur surpassed even the president's office he had seen on television. It was worth a try, he thought as he glanced back at the gate which was guarded by the armed guard. He looked up at the sky and his eyes lingered in the sky for a few minutes before sighing. "Looks like I really have to face reality," he mumbled, after a moment's reflection. His weeb side won in the ongoing internal struggle. There was no sun in the sky, and yet, the surroundings were bathed in an otherworldly illumination. That means, did I really ice skate? He wondered as a realization dawned on him. An amusing smile played on his lips as he contemplated the fantastical turn his life had taken. What's more, he didn't seem to be surprised or even had any kind of overreaction. I wonder, why? He pondered, surely anyone at least show some reaction outside, and yet, Aether maintained a calm nature. As if he didn't care. Well, I guess. Maybe I had been unconsciously thinking and yet I was stubborn to accept the reality. He thought with a doubtful gaze. Just as he continued his exploration of the yard, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Hey!" A cute voice snapped him out of his contemplation. Turning around, he saw a bluish-black-haired girl approaching him. "What?" Aether said, his tone unintentionally brusque. The girl frowned, clearly displeased with the lack of respect in his tone. Her captivating blue eyes held an undeniable charm, complemented by bluish-black hair subtly accented with shades of blue. She was dressed in a combination of a pristine white shirt and a stylish black skirt. "Ah, I saw this girl with that man. His daughter, right?" Aether thought, recalling a connection. "What happened to you?" she asked as she stood before him. "What do you mean?" Aether replied, feigning ignorance. Seeing her speaking to him, he wondered whether Aether and she had some weird relations. She squinted her eyes, then remarked, "I heard you had memory loss." Yes, Aether nodded, inwardly cursing the old man for spreading the news so quickly. Damn, that old man already spread the news. That's the reason. She mumbled something to herself before abruptly exclaiming, "Boom!" Puff! Aether suddenly felt a sharp impact on his stomach. He crumpled to the ground, groaning in pain. Damn it! Looking up, he shot an angry glare at the girl. The girl, seemingly unfazed by the scene, nodded before walking away. That shit. Aether cursed at the girl and slowly stood up, his hand clutching his aching stomach. Expecting the worst, he gingerly probed the area, half expecting to find a hole, but to his relief, there was none. Sighing in both pain and frustration, he fixed his gaze on the retreating figure of the girl who had assaulted him. Without a second thought, he ran towards her, each step resonating with determination. Step, step. Hearing the approaching footsteps, the girl turned in surprise as Aether closed the distance. Aether, despite having a sense of justice when it came to aiding women, was also a firm believer in gender equality. With a sudden burst of indignation, he exclaimed, "Take that!" and landed a retaliatory hit in the same spot where she had struck him. However, crack, crack, Aether hurriedly stifled his scream, gritting his teeth and swallowing the pain. his hands trembled from the impact, but he managed to control his emotions. The urge to scream was strong, but his pride prevented him from succumbing. Even though it had been shattered on numerous occasions, the girl, unfazed by the retaliation, simply patted her stomach and regarded Aether with a smiling face that caused his heart to skip a beat. "Bah dump. You are not the weak boy I know," she said, her words echoing with a mysterious understanding. And soon, thud, Aether collapsed to the ground, his body unable to withstand the accumulated strain. The wounds he had incurred were taking their toll, and he had pushed himself to the limit by running around and getting hurt again. Just as he loses consciousness, and it was then that a familiar sound resonated in his mind. Ding. Chapter 10, Slave. Eternal contract, / child, I kept my part of the contract. Now it's your turn to do that. Hazy and bloodied eyes strained to discern the person who uttered those words. Slowly, the eyes turned, surveying the silent aftermath of chaos. It seemed as if the nightmare was finally over, and the vision moved forward, navigating through a surreal landscape. The bodies of monsters lay lifeless on the ground, and the cries of humans were stifled, replaced only by an overwhelming fear that hung in the air like a heavy fog. Thank you, / ha ha ha. Aether jolted woke up from a weird nightmare, his face drenched in sweat, hands trembling in fear as if he had witnessed something unspeakably grotesque. The remnants of the dream lingered, casting an eerie shadow on his waking reality. What was that? He thought, clenching his head in pain, attempting to shake off the haunting images etched into his subconscious. After a few minutes, he finally calmed down, his breath steadying as he surveyed the surroundings. The room was more spacious than his cramped storage room. This time, instead of lying on the cold floor with a single paper sheet, he found himself on a soft bed, its comfort contrasting with the lingering unease from the dream. His hand instinctively reached out to touch the bed, and a sense of tiredness washed over his body, the kind that only comes after confronting a vivid nightmare. It's been ages since I last slept on a bed, he thought, the novelty of the soft mattress offering a momentary distraction from the unanswered questions that loomed over him. Yes, both before and after being abandoned by his parents, Aether never had the opportunity to rest in a bed. Initially, it was due to his parents' weirdness, and later, it was because he lacked the financial means to afford one. The luxury of sleeping in a bed was reserved for school days alone. Especially in the infirmary, his eyes gradually closed, surrendering to the pull of sleep as a small, involuntary smile erupted on his face. However, the tranquility was short-lived. You can leave. Hearing a stern voice, Aether immediately opened his eyes only to find a face uncomfortably near his own. Startled, he jerked backwards, locking eyes with a white-haired middle-aged man whose expression radiated annoyance and disgust. Where am I? Aether asked, his voice carrying a mix of confusion and defiance. The man turned to look at Aether with an even more exaggerated display of disgust and said, "It looks like you have really forgotten everything, TSK. He clicked his tongue and then, "Leave." The man repeated, his tone harsh, pushing Aether off the bed. Thud, ouch. Aether winced in pain. The white-haired man, unfazed by Aether's discomfort, efficiently replaced the bedsheet with a new one. The act dripping with indifference. Slowly standing up, Aether's body felt like it was truly in pain. He scanned the surroundings again with a clear mind. As he scanned the surroundings, the sterile atmosphere of the room revealed a tableau of white beds, medicines neatly arranged, and a collection of unfamiliar books scattered about. It looks like a clinic, he thought. Seeing Aether lingering around, the middle-aged man said with annoyance, "You have to leave, otherwise, I will be the one who gets punished. Leave now." Hearing that, Aether couldn't help but frown. Why is that? He questioned while searching for something he desired ever since he found himself in this enigmatic place. No, world, it looks like memory loss did alter someone's character. The man observed Aether's nonchalant demeanor, an indifference that getting on his nerves. With a sly smirk, he remarked, "I should not treat a slave." The words hung in the air, a deliberate attempt to elicit a reaction. To the man's dismay, Aether merely glanced at him, shrugging off the provocative term as if it held no weight. "Why did you treat me then?" Aether questioned, his gaze now fixed on the mirror. He stared blankly at his reflection. The white-haired man sighed, realizing his attempt to provoke Aether had fallen flat. Annoyance seeped into his tone as he conceded, "You should be grateful that young Miss brought you here." Young Mississippi, Aether frowned, his attention caught by the mention of a title. Yet, his eyes and thoughts were singularly focused. White hair, in front of him stood a teenage boy with striking white hair, dark blue eyes, and a slender frame that seemed fragile enough to be carried away by a gentle breeze. Pathetic. Then, Aether couldn't help but notice the uncanny resemblance, his mind racing to comprehend the odd familiarity. However, what truly rendered Aether speechless was, "He looks just like when I was in my teenage." Though except for the white hair, Aether mumbled to himself. Tap, tap, a touch on his shoulder jolted Aether out of his contemplation. He turned to face the man. "Leave." Recognizing the anger etched across the man's face, Aether nodded and began to make his way out, but before he could close the door completely, "Where was my room?" Aether inquired as he peeked at the white-haired man. "Go and ask other low-lives." The man retorted, his tone laced with frustration. The transformation in Aether's demeanor seemed to have irked him considerably. "Tsk, if he just stayed like a doll and punching bag like before, it would be fun, but now." The man's thoughts trailed off. He briskly took the bedsheet that Aether had used, and then, with a sudden and unexpected burst of power, so. Aether wandered through the area. Inquiring with other servants about the location of his room, despite their evident disgust when speaking to him, Aether brushed off their disdain, determined to gather the information he sought. Upon finally locating his room, he entered with a sense of weariness. Thud, system. Aether called out, anticipating the familiar response. That's the first thing he did. But there was no reply, no comforting ding sound to acknowledge his summons. Interface. Aether changed his words, hoping for any kind of acknowledgement. Silence, menu. Nothing, dashboard. No response, inventory. Still silence, profile. Not a single beep. Panel. The void echoed his calls. Sigh, did I just imagine that? Aether wondered aloud. Before fainting, he was certain he had heard a bell-ringing sound inside his head, signaling the presence of the system. Just as he was about to give up, a spark of inspiration struck him seeing the wooden door. He focused on a basic word, a term he hoped would reconnect him with the elusive system. Log. In. Ding, I got this. Shit. Aether's face met his palm as he stared at the see-through black screen suspended in the air. Request, logging in, affirmative. The virtual world seemed to come alive as Aether's consciousness connected with the ethereal interface. However, suddenly an odd sensation rippled through him. A subtle alteration in his body. / name, Aether, sex, male, race, human, level, 0, title, slave, eternal contract, attributes, strength, -1, agility, 0, intelligence, 3, magic affinity, 0, charm, 1, compatibility, 82%, affection points, 00002, 1000 affection points equals 1. Any attributes, / Even as Aether's inner weeb erupted in joyful cries, his mature side stoically embarked on the task of analyzing the newfound data. There is my only name, Aether, so what about Aether? Aether mumbled, a hint of disbelief coloring his voice. So am I truly Aether? But he did only call me Aether, though? Aether's forehead wrinkled with a frown as he pondered whether Velk just misspelled his name. Then, eternal contract. Aether's frown deepened. The concept of an eternal contract stirred uncertainty and discomfort within him. That means, no matter what, I will always remain a slave until death. Aether couldn't help but mumble in fear and anger. Moving on, what the heck was negative strength? Is that even possible? Veins pulsed on Aether's forehead as he grappled with the notion, his gaze instinctively falling upon his own slender limbs. Sigh, I really wonder how in the world I was able to survive until now, he thought, contemplating the apparent physical weakness. examining other attributes. Aether brushed aside concerns about intelligence with a nonchalant mutter. "Well, I think at least I have some points in that area," he said, a smug expression momentarily gracing his face. Compatibility. He wasn't sure what it even meant, like character compatibility or what. He thought, affections. Aether mused, deciphering the potential implications of this intriguing attribute. As for, "That's the fucking cheat." Aether's exclamation echoed in the room, his eyes gleaming with a mix of surprise and excitement. "That's the fucking cheat that literally is an OP hidden skill." Aether's dark blue eyes shone with newfound curiosity. He found himself fixated on the mysterious, to the exclusion of everything else. With a sense of curiosity burning within him, Aether attempted to touch the screen. Regardless of his efforts, his hands seemed to pass through it, and the panel remained unresponsive, displaying only Aether's data. "Hello, system?" Aether called out, his excitement evident in his tone. Even though he was on the verge of reaching age 30, a supposed perfect adult, Aether's heart retained its childlike wonder. Perhaps, he mused, everyone carried a bit of that innocence within them. "Hello, log in?" He tried differently this time once more, yet the silence persisted, devoid of any voice or scribbling on the panel. "Maybe mine doesn't have a soul," he pondered, his initial curiosity and anticipation waning. A tinge of sadness crept in as he realized the absence of any companions in this unknown world, compounded by the realization that he was, in essence, an eternal slave. That's what his system says. After a series of other weeb-like chants directed at the enigmatic black panel, Aether's curiosity gradually subsided. He once again felt aching in his body, prompting him to decide on taking a rest before delving into any other matters. As he lay on the white paper on the floor, Aether couldn't help but smile weakly. "My life never changes." Even though he worked his ass off to change in his past, he removed the sack-like dress and, in that vulnerable moment, something caught his attention. What's this? Chapter 11, My Name is Aether. Master, A/N. Some readers may be annoyed by the names Aether and Aether, switching, in the following chapters. But it is intentional and holds meaning. If you don't like it, feel free to read as Aether, no problem. Aether's eyes fixated on the peculiar ring hanging from his neck, a golden ring, resplendent yet dulled, cradled a muted purple stone. Delicate lines of subdued purple gracefully encircled the stone, adding a touch of refined allure. The ring was attached to a thread that was securely tied around his neck. Aether squinted, his inner weeb's curiosity piqued. Without hesitation, he slid the ring onto his finger. Aether waited, an air of anticipation enveloping him. Uncertain of what he expected, he patiently allowed time to unfold. After a few minutes, no reaction. He decided to transfer the ring to another finger, continuing to observe for any signs or changes, yet, nothing happened. Disappointed but undeterred, Aether repeated the process, wearing the ring on different fingers as if seeking some hidden. "Oh. Mighty Master, please help this poor child," Aether said with heavy embarrassment. "Waste," he declared with a hint of frustration, tossing the ring away. Ting, 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 the melodic clinking of the ring against the ground echoed briefly before it rolled back towards Aether, a resilient return to his side. Aether simply lay there. Nakedly. It wasn't due to a desire for nocturnal nudity, rather, he lacked any undergarments. This stark reality served as a sad reminder that he was a slave. An eternal slave, to be exact. His circumstances were intricately tied to a contract he barely understood. Sighing, he allowed himself to settle into the embrace of sleep. In moments, he succumbed to a deep slumber, a deep sleep, unaware of the passing time. Aether slept soundly like a log. The wounds and pains in his body gradually eased, the healing process taking hold. Wake up. Splash. Aether's senses jolted him awake with a sudden cry as an icy splash landed on his face. I am sorry, mother. I won't He instinctively began to apologize, his conditioned response from years past. However, his words trailed off as he saw a bluish black-haired boy standing in front of him, wielding water that floated above. Mother? The boy regarded Aether with a mix of confusion and disdain. After a disdainful scan of Aether's figure, he sneered, "Wear something, you filth. And come out." With that command, the boy left, leaving Aether to grapple with the abrupt wake-up call. Surveying his drenched body and the wet floor beneath him, Aether let out a resigned sigh. Reluctantly, he adorned himself with the same sack dress he had worn before, the rough fabric clinging uncomfortably to his wet skin. However, his eyes were drawn to the ring that had caught his attention earlier. Let's not throw it, it might hold some significance to this Aether, Aether contemplated, deciding to wear the ring around his neck. One might question why Aether didn't exhibit anger or frustration upon awakening. The truth was, he had grown accustomed to such treatment throughout his life. As he said before, whether in his tumultuous childhood or challenging adult life, his experiences were far from idyllic. Moreover, understanding his current status as a mere slave in this unfamiliar world, he saw no value in expressing anger. Adaptation had become second nature to him, a survival skill honed through the trials and tribulations life had thrown his way. Until some fuckhead took his life. Thud, emerging from the room, Aether calmly regarded the bluish-black-haired boy, who returned the gaze before proceeding ahead. Aether chose to remain silent, understanding that he likely had to follow the young master's lead or face consequences. As they walked, the bluish-black-haired boy scrutinized Aether's seemingly changed demeanor. Has he truly forgotten everything? He wondered before deciding to inquire, "What's your name?" What a pain. Aether couldn't help but think, feeling a sense of déjà vu as both the son and father posed the same question. Either. "What's your name?" The boy's sudden shout echoed through the corridor when Aether didn't respond immediately. "Because," Aether quickly covered his mouth, stifling an instinctive reaction. He glanced at the boy, finding him to be as dumb as his father. Observing the boy's frustration escalate, Aether promptly replied, "My name is Aether." "That's Master." "My name is Aether." Master, Aether reiterated, devoid of any discernible emotion. "Aether?" The boy frowned upon hearing his name, briefly contemplating a correction but ultimately deciding against it. Aether might have simply misunderstood his name, but he wasn't going to correct it. It wasn't his responsibility to rectify a slave's mistake. As the master, he could address Aether however he pleased. "What's my name?" Now this time, this was not really funny. Aether's lips twitched in clear annoyance, fully aware that the boy was toying with him. The continuous echo of the same question mirrored his father's earlier behavior, intensifying Aether's frustration and annoyance. Should I knock him out? Aether contemplated, clenching his fist as they walked. The bluish-black-haired boy led the way, seemingly oblivious to the mounting irritation behind him. Aether, driven by annoyance and anger, was on the verge of delivering a punch to the boy's neck when a sudden terror froze him in place. It felt as if a monstrous presence had fixated its gaze on Aether, a sensation that sent shivers down his spine. "Aether. What's my name?" The bluish-black-haired boy abruptly halted, turning back with a glare. It marked the second time Aether had ignored his command, an act tantamount to blatant disrespect toward his master. Failure to address this behavior could result in humiliation from the boy's friends, a consequence that he should avoid at any cost. But then, The boy frowned as he observed his slave, who was now gripping his neck and kneeling on the ground, visibly struggling. "Hey, what happened?" he inquired, concerned by the sudden change in Aether's demeanor. Aether offered no response, gripped by an overwhelming fear that seemed to paralyze him. It was a primal terror, as if an indescribable monster was watching him. His breaths became labored, and his entire being felt like it was disintegrating into particles. The burning sensation in his neck intensified. "Like an iron rod, Hey." The boy shouted again, frustrated by the lack of a coherent answer. Balancing numerous responsibilities, including classes and work, he couldn't afford to linger with his slave every time and help him around. As he prepared to pour water on Aether again, a white-haired old man in a butler dress intervened. "Young master, your classes are getting late. You have to go now, otherwise, young miss will complain again." "Please, I will deal with him," the white-haired old man urged. "Alfred." "Okay, I am leaving then, the bluish-black-haired boy responded. Startled initially but swiftly making his way to class upon Alfred's insistence. After the young master left, Alfred turned his attention to Aether, who still clung to his neck, panting heavily. You tried to hurt young master, didn't you? Alfred asked with a deadly tone. However, Aether remained trapped in the abyss he had just experienced, unable to snap out of it. TSK, Alfred clicked his tongue, then within a single second, he changed Aether's sack dress into something formal like a white shirt and black pants and proceeded to pull Aether by his leg. Thud, Aether's head hit the ground as he snapped out of it, looking at the old man who was pulling him. Hey, old man. What are you doing? Aether shouted, his voice echoing through the corridor. Oh. You snapped out of it. Good, Alfred mumbled, a hint of satisfaction in his tone, as he let go of Aether's leg. Aether, displaying a mix of confusion and irritation, immediately stood up, eyeing Alfred with weariness. He had been with some brat before, and now he was with an old man. What happened? And when did I even change my dress? He wondered, and was totally taken aback by the new dress and weird sensation he felt before. His mind trying to piece together the fragments of his recent experiences, Aether truly didn't know what happened to him. As if he was in the other dimension, stared by an unknown entity. Come with me, slave, Alfred instructed, his voice carrying an air of authority as he moved with a measured pace down the corridor. However, who are you? And who changed my dress? Aether questioned, his rebellious nature surfacing, as this was the first time he had seen an old man in a butler dress. Alfred didn't offer a direct response. Instead, he continued walking in silence. Seeing this, Aether shrugged and, displaying his characteristic defiance, turned in the opposite direction, momentarily resisting the authority around him. He truly had a rebellious nature. It was then, breaking the silence, that Alfred spoke again. A person who brought you here wants to meet you, brat. He might answer you everything. The words hung in the air, making Aether pause and think for a moment before deciding to reluctantly follow Alfred. Alfred led Aether towards the designated room, their footsteps echoing through the grand corridor. Standing near the gigantic white door with a weird design, Alfred raised his knuckles and delivered a firm, resonant, knock, knock. Master, I brought him, Alfred announced, his voice reverberating in the silence of the corridor. However, there was no immediate response. Still, Alfred, undeterred, turned the doorknob and swung open the grand door, revealing a room that elicited an involuntary "who?" from Aether's astonished lips. Chapter 12, Frozen World, ICE. That's the immediate impression one could gather about this place. A profound and eerie silence, thick as the ice that enveloped the surroundings, held sway over this surreal realm. It was a location purposefully designed to challenge and defy the very essence of warmth, as if nature itself had conspired to create a frozen sanctuary. The entire expanse, extending beyond mere walls, was sheathed in ice, its crystalline facets reflecting an otherworldly beauty. The ice, like an artist's meticulous creation, formed intricate patterns and sculptures that captivated the beholder's imagination. Instead of resembling a conventional room, it felt more like an intricate portal to an alternate dimension. A gateway to a world where frost held dominion, a frozen wonderland suspended in time. Awesome, a bone-chilling sensation pervaded the air, causing anyone present to involuntarily shudder in the face of temperatures that seemed to plummet into the realm of the impossible, as if dipped into a negative abyss. The very air itself felt crisp and sharp, every breath echoing with the frigid embrace of this glacial realm. In the heart of this frozen spectacle sat a solitary figure, almost an anomaly against the breathtaking backdrop of ice sculptures and frozen wonders. On closer inspection, the figure revealed itself to be an elderly man, his once vibrant blue hair now transformed into a pristine shade of white, a living testament to the inexorable passage of time etched upon his face. Aether, the newcomer to this world and the icy wonderland, found himself struck dumb with awe at the otherworldly scenery. So, this is truly a different world. He mused, his words a mere whisper in the vast silence, unable to contain the sense of marvel that the enchanting magic of this place invoked within him. With measured steps that echoed softly in the frozen expanse, Aether cautiously entered the icy domain. The crunch of his footsteps on the frost-covered ground echoed, Suddenly, as if stirred by the very presence of an outsider, the old man's eyes snapped open. A rush of fresh, icy air surged forth, causing the frozen landscape to respond with a symphony of sounds. Esho. Crack, crack, Aether flinched, a momentary shiver coursing through him. His inner weeb self momentarily screamed, "Great ancestor," or something along those lines. The sudden awakening of the old man, accompanied by the dramatic soundscape, stirred a wave of uncertainty within him, uncertain of the old man's identity but noting a resemblance to the boy he encountered earlier. Aether instinctively surmised a connection. He was on the verge of moving forward to see the old man clearly when an unexpected sound interrupted his thoughts. Tkkk. Aether's barefoot, mid-step, inexplicably adhered to the icy ground. An invisible force seemed to render him immobile, and his attempts to advance were met with a peculiar resistance. As though his skin might peel away if he dared to force the issue. Casting a quick, apprehensive glance at Alfred for support, Aether saw no acknowledgement. Alfred, seemingly unaffected, continued his purposeful stride toward the enigmatic old man. Focusing on the ground beneath Alfred, Aether noted with astonishment that Alfred's foot did not adhere to the frosty surface as his own did. Then, a soft, almost imperceptible sound, SSSSHSSSS, whispered through the air. The ice encasing Aether's foot yielded, melting away to reveal the unassuming brown floor beneath. This subtle transformation was a revelation, an unveiling of the illusion that cloaked their true surroundings. The room persisted, hidden behind the intricate frosty facade. Aether turned his gaze back to the old man, who wore a gentle smile and beckoned him with a subtle lift of his eyelids, with limited choices. No, he didn't even have any choice, Aether obliged, cautiously making his way forward. What's more, he didn't feel any chillness as compared to before. Alfred had already reached the side of the seated elder, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. Aether followed suit, observing a peculiar phenomenon. Every step he took caused the ice along his path to melt away as if an unseen force acknowledged his presence with magic. It was as if he were a great magician, effortlessly manipulating the elements. But he knew it was far from truth, seeing that old man, who helping him with these tricks. Still, Aether marveled at the extraordinary phenomenon, his amazement manifesting in a muttered exclamation. This is what I call fucking magic. For Aether, magic wasn't merely about raw power, it was about finesse, control, and presentation. His appreciation stemmed from the world of magic tricks he knew, where the illusionists skillfully deceived unsuspecting individuals, leaving them oblivious to the truth until the very end, trick them until the end. Aether silently mused. After standing in front of the old man, Aether felt the weight of the old man's scrutiny before the question came. Delivered with an icy voice that cut through the frozen air, "Who are you?" Aether's lips twitched. It wasn't really any more fun, you know. Keep asking the same questions again and again. The situation was growing less amusing, and he felt a familiar urge to respond in a similar manner as the previous encounters. However, worry? Aether frowned as he observed the worry etched on the old man's features. It was a puzzling sight, given Aether's familiarity with the intricacies of human nature. He could discern genuine concern from feigned emotions, yet the old man's worry seemed real. However, Aether couldn't dismiss the possibility. Aether contemplated, if this is indeed an act, then either the old man is a master thespian deserving of an Oscar award, or the complexities of this world far exceed my initial understanding. Composing himself, he replied, "I am Aether." The old man acknowledged Aether's response with a calm demeanor, though a subtle escaped his lips, then it was accompanied by a faint frown. Without missing a beat, he continued his probing, "Who am I?" Aether hesitated, grappling with the enigma presented to him. Eventually, he answered truthfully, "I don't know." Chapter 13, Mortimer Frostblade. "I don't know, The old man's frown deepened, and after a moment of contemplation, he inquired further, "Tell me, what do you remember?" "I don't remember anything," Aether responded with stark candor. Not even recollections of your old village or that person?" "No, I don't recall anything or anyone." "I see." The old man nodded thoughtfully, his expression shifting into contemplation. Meanwhile, Alfred, a silent observer of the unfolding drama, noted the old man's demeanor and couldn't help but contrast it with Aether's seemingly carefree attitude. It appears you've truly lost every bit of memory. I never thought someone could experience such profound amnesia from a mere fall down the stairs. The old man remarked, a touch of amusement playing on his lips. Aether frowned, uncertainty etched across his face. The old man's words puzzled him. Falling down the stairs? That was not an accurate depiction of the recent bizarre experience he went through. He hadn't merely stumbled on a flight of steps but had found himself submerged in a lake, awakening to the unsettling presence of a monstrous creature with iridescent wings, unlike anything he had ever encountered. Observing Aether's evident confusion, the old man adopted a gentle tone, inquiring, "Is something wrong, young man?" "No. Sir, I'm not certain about falling on the stairs, but when I woke up, I was in the water with some kind of colossal, rainbow-like monster that had wings." "You know," Aether explained, mimicking the motion of wings with his hands. He was unsure if the term seahorse resonated in this unfamiliar setting, but he decided to play safe. Upon hearing Aether's account, the old man's frown deepened, and he shifted his gaze to Alfred, the butler, who remained silent, avoiding eye contact. Noticing the exchange, the old man's lips twitched, and with a calm voice, he instructed, "You can leave." Alfred nodded without objection, his departure carried out with a composed demeanor. His silence and swift exit in response to the old man's order left Aether raising his eyebrows in surprise, left alone in the icy chamber. The old man regarded Aether with a warmth reminiscent of a grandfather's affection. "Anyhow, since you have forgotten everything, I will tell you my name again. My name is Mortimer Frostblade, the ancestor of the Frostblade Duke House, and your name is not Aether, it's Aether." "Well, that's what you told me when we met," Mortimer explained, his tone carrying both authority and a touch of familial warmth. "I see." "Hello, Mr. Mortimer Frostblade," Aether greeted, awkwardly waving his hands. Internally, however, his mind raced with realization. Ancestor. I am fucking right again, and what's more, I am in the fucking Duke House. Aether's liberal use of the word fucking wasn't indicative of a limited vocabulary or a lack of familiarity with other curses. Rather, it was a conscious choice, a deliberate attempt to adopt a delinquent persona. In his quest to transform into a certain image, Aether drew inspiration from other thugs, individuals who punctuated every sentence with that. That's the reason. Aether uses the word often, so never think he was a bad guy just because of his choice of words. He was really good delinquent except for occasional shoplifting. Well, he might change in the future. He. Mortimer chuckled, observing Aether's awkwardness. He must be feeling lonely and scared, he thought. However, he abruptly shifted to a more serious tone. "Anyhow, why don't you show me your log?" Aether flinched at those words. Panic gripping him. Does he know? How did he find out? Is he going to kill me? Should I run away? Or should I fight? Aether forcibly dismissed those thoughts. Anyone could discern Mortimer's formidable strength just by seeing his aura. This old man was really strong. I mean, he is really, very long, really stronger even Velk, Aether thought. Observing Aether's bewildered expression, Mortimer giggled and clarified, "Oh, right, you forget. Say log and you'll see some weird screen in front of you." Aether was taken aback and screamed inwardly, "Fuck. The old man really knows who I am. Is he going to check whether I have anything useful or kill me for possessing an OP skill and steal it?" Aether. Mortimer frowned, noticing Aether's visible hesitation. Understanding the apprehension, he gently asked, "Don't worry, it's not going to hurt you." Say log. Observing a frown forming on the old man's face, Aether sensed that any hesitation on his part could lead to instant death. Aether mumbled, "Log, whoo." Thud. A resounding thud accompanied Aether's scream of shock. As he tumbled to the floor, fear etched across his face. What was that?" he exclaimed, pointing nervously at the seemingly empty air. Ha. In response, Mortimer erupted into laughter, the sound echoing through the room. It had been years since he had laughed so boisterously. His aged face creasing with joy. sigh, Aether sighed inwardly, contemplating, maybe I should have tried some acting before I died. Grateful for successfully deceiving the old man, he pondered the unexpected turn of events. Once Mortimer regained composure, he inquired, "You see a black transparent screen, right?" "Why yes," Aether nodded with a touch of fear, perplexed by how the old man seemed privy to these details. His musings were abruptly cut off as Mortimer pressed on, "Push at the right lower corner and call my name." Aether gulped, silently pleading with the system for assistance. "Hey, system. Please help me. If you don't obscure and modify the information, this kindly smiling NPC old man might transform into a formidable final boss villain," as he screamed. To his dismay, the display stubbornly remained unaltered. "Fuck it," Aether thought, attempting to push the corner while maintaining the same fear-stricken expression. Mortimer Frostblade. Instantaneously, the black transparent screen vanished from Aether's view and materialized before Mortimer. The old man perused the information, and his eyes widened in horror. He shot a piercing glare at Aether, releasing intense pressure. "SSSH, fuck again." Aether screamed, the oppressive weight of Mortimer's gaze bearing down on him. The gravity of the situation intensified, leaving Aether in a state of panic and almost saw his death. Chapter 14, Aether or Aether, / name Aether. Sex, male, race, human, level, 0, title, eternal servant, master, Kai Frostblade, attributes, strength, -1, agility, 0, intelligence, 1, magic affinity, 0, / eternal. Kai. Mortimer Frostblade mumbled inwardly as anger swelled within him. It was his first seeing with the term, eternal servant, and to his astonishment, his own grandson was the master. Unconsciously, Mortimer's power leaked out, weaving an oppressive atmosphere that seemed to tighten the air around him. "R." A pained voice snapped him out of his contemplation, and he turned swiftly to witness the young boy struggling to stand, his face growing visibly pale, recognizing the unintended consequences of his formidable power. Mortimer hastily retracted it. Crack, crack, the audible release of joints echoed as Mortimer rose from his prolonged seated position, a physical manifestation of the time he had spent immersed in this icy world. "Why, young man, I am truly sorry." Mortimer conveyed his apologies, a reassuring hand patting Aether's back with genuine concern. Aether, though initially tempted to voice his frustration, observed the genuine worry and sincerity in Mortimer's expression. "Fuck it," he thought, opting for patience over confrontation, a choice fueled by the understanding that confronting an elder wielding mysterious magical powers was not the wisest course of action. After a few moments of heavy breathing, Aether's weakened body began to feel the first hints of relief. "Please, forgive me, Aether." Mortimer apologized again, his age momentarily forgotten in the sincerity of the moment. He emphasized the importance of Aether over any personal pride. "A wonderful character that Aether never met before." It's fine, Mr. Mortimer." Aether replied with a forced smile, his words a diplomatic response to the situation. Internally, however, he couldn't suppress the thought, "Fuck. It's definitely not fine. My body is really weak. I despise it when people casually apologize after causing shitty trouble." Yet, recognizing the complexity of the situation, he chose to swallow those thoughts. Unable to express his true feelings to someone wielding mysterious magical powers and kill him without any second thoughts, Aether suppressed his frustration. In truth, after examining Aether's log, Mortimer recognized the deep pain he was in. Witnessing Aether's lack of resentment towards him, Mortimer couldn't help but feel a tremor in his wrinkled lips, acknowledging Aether's resilience. "Here, sit," Mortimer urged, waving his hand as an ice chair materialized. Aether hesitated at first, eyeing the ice chair warily. However, Mortimer's encouraging gesture prompted him to comply. To his surprise, as he settled into the frosty seat, there was no chilling sensation. It was as if he were sitting on a regular wooden chair. "Magic, I am sore." "It's okay, Mr. Mortimer. I am really fine," Aether interjected, feeling awkward about the repeated apologies from the elderly man. despite Mortimer's imposing presence, Aether couldn't shake the feeling that the old man's demeanor towards him could be used to his advantage. So, what happened? Aether deftly redirected the conversation, steering it away from apologies and toward a different course. His advantage, oh? It's nothing, Mortimer responded, waving his fingers dismissively. I was just taken aback by the unexpected dip in your strength. As Aether contemplated Mortimer's words, he couldn't help but wonder, is it really nothing, or is there more to this? However, instead of delving deeper into the matter, he strategically shifted the focus toward his own curiosity. So, about that black transparent thing? Aether asked, his eyes shimmering with genuine intrigue. The shift in the topic was calculated, a strategy to unearth the information he sought. Observing Aether's animated curiosity, Mortimer sighed inwardly, silently musing, I suppose he's still a naive child. Before embarking on an explanation, that's what we call arcane energy, an energy that is born along with every life in this world. Arcane energy? But you called it some log? Aether feigned a frown, probing for more details. Mortimer simply smiled and continued, it's a type of energy that reveals the living being's life profile, including their birth name, status, attributes. It stores their data until their death, and everyone receives this from the moment of their birth. Aether nodded outwardly, attempting to maintain the appearance of understanding. Internally, however, he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. So, everyone has this. Shit, he thought with a twinge of letdown, but a lingering question persisted, what about my name? Aether wondered, deciding to inquire further, so, what did it show about me? Aether asked, his curiosity now fully engaged. If Mortimer had indeed seen everything, he would have noted the difference in names, observing Aether's childlike enthusiasm. The old man couldn't help but chuckle before responding, why don't you look at yourself first? While I explain. The familiar black transparent panel appeared again before Aether, this time revealing. / name, Aether, sex, male, race, human, level, 0, title, slave, eternal contract, attributes, strength, -1, agility, 0, intelligence, 3, magic affinity, 0, charm, 1, compatibility, 82%, affection points, 00002, 1000 affection points equals 1 any attributes, / Aether's eyebrows twitched as he processed the information presented on the transparent panel, that's fucking same. He thought, see, your name is Aether. Mortimer said, what? Aether was taken aback, his confusion evident. Mortimer tilted his head, seemingly oblivious to Aether's confusion, why you can see it right? Aether questioned, his gaze doubtful. Internally, he added, are you sure you can read it? Or have your eyes gone dull? It felt somewhat cowardly to entertain such thoughts, but Mortimer was the only one who had shown any care for him at the moment, and Aether hesitated to be rude to someone who exhibited concern. Yes, once you gave permission to me, I can also see that temporarily, that is. Mortimer explained, the wrinkles on his face shifting with a warm smile. Aether nodded with a slight frown, still processing the revelation before asking, so, my name is Aether? Yes, what else then? Aether inquired, choosing to remain silent about his suspicions. If my guess is true then, he mumbled inwardly. Mortimer continued his explanation, detailing each aspect of the displayed information. Chapter 15, Cursed, sex means whether you are male or female. I mean boy or girl, he began, emphasizing the binary distinction inherent in the system. Aether nodded, appreciating the clarity of the explanation. Am I joking to you? He thought, attributes describe the individual's talent and power. Mortimer elaborated further, delving into the essence of what made each person unique. Strength shows how strong they are, he explained, gesturing towards the -1 displayed under Aether's profile. Agility, on the other hand, measures how fast they move and react. Aether absorbed the information, thinking about how these attributes reflected his own abilities. Is he for fucking real? He could only think while he did his best to pretend to be shocked and curious, I should have at least given it a shot in acting before. He regrets, intelligence shows how knowledgeable they are about magic and how deep their understanding of the arcane is. Mortimer continued, his voice carrying a weight of significance. What is arcane? Aether pondered the implications of the three listed in his profile, realizing the value placed on magical prowess. Magic affinity determines a person's ability to use which tier level of spells and as well as their different kinds of elements, Mortimer added, indicating the importance of this attribute in wielding magical capabilities. 0. Aether wondering about the implications of his apparent lack of affinity. By covering everything, levels will be given to you and each person has a different calculation that is done by the arcanes themselves, Mortimer emphasized, linking the various attributes to the overarching concept of levels, at least some usefulness. Aether nodded, understanding that the numerical representation encapsulated the totality of an individual's abilities. Then, title, Mortimer sighed, his voice carrying a tinge of sadness. It describes one's status in their current life. Think of this log as an ID card. Mortimer concluded, bringing the analogy full circle. No one could cheat this or even interrupt it or change anything, because this goes against the arcane laws, the very nature of this world. That's all? Aether asked, skepticism evident in his gaze. Yes, Mortimer nodded, confirming the completeness of the information shared. A smirk played on Aether's lips as he inwardly noted, so, he cannot see what my true profile looks like. Ah. It was a realization that offered him a measure of comfort, realizing that his facade remained intact in the eyes of the old man. However, his curiosity lingered, prompting him to inquire further. What does my title say? Aether adopted an innocent expression, concealing the uneasiness that began to creep over him. Shouldn't the fake profile also be visible to me? How am I supposed to tell someone if they question me by seeing my profile? He pondered internally. Mortimer hesitated, grappling with a degree of uncertainty. That's also what I wanted to know, he thought. You are currently a working servant here. Mortimer finally disclosed, his words carrying a hint of reluctance. I see. Aether nodded, attempting to convey an air of understanding. However, the lingering hesitation in Mortimer's expression left him unsure of whether the old man was telling the truth or withholding certain details. Servant? That's fucking slave. He screamed inwardly. See, can you show me yours? Aether asked, wearing an innocent expression that concealed his ulterior motive. Aether didn't want to miss the opportunity to unravel the mysteries of others' systems or whatever they called. He needed to understand what others possessed in terms of abilities and information. Mortimer stared at Aether, the innocence in the young man's request stirring a paternal warmth within him. He felt a sense of kinship, almost like a grandparent indulging a curious grandchild. Fine, but it's a secret. You should not tell anyone about this, okay? Mortimer cautioned. Okay. Aether responded, his face lighting up with happiness and sparkling curiosity. Fuck. Acting like a teenage boy. Is really Anno. Actually, it's exciting to act like a teenage boy, haha, he. Mortimer chuckled, delighted by Aether's eager eyes. He couldn't help but feel as if he had gained another grandson or something of the sort. Mortimer proceeded to demonstrate, uttering the command, log, and tapping the air while saying, Aether. Aether was somewhat anxious about the outcome since his name was Aether, not Ether. Thankfully, a black transparent screen materialized before Mortimer. Fronovel.com, sighing, Mortimer gazed at the screen, and Aether's eyes widened in shock as he processed the information before him. / Name, Mortimer Frostblade, sex, male, race, human, level, 99, cursed. Title, the powerful warrior in Aquaris Naiadae Empire, ancestor of Frostblade Duke House, father of Velk Frostblade, savior of a million people, master of arcane energy, master of arcane card, intermediate level in ancient language, the glimpse of the truth, the one and only thief, and cursed by arcane energy. Attributes, strength, 999/1000, cursed, agility, 999/1000, cursed, intelligence, 999/1000, cursed, magic affinity, 999/1000, cursed, / holy fuck. This old man is maxed out. Aether screamed inwardly, grappling with the revelation of Mortimer's overwhelmingly powerful profile. Seeing Aether's shocked expression, Mortimer couldn't help but smirk like an old man proud of himself. But then, Aether's inquiry followed, "What's with that thief? And why are you cursed?" Aether asked with a frown, speculating on the possibility that Mortimer might be staying in isolation due to the curse. Mortimer hesitated visibly before responding, "It's because of something I did when I was young. You know, being young and all, playing around." Ahaha. Aether chuckled inwardly, forming his own playful assumptions about the old man's past, suspecting he might have engaged in some mischievous or indecent activities to warrant a curse. "So, the reason you are yes, because of the curse, I can't use my powers fully, and sometimes my energy is even going out of control. So that's why I isolated myself," Mortimer explained with a heavy sigh, revealing the burden the curse placed on him. "I see." Aether nodded, absorbing the details of Mortimer's powerful existence being cursed. "But you have lots of titles." Aether muttered as the system/log disappeared. "If you do many things like me, you might get those," Mortimer suggested, hinting at the vast array of titles he had accumulated over the years. However, before the conversation could delve deeper into the intricacies of Mortimer's titles, the old man's powers started to fluctuate. He was about to ask Aether to exit the room when, "You said something about my village and a person, right?" Aether inquired, redirecting the conversation to the unresolved aspects of his own. "No, Aether's past." Chapter 16, ALFRED. Aether made his way back to his room, obediently following Mortimer's advice to rest for a week before resuming work. Mortimer had emphasized the importance of allowing Aether to fully recover, recognizing that forcing him to work in his weakened and injured state would hinder rather than enhance productivity. Reassured by Mortimer's commitment to undisturbed recovery, Aether headed to his room. As he walked, thoughts about Mortimer's earlier explanation regarding his past lingered in his mind. Mortimer had mentioned purchasing Aether from the slave marker for his grandson's new butler. From what Mortimer gathered from slave traders was, originally a village boy. Aether's village had been destroyed by bandits. Mortimer, curious about Aether's history, had even visited the village, finding it devoid of any signs of life. The identity of that person, whom Aether cherished and mentioned to Mortimer, remained a mystery, as Aether had not shared any more details, only expressing deep affection. "There's something bugging me, though," Aether contemplated, his mind dwelling on the unresolved aspects of Aether's past. While he wasn't particularly interested in Aether's previous life, he harbored a cautious curiosity, wanting to confirm whether Aether might be someone of significance, perhaps a child abandoned by a prominent family for various reasons. "You know, it was like a big revelation. My mind is getting easily corrupted again," Aether sighed internally, pressing his forehead lightly as if to shake off distracting thoughts. Despite the multitude of questions lingering in his mind, Aether reluctantly left Mortimer's icy room. He yearned to inquire more about arcane, strength, titles, and, most importantly, the method to break the slave or servant contract. However, Mortimer had mentioned that his powers were fluctuating, prompting Aether to exit. Even though Mortimer was brought him, Aether wanted to repay the money and find his freedom in this new world. As he walked, Aether noticed the gazes of others who, previously indifferent, now regarded him with bow-shaped expressions of surprise. Sure, dress changes people's perspective. Aether mused inwardly, acknowledging the impact of his altered appearance on how others perceived him. As soon as Aether exited the room, the atmosphere inside the icy chamber became charged with tension. Mortimer's piercing gaze bore into Alfred, who remained subjugated by the weight of his master's displeasure. "Alfred, what is the meaning of this? How dare you enslave Aether?" Mortimer's voice thundered through the frozen space, each word cracking the surrounding ice as if the very elements themselves recoiled from the anger. Crack, crack, the resounding crack of breaking ice resonated with the escalating pressure as Alfred found himself pressed further into submission. Mortimer, fueled by righteous fury, showed no signs of relenting as he demanded an explanation. "You were there, right? When everyone enslaved Aether, why did you allow this?" Alfred maintained a stoic silence, bearing the brunt of Mortimer's unyielding scrutiny. Do you know this or not? Mortimer's relentless questioning continued, the pressure intensifying with each passing moment. Answer me. Crack, crack. Why yes, master. The oppressive pressure seemed to reach its zenith, causing the very ice beneath them to splinter in response. Yet, Mortimer pressed on, his voice cutting through the frosty air. Then why did you allow this? Alfred. Don't make me repeat again. I am sorry, master. But you only allowed me to guide Master Velk and don't meddle in his actions. Hearing that, a conflicted expression flickered across Mortimer's face, his anger warring with the understanding of his own instructions. With a visible effort to control his emotions, Mortimer gradually eased the pressure on Alfred, allowing him to rise. Alfred immediately stood up, a trickle of blood on his lips. But instead of tending to his wound, he went to Mortimer, who, panting heavily as if he had run a marathon at the age of 100, Alfred fetched some medicine, offering it to him. Mortimer's gaze softened slightly as he accepted the medicine, revealing a nuanced relationship between the two, a master and his loyal servant bound by years of shared experiences and responsibilities. After a moment of calmness, Mortimer, with a voice that now held a hint of weariness, asked, You could have at least informed me about this, Alfred? I am sorry, master, but Master Velk insisted that I should not inform you. So now he has become more important to you than me? No, master. I am just faithfully serving the head of the Frostblade as you've taught me, Alfred affirmed, his tone unwavering and respectful. Sigh, seriously, man, I sometimes doubt where this loyalty is coming from. Haha. Mortimer chuckled, a complex blend of amusement and fatigue evident in his laughter. The depth of Alfred's loyalty, while appreciated, seemed to puzzle Mortimer at times. Alfred, in turn, offered a reassuring smile, recognizing the intricate emotions playing across his master's face. Witnessing Mortimer finally easing into a more relaxed state, Alfred felt a subtle sense of relief. So? Mortimer suddenly questioned, his gaze intense and demanding an answer. Master Velk emphasized that he wants to ensure the boy doesn't become a threat to our cause, Alfred explained with a serious face, delving into the details of Velk's concerns. Sigh, how can an egoless and emotionless person even pose a threat to us? Mortimer growled in frustration, his irritation evident. The Aether Mortimer knew was a stark contrast, appearing as if he were a mere shell without feelings or emotions. Aether behaved like a robot, obediently following orders without questioning, even neglecting basic needs unless instructed otherwise. He seems to have lost not only his ego but also his emotions. Even when hungry, he only eats when told, otherwise, he would just starve. He did now, Master Alfred added, hinting at the unforeseen developments in Aether's behavior that had caught Velk's attention. Mortimer's lips twitched, and he responded with a touch of sarcasm, That's because of all your mistakes. Alfred acknowledged his own role in the situation with a nod, understanding that mistakes had been made. Well, I cannot say wrong about that. Alfred thought. Chapter 17, An Eternal Slave Shall. Mortimer's lips twitched, and he responded with a touch of sarcasm, That's because of all your mistakes. Alfred acknowledged his own role in the situation with a nod, understanding that mistakes had been made. Well, I cannot say wrong about that. Alfred thought. Anyhow, I want you to change that con. Before Mortimer could finish his sentence, Alfred interjected. Master Velk insisted that, under no circumstances, will he release the boy. A dangerous glint passed through Mortimer's eyes as he asked, Not even for me? Yes, master, Alfred nodded, unwavering in his commitment to Velk's directive. Brat. Mortimer gritted his teeth in frustration, a mix of anger and helplessness in his expression. Master, may I inquire about something? Alfred asked, sensing the need for clarity on a matter that had been bothering him. Snapping out of his anger, Mortimer motioned his hand for Alfred to continue. I didn't expect you to be so concerned about a boy brought here. Alfred asked with curiosity, his usual stoic demeanor revealing a hint of surprise. He had never seen his master become angry over a boy before. Moreover, Mortimer had even beaten the boy once for being foolish and failing to follow his orders correctly. Upon hearing this, Mortimer, whose face had previously shown only anger and calmness, suddenly twisted into an uncanny smile. With an eerie expression, he stated. Even if the golden goose stops laying eggs, we must be careful not to let it know we were only after its eggs. Confused, Alfred frowned and asked, but it no longer lays eggs, right? Suddenly, a sinister laughter erupted from Mortimer, echoing in the icy room. Each chuckle sent an involuntary shiver down Alfred's spine. I guess, even if a lion is caged. A lion is still the lion, Alfred thought with a weak smile, acknowledging the unyielding nature of his master. After a moment of laughter, Mortimer fixed a cunning smile on Alfred and uttered, "Once a golden goose. It will always be." Alfred trembled in fear, the weight of Mortimer's words settling heavily on his shoulders. Mortimer added, "Even if it doesn't lay eggs now. We cannot be sure what the future holds. That's precisely why I brought him here instead of burying him in that backward village." Alfred only nodded his head, a silent witness to the enigmatic choices made by his master. "Alfred, the world is a vast landscape filled with both perilous dangers and enticing opportunities. Those who grasp these opportunities are the ones capable of soaring to great heights, while others must resign themselves to crawling before the rest, and I refuse to be among those who grovel. It doesn't matter what you guys are doing to him, but as long as he is alive, we will have many opportunities. However." Mortimer's eyes turned sharp with a hint of killing intent as he continued, "Pairing my grandson with that filthy pig is utterly disgusting. Furthermore, you guys haven't formed a normal master-servant contract. Instead, it's an eternal slave contract. Do you understand what that means?" "Yes, master," Alfred replied, bowing his head respectfully. "Then enlighten me." Mortimer demanded. Alfred nodded solemnly and began listing the terms of the eternal slave contract. "An eternal slave shall not harm its master, an eternal slave shall not oppose its master, an eternal slave shall not betray its master, an eternal slave shall not ignore its master's orders, an eternal slave shall not harbor resentment towards its master. An eternal slave shall not question the decisions or actions of its master, even if they seem unjust, an eternal slave shall not express desires or ambitions that contradict the will of its master. Once an eternal slave, they remain as such until the end, and if anything happens to the eternal slave, then it would directly affect the master's life." Boom! Mortimer's furious stomp echoed through the icy ground. The sheer force of his anger reverberated in the icy chamber, causing ice particles to scatter in all directions. Freebubble.com. If his foolish son were present, Mortimer would have already subjected him to severe punishment. This was the true reason Mortimer displayed anger in front of Aether while acting benevolently before him. If anything were to happen to Aether, Mortimer wasn't certain about the exact consequences of directly affecting the master's life, but he knew it would undoubtedly jeopardize the well-being of his grandson. As the ice particles settled around him, Alfred knew the gravity of the contract and Mortimer's fiercely protective instincts toward his grandson. Why didn't my son form a contract with him, then? Surely, he knows that if anything happens to the slave, his son's life is on the line, right? Mortimer questioned. He simply wanted a meat shield for his son and daughter, Alfred explained. Mortimer's lips twitched with frustration. He felt the urge to confront his son and deliver a punch to his face. "Alfred, tell my son that if anything happens to my grandson because of that slave, I will kill him and ask my daughter, his sister, to be head of the household." Mortimer's voice reverberated with a chilling promise. "I will kill him." Velk suddenly felt a chilling atmosphere and involuntarily stuttered in fear. As if he sensed his own demise. "Yes, master," Alfred responded with a respectful nod, acknowledging Mortimer's command. Deciding it was time to take his leave, however, and note that I mentioned him as a butler for Kai since you guys messed up, so it's up to you whether your son becomes my grandson's butler or not, Mortimer added, a sly smirk playing on his lips. A visible surge of killing intent emanated from Alfred, growling, "I will make sure that bastard knows his place," he muttered inwardly, just as he was about to leave once more, "and make sure not to bring that slave here again. It's kind of annoying to see his face," Mortimer instructed as he settled down, preparing for his meditation to control his inner energy. "Yes, master," Alfred chuckled, observing Mortimer's annoyed expression. He, too, found Aether's presence irritating, although he couldn't pinpoint the exact reason for his discomfort. Meanwhile, Aether was scrutinizing the affection points displayed, puzzled about who could be responsible for the 2 points he had accrued. Chapter 18, Survival Rate. Hey, speak with me. Hey. Hey. This fucking shit. Aether shouted in frustration, his voice echoing in the storage room. The eerie silence persisted, amplifying his growing annoyance. He had been yelling, hoping for his system to respond, desperate for answers to the multitude of questions swirling in his mind. Upon scrutinizing his profile, which seemed genuine to him but camouflaged with falsehoods to others, he wanted to know whether the system was alive or not. He was fucking eager to engage in a conversation with the silent system. After waiting for a few more agonizing minutes, frustration welled up within him. Veins popped on his forehead as he called out once again. Log in. But, to his dismay, nothing appeared. He frowned and repeated himself with increased intensity, log in. The persistent silence began to wear on his nerves. After a moment of contemplation, he hesitantly called out, L-log. Ding! Upon hearing that distinctive sound, Aether's eyes lit up with a glimmer of relief. He just thought his system got angry and left him. Anyhow, Aether contemplated, when I called it the first time, it was login, but not just log. What is happening? Come to think of it, Aether mumbled, his mind working through the puzzle. That old man also said log, right? Instead of log in, does that mean because I am the first time logging into the character called Aether? His mind raced through the possibilities, but soon he shrugged. It's not worth thinking too much. Hello, log, speak to me. Aether pleaded, his tone a mix of frustration and desperation. Yet, the system remained silent, refusing to unveil the mystery surrounding his identity. He wanted to know what the fuck was happening to him. He was desperate to understand the fucking changes happening to him. Who was he, Aether or Aether? The answer remained unknown. To him, he was Aether, while for others he was Aether. Moreover, both Aether and Aether had similar facial expressions and body structures, except for the hair color, which was deep black for Aether while dull white for Aether. That's the only thing that made them different. He yearned to ask the system or log whatever that shit was that brought him here, but there was no response. No, he was uncertain about whether the log had a soul or not. He pondered if his previous pleas were merely answered through camouflage, hence raising doubts about something residing inside the log. Right? Sighing, he decided to calm down and once again scanned his log, seeking any clues or information about his predicament. / name, Aether, sex, male, race, human, level, 0, title, slave, eternal contract, attributes, strength, -1, agility, 0, intelligence, 3, magic affinity, 0, charm, 1, compatibility, 82%, affection points, 00002, 1000 affection points equals 1. Any attributes, / so, you won't answer? Aether gazed at the screen with a skeptical look. Wondering if there was more to the log than met the eye, the silent screen seemed to hold secrets, leaving him to contemplate whatever the shit he wants. An exasperated sigh escaped Aether's lips, as his gaze shifted to the mysterious affection points. 2. Aether questioned as he tried to tap the affection points, but the screen remained unresponsive, offering no explanation. Frustration continued to build up within him, an emotional storm brewing. Come on. Just give an explanation about affection points. Aether shouted, the echoes of his voice absorbed by the wooden walls. Despite having some basic ideas, uncertainty lingered, and the lack of response intensified his irritation. He couldn't be sure that affection represents real affection from others unless he got an explanation. His frustration remained unanswered, and the screen stubbornly stayed the same. Sighing again, he reluctantly calmed down and decided to inquire about potential tasks or missions, just like the novels he read. Do I have tasks or missions, something like that? Aether asked, the air in the room heavy with anticipation. I hope not, he thought. However, to his dismay, as soon as those words left his mouth, a series of mysterious sounds echoed. Ding, request, mission, ding, affirmative. An alarming sound filled the room, breaking the silence. The profile changed for the first time. Revealing, / mission, survive until the beginning, survival rate, 0.0001%, / Aether's body trembled as he felt a rush of emotions. His eyes shot a bloodshot glare at the log, frustration and confusion evident in his expression. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? His tone conveyed a mix of anger and frustration, echoing in the storage room. However, his questions were met with the same silence that lingered in the air. Frustration reached a boiling point, and he let out an exasperated sigh. What else he could do other than get angry and then immediately calm down? He clenched his fists, feeling a slight headache, and his alone surroundings seemed to intensify the pressure within him. Fuck, this useless system. Did the mission only appear because he asked? What was it supposed to mean? Did it imply that if he hadn't asked, it would never have shown up? As questions continued to pile up, Aether found himself engulfed in deep frustration. Deep inhale, feeling the intense pressure, he took a sudden, deep breath, hoping to release the pent-up frustration. Deep exhale, exhaling slowly, he sought to calm the storm within. The alone atmosphere of the room seemed to respond, gradually settling into an eerie stillness. Alone, as Aether regained his composure, he turned his attention back to the system profile, which had returned to its normal state but now featured additional data. / name, Aether, sex, male, race, human, level, 0, title, slave, eternal contract, attributes, strength, -1, agility, 0, intelligence, 3, magic affinity, 0, charm, 1, compatibility, 82%, survival rate equals 0.0001%, affection points, 0.0002, 1000 affection points equals 1 any attributes, / TSK, whatever. Aether surged, a sense of frustration enveloping him as he comprehended the sheer inadequacy of his system. A total SHIT, however, his attention was swiftly redirected towards the survival rate. He knew he somehow going to fucked up. The ominous mission objective, survive until the beginning, left him perplexed. What beginning was it referring to? The past or some future shit? Which beginning? Now? Or when my life fucked up again? He pondered, grappling with the uncertainty that shrouded his mission. Regardless, before everything, Aether felt a pressing need to address something crucial. Let's fuck this body. Determination rang in his shout as he positioned himself on the floor. With his hand supporting his upper body, he began a slow descent, counting down with unwavering resolve. Thud, ouch. Fuck. Before he could complete the countdown, his hands betrayed him, trembling uncontrollably and causing him to collapse on the floor, his face taking the brunt of the impact. That was really painful. Teary-eyed, Aether rubbed his nose. Feeling the warmth of blood seeping out, Aether then glanced at his trembling hands, resembling the vibrations of a phone on silent mode. A true annoyance. He couldn't move his hands, every movement felt precarious as if his hands might shatter at any moment. The simple act of folding his fingers seemed like an immense task, emphasizing the fragility of his weakened body. Fuck this body. Aether muttered in pain, a final realization settling in. The -1 in his attributes represented not just a numerical value, but the stark reality of inhabiting a body that demanded extensive care and nutrients to function properly. The consequences of that negative strength attribute were becoming painfully apparent to his mental health. He at least wanted his body to regain the robust structure of his previous life, capable of effortlessly doing 1,000 push-ups. The mere contemplation of going from 0 to 1 sent tremors through his feeble form, and the prospect of reaching 1,000 seemed almost unthinkable. It sent a shiver down his spine. What should I do now? Aether pondered, his eyes shifting to the affection points. If I can at least bring my strength to 0. Then I can resume my usual training, he mused, seeing the potential of the affection points. Okay, let's test it out. Determined, he left the room, preparing to explore the possibilities and limitations of his shit system. Hello, miss? You look beautiful. Well, do you need any help? I am sorry, Aether said as he avoided disdained-looking eyes. The maid hurriedly left, wearing a disgusted expression. Aether observed the woman, his chosen testing subject, who maintained a stoic silence throughout the attempted conversation. she could have at least said something to me. Aether pondered why no one seemed willing to engage in dialogue. He had been monologues everywhere. She wasn't his first testing subject, he had approached several others, and their responses mirrored hers. They completely ignored his words. Should I try with that old man? Aether considered the idea but quickly dismissed it. The old man seemed immensely powerful, and a single misstep could cost Aether's shitey life. In truth, he even attempted to interact with other men to see if there were any points to be earned. If there were, it didn't matter anymore, as he would ignore his shit system. He would solely rely on himself. Fortunately, or unfortunately, they too remained unresponsive. Aether was relieved, yet at the same time, annoyed, as he grappled with the uncertainty of his next move. If only that fucking system told me everything. Aether growled in anger, cursing the log. Hello, miss? What's your sweet name? He tried every approach he had seen in dramas and anime, but the servant women looked at him with disdain. Having suffered enough humiliation, his stomach, which hadn't been fed since yesterday, finally growled in hunger. Right. I haven't eaten since yesterday, Aether thought, feeling the rumble of hunger in his stomach as he set out to find the kitchen. After a prolonged search through the expansive estate, he eventually located the kitchen, but, you aren't allowed inside. A guard, dressed similarly to the one stationed at the entrance gate, firmly blocked his way with a stern expression. Why? Aether inquired, genuinely puzzled by the seemingly arbitrary restriction. Your food has already been delivered to your room, the guard replied, maintaining a serious and unwavering tone as if following strict protocol. It's fine. I already came, so slinning, the guard unsheathed his long silver sword and pointed it toward Aether, a clear and authoritative signal that any intrusion was not to be tolerated. Okay. Aether raised his hands in surrender, understanding that persistence would not be well received. Aether stared at the guard for a moment, reluctantly accepting the situation before leaving the kitchen. Snort, the guard simply snorted and resumed his vigilant position. The need for a guard in the kitchen wasn't so much about preventing theft or hiding something, rather, it was a precaution for the safety of the master of the household and his family, even though the staff was loyal. Still, there was always a 1% chance that something might happen. Velk, the master of the household, placed a loyal guard under him to protect the kitchen. As a duke, Velk had enemies, and there were various odorless poisons available in the black market, which justified the precaution, regardless of whether Aether was aware or not. However, there was a pair of eyes following Aether without him knowing. Arriving at his room, Aether frowned at the absence of food. He searched around, but there was none. Did he just lie to me? His thoughts were interrupted by a haughty voice. Looks like that cockroach is still kicking around. Chapter 19, Cockroach. Looks like that cockroach is still kicking around. Aether's body flinched at the sound of the voice, and he turned around to see a newcomer entering his so-called room. The teenager had jet black hair, accompanied by deep, dark eyes, and his somewhat handsome face was adorned with a wrinkleless but evidently expensive butler dress, appearing almost tailored for him. Surveying a wooden plate in the boy's hands, Aether furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you delivering the food?" With a hint of arrogance, the boy responded, "Oh, looks like he really forgets everything. Guys?" His words were met with the appearance of other teenagers, similarly dressed but a little dull as butlers. And just like their dress, they displayed a bit less arrogance than their apparent leader. Hee. Of course, boss. It's even a miracle for that thing to be alive after getting hit by your powerful punch, boss. Yes. Look at him, shocked from seeing us. Maybe if we hit him again, he might remember everything. Ha. These teenagers mockly chatted without care, displaying a lack of empathy or respect. Bullies. Aether muttered inwardly, standing up with blank eyes. Despite his delinquent persona in the past, he had never engaged in bullying unless absolutely necessary, and hearing their speech, I could tell they were the reason I was drowning in the lake. Aether thought, piecing together fragments of his memories, before confronting the black-haired boy, who seemed to be the leader of this group. Seeing Aether approach, the black-haired boy furrowed his brows. Looks like we really need to teach him what we are. he declared, snapping his fingers with a hint of annoyance. His lackeys, grinning maliciously, promptly caught Aether's arms and wrapped their hands around his neck, attempting to showcase as if they were the best of friends until the death, as they dragged him out of the house and toward a secluded yard where no one would witness their actions. Thud, a dull thud echoed as they roughly deposited Aether onto the ground. Their laughter taking on an increasingly sinister tone. PFFTT ha ha ha, here I thought he was going to struggle a little. Ha ha ha. See, I told you, even if someone forgets everything, their inner instincts are always there, and they will never forget. Yes, it seems his true instincts realized our boss's presence. In stark contrast to the cruelty unfolding, Aether seemed unfazed by the situation. He calmly rose from the ground, patting his butt with an air of nonchalance. The bullies, perplexed by his lack of distress, exchanged uneasy glances. He is truly different than before. They thought in unison. Seeing his nonchalant act, the boss's frown deepened as he asked, "Do you know who I am?" Aether looked at the boy and said, "Yes," with an indifferent voice. Hearing that, the boss couldn't help but smile, his arrogance fueled by the apparent acknowledgement of his superiority. His lackeys also laughed, eager to witness their boss asserting dominance. "I knew it. Our boss brought back the idiot's memories without doing anything." However, the next words from Aether made them shut their mouths, the chilling words cutting through the air. An inferior boy, who had a huge amount of fear inside, and those lackey creatures that are worse than filthy dogs that only know how to wag their tails for anyone, Aether said with a blank expression. He had encountered individuals of this sort before. Those who projected arrogance and inflicted harm on the weak to compensate for their own insecurities. He was once just like him. To Aether, their actions were transparent, mere shields attempting to mask the hollowness within. It was a common theme he had observed in people who harbored deep-seated anxiety, fear, and an overarching sense of inferiority, just like once he harbored those things. As for lackeys, his pervious world filled the people like them the most. Before the lackeys could unleash their furious retorts, an abrupt noise disrupted the atmosphere. TRRKKKK, ouch. Aether instinctively clutched his head. Feeling the impact before he even registered what had happened, the boss of the goons had swiftly thrown the plate he was holding directly at Aether's head. Very fast, drip, drip, the blood started to drip from his forehead as if fall on the yard. Thud, the empty plate clattered to the ground, and 2 dried bread scattered around like casualties of a skirmish. Jam, or rather an egg-like substance that emitted an unpleasant odor, clung to Aether's now dull white hair. TSK, that's not a hollow shell should talk. Seems like memory loss really changed him and let him think for himself, the boss muttered, disdain evident in his voice. He then turned to his lackeys, issuing a sinister command. Beat the shit out of him and make sure at least his body remembers who we are. Without hesitation, one of the goons lunged towards Aether, fueled by a cruel intent to inflict pain. Take that, bastard. The goon shouted as he swung a powerful punch at Aether's face. However, in a surprising turn of events for everybody, shoo, thud, crack, crack, Aether, seemingly snapped out of his daze, swiftly tilted his body to avoid the incoming attack. With remarkable speed, he countered by delivering a fierce punch to the lackey's face. Fuck this body. Aether cursed his weakened physique as he felt his own bones crack under the strain of the movement. Despite the pain, his punch made a significant impact, causing the lackey to stumble backwards, clutching his nose in agony, tears streaming down his face. The boss, his initial confidence fading, furrowed his brow as he carefully observed Aether's unexpected display of strength. Sensing the shifting dynamics, he signaled the other 3 lackeys. How dare you break his legs? I am gonna break the bastard's nose. The trio, angered by their friend's situation, lunged towards Aether with a mix of determination and malice. Facing the impending confrontation, Aether adjusted his stance, adopting a boxing posture. His stern eyes locked onto the incoming idiots. I guess, fighting is unavoidable now, he thought as he positioned his hands boxing style and thud, thud, tckk, crack, crack, thud, fuck. Chapter 20. I know the reasons behind your actions, but Aether executed a swift series of punches, each blow calculated and efficient. He targeted the first lackey's chin, immediately followed by a precise punch beneath the chest to the second. Fuck. As the third lackey swung at him, Aether, left with no alternative, blocked the attack, feeling the telltale crack in his forearm's bone. Undeterred by the searing pain and the overwhelming fatigue enveloping him, he compelled his feeble body forward, landing a final, powerful punch on the last lackey's jaw. Erha. Aether screamed inwardly when he felt his hand bones breaking apart. A mix of agony and determination in his eyes. Every blow took a toll on his weakened frame, and his body, ill-suited for defense. Aether, just about to sigh in relief after the brief fight, found himself abruptly interrupted. SEDUCING, boom, pffffrrr. Aether was struck by a powerful punch to his gut, causing him to cough violently and roll, ultimately collapsing on the ground. The boss, observing the scene with a mix of irritation and superiority, rebuked his lackeys. Are you guys idiots or what? Can't you use your arcane powers? It was in that moment of realization that the groaning idiots comprehended their oversight. They had forgotten to employ their magical abilities. This situation wasn't entirely their fault. Every previous encounter with Aether involved physical beating without the use of magic, leading to forgetfulness of their arcane potential. Yes, they just forget it. Upon their boss's rebuke, those idiots hastily rose, their prior haughty expressions replaced with a newfound awareness, and approached Aether, who still lay on the ground, clutching his aching stomach. Meanwhile, he muttered inwardly, "Fuck. I forget this world has fucking magic." As the idiots, donning haughty smiles, converged on Aether, he anticipated their intent to employ magical enhancements in their assault. The blows that followed were now infused with some kind of energy. Delivering a barrage of intensified punches. You fucking bastard. How dare you hit my nose? Boom, you ugly slave has some nerve to hit us. Boom, just because you forgot everything doesn't mean you can raise your hand against us. Boom, crack, crack, who are you to compare us worse than dogs? Boom, you dog shit. Boom, trrcck, trcckk, boom. The onslaught continued, each magical imbued punch adding insult to injury. Aether, battered and bruised, endured the assault with gritted teeth. A torrent of attacks rained down on Aether, who found himself with no choice other than holding. In an attempt to shield himself from the blows, he covered his head with his hands, bracing for each punch that seemed capable of taking his life. As the blows continued, Aether's stoic silence prevailed. He suppressed every sound that sought to escape his mouth, knowing that crying out or shouting would only invite further sadistic delight from those eager to revel in his pained moans. The boss observed with a satisfied smile, though a hint of skepticism lingered in the air, and he couldn't help but notice the absence of groans from Aether. He was the very individual who had orchestrated the event at the lake, a brutal beating preceding Aether's near-death experience. Their intent had been clear. They wanted Aether dead, but, against all odds, he was alive. What are you doing? Suddenly, a soft whisper delicately entered his ears, causing an involuntary flinch before he calmed down, recognizing the familiar voice. With an awkward expression, he turned to face a distinguished white-haired old man, Alfred, and greeted him with a somewhat strained, "Hello, father," as he waved his hands to stop his Ayakis. But truly focused on beating only. Alfred stared at his son, his eyes scanning the chaotic scene where the group continued to pummel Aether mercilessly. "Did you forget the principles I taught you, Timmy?" Alfred asked, his voice laced with an indifferent tone that echoed disapproval. "The boss," Timmy stuttered as he began to sweat, vividly recalling his father's stern beating earlier that morning in response to his attempt to kill Aether. Just as he was about to shout at his lackeys to stop, a surprising intervention occurred. "Here, I am just your teacher, and you are my disciple, Timmy," Alfred calmly stated. Huh? Timmy wore a taken-aback expression before managing a forced smile and said, "Forgive me, teacher," not understanding whether his father came here to discipline him or not. And then, silence descended, the only audible sounds being the continued merciless beating. Alfred's gaze remained fixed on Aether. To be truthful, from the moment Timmy and his friends entered Aether's room, Alfred had silently observed every detail. Alfred found himself seriously taken aback when he witnessed how Aether spoke like a wise man, and what's more, Aether's unique fighting stance intrigued him, an egoless person suddenly speaking like a wise man and displaying a unique fighting stance. Something is amiss, Alfred thought, his brows furrowing as he contemplated the possibility of someone manipulating Aether. He felt a pressing need to inform both of his masters, just to ensure clarity and address the growing suspicion that had taken root in his mind. Being overcautious was not too bad. I know the reasons behind your actions, but... Alfred's voice cut through the tension, his eyes piercing as he fixed his gaze on the perspiring Timmy. Do not cross the line, just as you did before. Otherwise, I will be left with no choice but to end you. Why yes, teacher. Timmy hastily bowed 90 degrees, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Alfred maintained his intense scrutiny of Timmy, almost as if delving into the recesses of his thoughts, before abruptly disappearing. However, before vanishing, he left behind a few words that hung in the air, make sure he wears this. A muffled thud resonated as a sack dress landed on the floor. Not only he but Aether also, who was being beaten, heard whispers in his ears, this is what will happen if try to act arrogant. Don't forget. You are a slave. After a nerve-wracking minute, Timmy released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, signaling his lackeys to cease their brutal assault when he sensed Aether was going to die. Aether, seemingly on the brink of death once more, prompted Timmy to instruct his lackeys to tear Aether's new dress and cover him with the sack. His sycophantic idiots executed the order promptly. See you tomorrow, Aether, Timmy declared with a sinister undertone, his figure receding into the shadows as he strolled away, flanked by his loyal followers. Aether, weakened and unconscious, remained oblivious to the unfolding drama until, ding, fuck. Chapter 21, Affection from Anyone, ding, the resonant chime of bells stirred him from his unconscious state. With a bloody groan and hazy eyes, Aether struggled to lift his upper body, surveying the battered form draped in the same sack dress. No shock registered on his face, for he had seen the silent spectator of his misery, the one who orchestrated this torment. Alfred, with trembling hands, he scanned the surroundings, finding no one in sight except a solitary blue bird perched on a nearby tree. Attempting to stand proved futile as, crack, crack, a pained symphony of cracking sounds echoed through his body, forcing him to sigh and settle onto the grass with a soft thud. Aether breathed heavily, his gaze shifting to the sky, which was gradually darkening despite the absence of the sun. Log. He muttered with bloody mouth, / name, Aether, sex, male, race, human, level, 0, title, slave, eternal contract, attributes, strength, -1, agility, 0, intelligence, 3, magic affinity, 0, charm, 1, compatibility, 82%, survival rate equals 0.0001%, affection points, 0.0003, 1000 affection points equals 1. Any attributes, / y. Aether pondered, finding no discernible difference than before, even though the mysterious bell-ringing sounds reverberated through the air before. Just as he was on the verge of closing the window, his hazy eyes finally focused on the 0.0003. Who? The question reverberated through his mind like a haunting echo. Who, in their right mind, expresses affection through such merciless beatings? Is there a sadist in that group? Please give me answer, he pleaded with desperation before the log. His eyes, now brimming with tears, were a testament to the profound agony his body endured. In that desperate moment, he clung to the hope that something or anything would offer from the only thing. Log, yet, there was no response. A bitter chuckle escaped his lips as he gazed up at the vast expanse of the sky and muttered, "Why am I suffering again?" Still, there was no acknowledgement from the indifferent sky. Is it wrong to live again? Aether questioned, his breathing becoming increasingly labored. Again, there was no response, neither from the expansive sky nor the enigmatic log. His vision became obscured with blood, yet he strained to peer through the crimson haze. Soon, his sight was enveloped in red, as if he had entered a world shrouded in the vivid hue of spilt blood. He felt his heartbeat slowing gradually, a heavy weight pressed down on his eyelids as he surrendered to the inevitable, closing his eyes within the crimson realm. I am going to die. Right? The thought lingered, and he experienced the same sensation he felt when he departed from his world. His head gently leaned, and his body seemed poised to fall, a lifeless vessel succumbing to the cruel embrace of fate. Flip, flap, the bluebird gracefully soared towards him, noting the man's unmoving form. Tweet, tweet, a gentle melody escaped the bluebird's beak as it perched near his foot, pecking at the scattered bread pieces. Tweet, tweet, unperturbed by the dire situation, the bluebird continued its cheerful chirping, indulging in the bread crumbs strewn around. Ding! Aether suddenly gasped, a sharp inhalation triggered by the resonating sound. His eyes, previously glazed, now held a faint glimmer of clarity as he observed the bluebird silently feasting on the bread crumbs. His gaze shifted to the same log, detecting a subtle alteration. / affection points, 00004, 1000 affection points equals 1 any attributes, / 4. Aether thought, his eyes briefly flickering between the numerical change on the log and the bluebird. Aether took the nearby bread piece with his trembling hands and slowly positioned his palms towards the bird. Tweet. The bird was immediately startled, and just as it was about to take flight, its red-black eyes locked onto a large bread piece on his palms. The bluebird unfurled its wings, fixing both of its eyes on Aether. Twitching its neck left and right, it scrutinized him, its wings poised for flight at any potential threat. Aether smiled but remained still, patiently waiting. Tweet, with a small chirping sound, the bluebird cautiously approached Aether's outstretched hand, its wings still spread as if ready to take flight at a moment's notice. Tweet, tweet, carefully studying Aether. It then began to pick at the scattered bread pieces, using one side of its eyes to keep a vigilant watch for any signs of danger. Ding! 1 affection, / affection points, 00005, 1000 affection points equals 1 any attributes, / I see. Aether mumbled inwardly. It appeared that he could earn affection points also from the creatures around him. Hey. Suddenly, a high-pitched voice jolted both Aether and the bluebird, causing the winged companion to swiftly take flight. Aether turned his head toward the source of the voice. A bluish-black-haired girl was hastily running towards him. The very same girl who had delivered a punch to his gut a day ago. However, in his current weakened state, any assistance was welcome, and Aether harbored no resentment as he awaited her arrival. Hey, are you alive? The girl urgently inquired, gently patting Aether's cheek. Somehow. Aether managed to answer, forcing his eyes to focus on the concerned face before him. Who did this to you? She pressed for an answer. See, could you help me to stand up? Madam? Aether diverted the question, seeking assistance instead, initially frowning at the evasion, but seeing him trying to get up. The girl eventually acquiesced, helping Aether to his feet as he leaned against the wall. Thank you. Madam, Aether expressed his gratitude, one hand gripping the wall for support as he attempted to walk. The girl's gaze fell upon Aether's broken leg as he struggled to drag his body forward. Frobnovel.com, let me help. Why, and no need, madam, Your dress will dirty. Touching a slave, Aether interrupted, raising his trembling hands to ward her off. Ding! 1 affection. Aether stole a glance at her face and perceived a pitiful expression. He moved forward. It wasn't that he didn't need her help, rather, he grappled with an ugly truth he had been avoiding, a revelation he was now forced to acknowledge. After facing his death again, when Aether's eyes fell upon the plate held by the boy, 2 dried pieces of bread and expired jam, he wasn't sure it was jam in the first place. He understood. When Alfred materialized, looking at him with eyes filled with satisfaction, the harsh truth became unmistakably clear: he was no more than a slave. An eternal slave. The revelation forced him to re-evaluate his actions. A slave should behave as such, not daring to wander around the mansion as if he were its master. He wasn't allowed to eat in the kitchen, because he was a slave. He wasn't allowed to wear anything other than this sack dress, because he was a slave. No one extended a helping hand, not even when a few fellow servants inadvertently witnessed his suffering. Their indifference, too, was a consequence of his slave designation, the potential consequences of staining the daughter of Velk. The head of the household, with his own blood, painted a grim picture. It wasn't hard for Aether to imagine the fate awaiting his lifeless body if such an event occurred. I suppose a few humiliations are necessary to understand the situation, he muttered under his breath as he dragged his battered body towards the rear of the mansion, a designated area exclusively for servants. Dragging his battered body along, even though other servants witnessed his suffering, none came forward to offer support, though the singular concern that occupied their minds, tsk. We have to clean the floor again. The aftermath of Aether's torment left a stark reminder as blood stained the once pristine floor. Thud, Aether pushed open the door to his room, his weakened body collapsing onto the floor. Closing his eyes, he sought a moment's respite. In the yard, the girl's gaze lingered on the bloodied grass, contemplating the aftermath. Celine. Her name broke the silence, and she turned to find her bluish-black-haired brother, Kai, rushing towards her. A gentle smile adorned Celine's face. Big brother? As Kai approached, his eyes caught the bloodstains on the grass. A furrow formed on his brow as he scanned her for any signs of injury. What happened? He asked, his concern evident. And nothing. Celine replied awkwardly, meeting her brother's gaze. Your slave is hurt again. What? Kai's surprise was palpable. Upon hearing the distressing details, tsk, I told them not to hurt him again. Kai groaned, frustration etching his features. Them? You mean, Timmy and his friends? Celine frowned. She just said someone hurt but not who. Cough, cough. Kai coughed awkwardly, evading a direct answer. I am not sure. Celine's frown deepened. Anyhow, let's go inside. We have an important meeting regarding next week. Why can't you just stop it, big brother? Celine's question hung in the air. Sigh, Kai sighed, feeling compelled to unveil the truth. I can help him now, but what about tomorrow? Titha, what about the day after tomorrow? It's his life, Celine. I cannot solely focus on my slave for every problem. He needs to solve it by himself. He declared, guiding her towards the front side of the mansion. But he is different now, he has emotions that he didn't have before. Celine muttered, her words lost in the wind as Kai pressed forward without hearing her. Chapter 22, a week since then, a week later. Hey, yes, master, use red paint. Okay, master. No, use blue paint. Okay, master. With graceful strokes, Aether painted a blade-like symbol on the carriage, while Kai, his master, meticulously observed his slave's handiwork. It had been a week since Aether found himself thrust into this unfamiliar world. A place that seemed to thrive on its own set of rules and secrets. However, in that time, he realized he had learned absolutely nothing about this world. As a slave, he was barred from the library, and others avoided him like the plague. Consequently, he had few chances to learn about anything beyond the fact that he was a slave. In the Duke's house called Forstblade. Freewebnovel.cm, his duties were simple. He was supposed to do everything his master said. His master was a boy named Kai, who was the same age as Aether. After that fateful day, Aether obediently followed every command, even though Mortimer Forstblade had told him to take a rest. However, it seemed others didn't want him to rest, as Aether woke up the next day with the same treatment by Kai. Despite Mortimer's kindness, there were times Aether was beaten by the Timmy group, and sometimes Velk slapped him for not completing his work. Aether tried to enter Mortimer's room. Even though he was a slave, he believed he deserved some human respect. Right, yet, the room's door was heavily guarded. As if no one was allowed to enter. Most of all, he learned one thing. That was hierarchy. Aether found himself at the bottom, with Mortimer Forstblade reigning at the top. He was not allowed to speak unless Mortimer personally called him, solidifying the stark divisions within the household and world. Moreover, this world proved to be devoid of technological advancements. Unlike the comforts of his previous life, Aether was now subjected to a reality governed by archaic norms and practices, regardless of the peculiarities. Today marked a significant event as both Celine and Kai were scheduled for baptism. Aether wasn't entirely sure what it entailed. Mirroring his experiences from his previous life where he simply followed orders without a hint of understanding or control. Not a single thing changed, oh. One thing changed though. That is, I am a slave to a child. Aether thought, irritation evident in his internal monologue. In the past, he entertained the idea that memories of Aether might surface, offering insights into the dynamics at play, yet, to his dismay, no such memories appeared, not even in his nightmares. The enigma of his current existence persisted, leaving him to navigate this unfamiliar world with a sense of frustration and uncertainty. Young master. A black-haired boy shouted, "Oh, hello, Timmy. Is everyone ready?" Kai inquired. "Yes, and Lord Velk asked the young master to come," Timmy responded. "Oh? Okay then. Timmy, take care of him," Kai instructed before walking away. "Take care." Of course, Timmy grinned as he looked at Aether. Aether glanced at Timmy, stood up, and respectfully said, "Hello, sir." In the rigid order of the hierarchy, Aether found himself below everyone, obliging him to maintain respect even when he didn't want to. It mirrored his experiences in his previous world, where he had no choice but to bow his head to the privileged elite. Timmy grinned with satisfaction. "Looks like you learned your lesson." Aether remained silent, continuing to paint the blade symbol on the carriage. Timmy scrutinized Aether's thin, stick-like body clad in the same sack dress. He wrinkled his nose in disgust and asked, "Hey, did you even take a bath before?" Covering his nose with his displeasing expression. Aether stopped his hands and glanced back at Timmy with a blank look, causing Timmy to flinch. However, he quickly regained his composure and glared at Aether. "What?" "Nothing, sir," Aether answered calmly before returning to his painting. Timmy's lips twitched, and just as he was about to shout at Aether, he noticed the paint. With a wicked smile, he slowly picked it up, intending to pour it on Aether's head when a stern voice interrupted him. "If I were you, I wouldn't do that." Timmy, a white-haired old man, spoke with authority. Timmy turned to look at his father, flinching. "Faith, that's teacher for you." Alfred corrected him, taking the paint can from his son's hand and carefully placing it on the ground. Alfred's eyes lingered on Aether, who continued to paint as if he hadn't heard anything. A subtle smirk played on Alfred's lips. It was improbable for a 15-year-old boy, even one who had regained his emotions, to carry himself with the demeanor of a seasoned 30-year-old man. Aether's patience, refined speech, and artistic finesse intrigued Alfred. "Today, we will see who he truly was," Alfred mumbled inwardly, a hint of anticipation coloring his thoughts. "Alfred," an authoritative voice resonated through the grand yard. Velk, a man clad in a luxurious robe adorned with intricate designs, approached the carriage. His dark blue hair and noble bearing marked him as a figure of importance. Behind him were two pairs of beautiful siblings, adding an aura of elegance to the scene. "Everything is ready, master." Alfred nodded respectfully as he opened the carriage. Aether had already moved away, standing beside other servants. Velk nodded before stepping inside the carriage, his eyes briefly meeting Aether's gaze. The two sets of siblings followed suit, entering the carriage with a graceful demeanor. Aether raised his eyebrows in surprise as he noticed Timmy joining the group. Alfred took charge of the driving seat and then glanced at Aether. "Come with me." Although Aether felt the urge to ask, he obediently followed the order. Seating himself beside Alfred, he prepared for the journey as the carriage began to move, guided by the rhythmic steps of the horse. Alfred nodded in satisfaction. Aether's compliance without questions pleased him. A subtle transformation seemed to be taking place, turning Aether into a more obedient figure. Not privy to the truth, Aether maintained his silence strategically, using the opportunity to observe the outside world. Since arriving in this unfamiliar realm, he had been confined within the mansion, denied the chance to explore beyond its walls. "Open the gate." With anticipation flickering in his eyes, Aether looked forward to the adventure that awaited him beyond the confines of the mansion. Chapter 23, Affection Points, that's all? Aether thought, his expectations plummeting. The outside world appeared disappointingly mundane. A few buildings dotted the landscape, surrounded by scattered trees, and, to his dismay, everyone appeared to be human. They are fucking humans. Aether inwardly screamed. His inner weeb lost his interest in this world. The fantasy he had hoped for seemed elusive in this seemingly ordinary world. Eventually, the carriage reached its destination and a muffled thud echoed as Alfred opened the door. Velk, the siblings, and Timmy disembarked, their attention drawn to a tall white building resembling a temple. Nuns and priests scurried around with a sense of urgency. Aether, on the other hand, remained uninterested, his gaze scanning the surroundings as his inner weeb sought any hint of fantasy material. As for the temple, Aether couldn't care less. It wasn't a matter of disliking gods, whether he believed in them or not wasn't the issue. It was the fanatical followers, with their questionable convictions, that irked him. He harbored a clear disdain for religious institutions, attributing them to the root causes of numerous conflicts and wars. He even cheated by them many times. "Welcome, Mr. Velk Forced Blade." A hurried voice echoed as a middle-aged man in white robes with blonde hair rushed toward them. "Well, hello, Mr. Lucius," Velk smiled, extending his hand for a shake with the blonde priest. "Welcome, cuties." "Lucius," the priest exclaimed, his eyes twinkling with warmth as he pinched both Kai and Celine's cheeks. "It's been a long time, Uncle Lucius," Kai greeted with a small smile. Celine, in a gesture of respect, bowed and pinched the hem of her skirt. "Greetings, Uncle Lucius." "Oh. Look at that. Celine has really grown up," Lucius remarked, patting her head and eliciting a slight blush from Celine. Lucius then shifted his attention to Alfred and Timmy, giving them a nod of acknowledgement. However, he didn't spare a glance for the person clad in a simple sack-like dress. Aether, in turn, paid little mind to the man, choosing instead to explore the surroundings with keen eyes. As the adults engaged in conversation, discussing matters Aether had no interest in, he seized the opportunity to silently walk toward the nearby trees. Crip, crip, tweet, tweet. Hearing those melodic sounds, Aether couldn't help but smile with a quiet sense of joy. With deliberate steps and careful movements, he approached the stand of trees. As he looked up at the branches, a delightful sight met his eyes. Numerous birds perched gracefully on the branches. Aether reached into his pocket, retrieving a piece of bread. He crumbled it and, with a gentle toss, scattered the crumbs before the avian audience. The birds initially flinched, their beady eyes fixed on Aether. Slowly retreating, he watched with anticipation. After a moment's hesitation, the birds took flight, their wings creating a soft symphony in the air. Flip, flap, flip, flap, crip, 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 tweet, tweet, tweet. They descended from their perches, drawn to the scattered crumbs like a celestial feast. Aether's satisfaction mirrored the contentment he felt as he witnessed the avian banquet unfold. As the birds indulged in their impromptu meal, Aether's smile deepened. The tinkling of bells resonated in his mind. Ding, one affection, one affection, one affection, one affection. After that same fateful day, despite enduring relentless beatings, Aether's determination to survive only intensified due to the same affection points. A glimmer of hope to see a future for him, Aether delved into the intricacies of affection points, unraveling several key aspects. Firstly, affection points weren't limited to traditional expressions of affection. It extended to various emotions. Warmth, pity, happiness, satisfaction, pride, and more. Any positive sentiment directed towards him translated into an increase in affection points. Secondly, these observations were primarily tested on birds and small animals. Aether remained skeptical about the application of this system to humans, given their ever-changing nature. Especially no one speaking to him in the mansion. Thirdly, the crucial factor was the overall positive sentiment of the other party. As long as someone felt positively towards Aether, he accrued affection points. Fourthly, the system/log was really useless even though it worked particularly well with animals. By providing a simple offering of half a bread, Aether could garner their favor and, consequently, affection points. But still, it was useless system. What's even more intriguing is the revelation that he had garnered 2 affection points. Firstly, if his memory serves him correctly, one of these points was awarded when he first entered this world. It was a distinctive moment, marked by the awakening of a particular individual, and the resonating chime of a bell, triggered by someone, that was a result of someone showing excessive interest in their food. Well, of course, that was Rainbow Seahorse. Still he didn't know what's the name, so he named it. Indeed, the Rainbow Seahorse displayed a notable fondness for its food, earning affection points in the process. I mean, everyone loves their food, right? Aether thought. This assumption stems from the fact that our protagonist hadn't subjected himself to further testing as a test subject following that particular incident. This was just an assumption. Since Aether hadn't subjected himself to any further tests as a test subject after that initial experience, he would never again. As for the second instance, he earned affection points, pity, from the girl who unexpectedly delivered a powerful punch to his gut. It seems someone loves nature. Lucius remarked, observing Aether surrounded by birds. Velk and the others remained silent, struggling to comprehend the boy's peculiar nature. Aether only received 2 pieces of bread for both morning and night, with no provision for lunch. Their confusion deepened, prompting them to question whether Aether had truly lost his wits or not. Kai began to call out to Aether when the rhythmic sound of another carriage approaching interrupted him. Tuck, tuck, tuck. The arrival of the new carriage prompted a sore expression on Velk's face. He clicked his tongue in irritation, muttering, "TSK, really now?" The unexpected arrival seemed to disturb the expected rhythm of their day, leaving Velk with a sense of frustration. Chapter 24, Empress Marisandra Nyadea. It's been a while, isn't it? Mr. Velk Frostblade, said a melodious voice, resonating with authority and familiarity. Yes, Your Majesty, Velk responded with a deep bow, his voice carrying a tone of profound respect. A subtle pale spread across his face, indicating a mix of surprise and fear. Hail to the Empress Marisandra Nyadea, sovereign of Aquaris Nyadea. May her reign be as boundless and enduring as the oceans she governs. Lucius exclaimed, bowing deeply with an astonished expression on his face. Rewebnull.c sigma m. Soon, those who were in the midst of their activities within the temple halted their steps and immediately kneeled, following Lucius's lead. As others kneeled, they chanted in unison, "Hail to the Empress Marisandra Nyadea," lowering their heads in a collective gesture of reverence. Each individual displayed a mixture of surprise and awe, recognizing the significant presence of their esteemed ruler. "Raise your heads, my subjects," hearing the gentle command, everyone lifted their heads and beheld a magnificent sight, a glossy purple-haired girl, adorned with a tiara that served as a radiant display of authority, descended gracefully from the carriage. Clad in a resplendent gown of deep amethyst, intricately embroidered with threads of gold and embellished with jewels, she showcased her curves with regal elegance. The neckline of her gown was artfully tailored to accentuate her ample bosom, seamlessly blending allure with majestic poise. Her misty purple eyes, captivating and enchanting, swept across the assembled subjects. Except for one, fuckers. Stop. Hearing those unexpected cursing words, everyone turned to look at the source with a mix of shock and mild apprehension, aware that offending their empress could incur severe consequences. However, their expression soon turned to bewilderment when they saw. "I told you to stop picking at me. You fuckers." Aether shouted, feeling his already weakened state getting even weaker due to the incessant pecking. Stop it! Aether tried to lash out, yet no one seemed to worry as they continued pecking him. What's more, one affection, one affection, one affection, one affection. They were giving him affection through pecking, but it was genuinely painful. Love sometimes comes with pain, fuck that. He had first provided them with food, expecting simple affection points, but now these birds were treating him as if he had offered himself as their next meal. They should be pecking the food, not him. The comical and unexpected turn of events added a touch of humor to the otherwise formal and grand scene. Fuck. Aether cried out in pain as he felt a warm sensation in his head, blood flowing from the peck wounds. He attempted to move, but he was now totally surrounded by the birds. What the fuck is happening? Aether cried inwardly, a mixture of frustration and bewilderment overwhelming him. Some onlookers chuckled, finding amusement in Aether's unexpected predicament. It was none other than Timmy. It was for this reason that no one fed the animals. Just like humans, animals could be selfish, and once you feed them, you would be forced to feed them more. Velk's face turned even paler as he worried that the Empress might feel disgraced by a slave's misconduct. He glanced at Alfred, who nodded in understanding and was about to take action when the soldiers from the Empress's side had already gone to Aether. Shit. Velk cursed inwardly before starting to plead, "Why, Your Majesty, let me apologize for my son's slave's misconduct." Before he could finish, Empress Marisandra Nyadea gave Velk an indifferent glance that was enough to silence him. The Empress was uninterested in the affairs of a mere slave at the moment. "Hey, slavist!" Before those soldiers could say anything, Aether, in a sudden burst of agility and desperation, immediately went behind them. Chirp, chirp, tweet, tweet, flip, flap. The birds hovered before the armor-wearing soldiers and then, with surprising precision, hurled themselves towards them. Feathers flew in a chaotic flurry, accompanied by squawks and surprised shouts from the soldiers. Tack, tick, tack, tick, ting, tang, tick. As the birds continued their relentless pecking on the surprised soldiers, the rhythmic sound of their avian onslaught echoed through the silent atmosphere. Deep exhale. Aether took a deep breath, finding a moment of calm amidst the chaos, before calmly saying, "Thank you for your support." He then turned around to make his exit. Hey, wait, tsk. The soldiers attempted to catch Aether, but the persistent birds were making it increasingly difficult, pecking and fluttering around the soldiers. Aether grinned inwardly when he checked his log, /affection points, 00982, 1000 affection points equals 1 any attributes, / just a few more, then I can finally change that negative. Aether grinned. He had endured this peculiar method for a week due to the scarcity of food. He could only sacrifice his meals to increase his affection points. Once he turned the negative into a positive, he wouldn't resort to this method anymore. Aether believed in training his body himself, finding the system/log to be rather useless. There is no need for a useless system, Aether thought, still feeling that his system/log was a total waste for him. However, his attention suddenly shifted as he froze upon seeing a purple-haired woman. Not merely captivated by her beauty. Well, maybe a little, but that wasn't the most important aspect. "Your eyes are gorgeous, Mississippi." "Yes, that's all." He kind of had a kink for the eyes. No, need to judge him. Aether had a genuine appreciation for the beauty of eyes, finding them to be a unique and fascinating aspect of an individual's charm. That's all. Hearing Aether's comment about the purple-haired woman's eyes, Velk felt sweat pouring down his forehead like bullets. Fuck this shit. I shouldn't have brought him here, he screamed inwardly, glancing at Alfred, who also turned pale at the situation. Definitely. In contrast to their father's anxiety, both Kai and Timmy secretly agreed when they glanced at the enchanting purple eyes. However, they knew better than to express such thoughts in front of their Empress, aware that any inappropriate gaze could cost them severe consequences. No one dared to look at her body with lustful intent, fully understanding that such actions could roll their head on the floor before they could register her beauty. Aether frowned at the sight of people kneeling before the purple-haired woman, curious about the reason behind it. He wondered why. Is she going for a baptism? Aether pondered. You. Suddenly, a soldier pushed Aether down and shouted, "You are in the presence of Empress Marisandra Nyadea. Kneel, you slave." Growling, Aether grunted as the soldier exerted pressure on him. Clearly enjoying the display of dominance, Empress Marisandra Nyadea merely cast a glance at the commotion before regally walking into the temple. "Your Majesty. May I assist you?" Lucius said as he followed the Empress, shooting a quick glance at Velk. After the Empress entered the temple, thud, "I told you not to move around, didn't I?" Velk asked with an indifferent voice as he tightened his grip on Aether's neck. Aye. Aether struggled to speak, his face turning bright red, grappling with the pressure on his neck that made it increasingly difficult to breathe. The force of Velk's grip intensified the sensation of being restrained, adding to the discomfort Aether already felt. "Master, Lucius called for us," Alfred said, even though Alfred wanted to see Aether suffering, but now was the time for that. "Tsk, stay here." Thud, Ha 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 dash. Aether landed on the ground, gasping for breath as he tried to recover from the forceful encounter. His red eyes lingered on Velk, a mixture of anger and unknown emotions evident in his gaze. Calm down, he thought, reminding himself to regain composure amidst the chaos and pressure. This unknown emotions. Aether couldn't understand why they come and go. It was weird. Chapter 25, Baptism starts. Forgive me for asking this, Your Majesty, but may I know why you graced us with your presence today? Velk inquired, nervously rubbing his hands as he addressed the Empress. A piercing gaze from the Empress met him, and she asked calmly, Am I not allowed to come here? Then her eyes were fixed on a peculiar object within the temple. In the middle of the temple, intricate symbols and patterns were meticulously etched onto sinuous roots that burst forth from the polished ground. These roots, resembling ancient hands, gracefully stretched in an upward direction, each finger elongated as the palm-like design formed a captivating spectacle. Oh, of course not, Your Majesty. It's just that if you had informed us earlier, we would have welcomed you with grandeur. Velk said with a forced smile, inwardly sweating and questioning the purpose of her unexpected visit. He. Her laughter resonated melodiously in everyone's ears as she added, I just came here to see what kind of man my daughter is going to marry. Velk blankly stared at the Empress, who was smiling, but to Velk what the smile meant, she just wants to see for herself whether my son is the chosen one or not, right? Velk speculated, outwardly responding, Of course, Your Majesty. You have every right to see the man who is going to marry your daughter. Ahaha. The Empress glanced at the man who forced a laugh. Where is my future daughter-in-law, Your Majesty? Velk inquired with little hesitation. Instead of answering, she asked, Who is he? Velk attempted to feign ignorance. But a single indifferent glance from the Empress made him stutter in fear. Gulpingly, he truthfully admitted, He is a slave that my father brought for Kai. The Empress hummed thoughtfully before posing another question, He doesn't know me? Recently he had amnesia, so he forgot everything. The Empress scrutinized Velk as if checking the truthfulness of his words, her thoughts mulling over the peculiar circumstances. Why would that old man go out of his way to pick a slave, she wondered, contemplating the deeper implications of the situation. Your Majesty, shall we commence the baptism? Lucius intervened at the opportune moment. Velk turned to him with a thankful smile. And Lucius reciprocated with a slight nod, You can carry on, no need mind me. The Empress declared, waving her hand dismissively, Thank you, Your Majesty. Lucius acknowledged before turning his attention to his siblings, who were sitting a little distance away. Come on, cuties, it's your time to shine. The siblings nodded with joy, making their way toward their father. Don't worry, my children, you will do fine, Velk reassured them with a paternal blessing. First, Kai Frostblade, come forward, Lucius instructed as the nuns gathered around the roots, kneeling in a praying position. Kai approached the massive root hands with a beaming smile. Now, pray to God and then place your hand on the root palm. Lucius directed, his expression now serious. Kai gulped with excitement before joining his hands in prayer and then placing his hand on the palm-like structure. Now, say log in. Kai nodded and uttered, log in. As soon as the words left his mouth, a massive black transparent display appeared, hovering on the fingers of the hand-like roots. It was viewed by everyone. All eyes were fixed on the display, with the Empress paying particularly close attention. Then, the following words appeared, request, logging in, affirmative, / name, Kai Frostblade, sex, male, race, human, level, 1, title, the Chosen One, the Arcane King, next heir of Frostblade household, Master of Aether. Attributes, Strength, 8, Agility, 7, Intelligence, 8, Magic Affinity, 9, Charm, 8, Blessed by Arcane Energy, / As the display revealed Kai's attributes, Velk sighed in relief, and the Empress observed the blessing, with a subtle smile on her lips. Lucius nodded approvingly at Kai and motioned to continue the rest of the process. Kai, acknowledging the blessing, intertwined his fingers with the root's fingers and chanted, by sacred words and fervent plea, heed my words and grace with your touch, summon forth, the arcane card Fewenv.com, SSSHNNNNNGGGGGGGG. Woo, wee. Aether whistled as a brilliant light emanated from the temple. MC awakening? Aether mused in an amusing tone. Glancing at his log before letting out a sigh, I should be happy at least I got another chance to live. Though it is a fucking life. Aether's words dripped with a mix of anger and mockery. Curious, he stood up and silently walked into the temple, with a figure following closely behind him. Inside the temple, everyone had their mouth wide opened. The sight of the rainbow-colored card had everyone gaping in awe. Even the Empress, who had been observing with interest, stood up from her comfortable chair, drawn in by the mesmerizing display. The vibrant hues of the card reflected not only within the temple but also throughout the surroundings, prompting people to kneel on the ground and chant in unison. Arcane King! Arcane King! Arcane King! Aether, who just sneakily entered the temple, found himself utterly dumbfounded. With a speechless expression, he muttered, "A cult." His attention shifted to the peculiar roots protruding from the ground, forming an intricate hand-like structure. "It's really beautiful," he thought, appreciating the artistic display. His focus then shifted to the rainbow-colored card floating delicately on the fingers of the roots. It looked just like the playing card size, yet, it was different. The view was undeniably mesmerizing. Upon closer inspection, Aether discerned 4 transparent star symbols in the corners and a prominent big star symbol at the center. "Kai, now imagine the weapon you desire and pull the root," Lucius issued the command with a serious expression. Breaking free from his trance, Kai nodded with an exuberant smile, stepping forward to pull the hand-like root. TTRRR.TRRR.TRRR. The root disintegrated like paper, accompanied by a hissing sound. SSSSH. A dazzling light once again blinded everyone in the temple. A golden sword manifested in Kai's hands before vanishing from his tight grip. Subsequently, a sword-like figure materialized at the center of the card, nestled within the big transparent star. The card slowly descended toward Kai. The broken roots regrew, forming the same hand-like structure. "What the fuck happening?" Aether screamed inwardly. Chapter 26, New Informations. Every being, from humans to monsters, is endowed with a unique form of energy known as arcane. This mystical force grants its blessings to each individual, providing them with an identity encapsulated in what is known as a log. These logs serve as a repository of information, unveiling the person's strengths, weaknesses, and, on occasion, even glimpses of a potential future. As individuals mature, reaching the age of 15, they undergo a transformative baptism process aimed at awakening the log granted by arcane energy. The awakening marks the point at which the log establishes a profound connection with Mother Root, metamorphosing into a tangible entity called an arcane card. Thus, this card serves as a new proof of identity, universally acknowledged by the omnipresent force of arcane energy. So, when you witness the transition from log to arcane card, it symbolizes a fusion of individual identity within a larger network, a connection shared by all awakened beings. "I see." Aether nodded in understanding, realizing that, in layman's terms, it's like a solo game console suddenly turning into multiple online game consoles connected by the same server. But damn, man, did I just simplify it to the context of games? Aether couldn't help but ponder the analogy he had drawn to understand the complex phenomenon. "So, who are you?" Aether turned his head. A visible question mark in his eyes as he saw a wavy black-haired rugged man leaning on Aether with an interesting look. "Oh? Me? I am just a passing guy," the man answered, and with a smirk, he added, "By the way, my name is Sparrow." Jack Sparrow? Aether finished the man's sentence. "Oh? Do you know me, little boy?" Sparrow asked, his interest piqued. Aether was taken aback. He had intended to deliver some sarcastic words, but he never anticipated that the man's name was Jack Sparrow. Aether stammered, "And no, I just remembered a friend of mine who was an idiot, but at the same time very, very dangerous." "Oh? Really?" Sparrow frowned, studying Aether intently. Aether simply turned his focus back to the events unfolding inside the temple. Kai held the rainbow card with trembling hands, his eyes then shifted toward his father. Velk nodded with a smile as he glanced at the Empress, who stared at the rainbow card before saying, "We shall have the engagement this month's end." Hearing that confirmation, Kai and Velk turned even happier. They were so elated that they wanted to shout, but, mindful of the Empress's presence, they maintained their composure. Having seen what she wanted, the Empress decided to leave. However, when her eyes landed on the entrance, a small smirk appeared on her lips before she quietly sat down. "Let's see what he can do," she thought. Observing her actions, Velk began to sweat. He truly wished the Empress would leave, as he wanted to test Aether, but not in front of her. Ever since Alfred had suggested the possibility that Aether might be under someone's control, Velk decided to investigate during the baptism, as it revealed only the truth. If Aether were genuinely manipulated, they hoped to uncover the true puppet master. Yet, seeing the Empress stay, Velk couldn't help but feel a little hesitant. "And maybe I will check later," he thought. But to Alfred, it was a golden chance to showcase his son's talent in front of the Empress, turning it into a moment of pride for his son. "Go on, Lucius," the Empress gracefully commanded, her watchful eyes fixed on the intricate display of arcane awakening. "Understood, Your Majesty." "Next, Selene Frostblade, come forward," Lucius announced with a tone of anticipation. Selene nodded at her brother's display of newfound abilities. With a beaming smile, she confidently walked towards the altar, following the same sacred process as her brother. "Log in." Request, logging in, affirmative, / name, Selene Frostblade, sex, female, race, human, level, 1, title, daughter of Velk Frostblade, brainy, pities Aether, attributes, strength, 5, agility, 6, intelligence, 10, magic affinity, 7, charm, 9. Frobnovel.com, / her face turned slightly blush when she read her title. Her brother and her father caught up in the moment, and couldn't help but share a hearty laugh. They knew she was the brainy one in the household compared to others. And as for the pity, well, she was a soft person. So she was the only person who genuinely pitied Aether, recognizing the challenges of his miserable life. Aether just blankly looked at the text, pondering. "So, mine is totally different, huh?" She then intertwined her fingers on the root hands and muttered, "By sacred words and fervent plea, heed my words and grace with your touch, summon forth the arcane card, SSSSSSH." A soft glow enveloped Selene, casting a warm light on her face. This time, a golden-colored card appeared, adorned with the same number of stars hovered. Why different now?" Aether inquired, curiosity etched on his face, directed at the stranger called Sparrow. "Well, not everyone is born equal, right?" Sparrow responded, casting a wise gaze upon Aether. "Even though everyone is blessed by the same arcane energy?" Aether countered, ignoring his playful indication, "Rain pours everywhere, do." Sparrow began, attempting to provide a philosophical insight, but Aether halted him. "I understand." Aether shook his head, having anticipated the cliché response. Instead, he urged Sparrow to continue with more relevant information. Arcane cards are classified into 4 types: Golden Arcane, High-Level Aptitude, Sliver Arcane, Mid-Level Aptitude, Copper Arcane, Low-Level Aptitude, Blank Arcane, No Aptitude. Each individual's card describes their comprehension of the arcane energy. If one possesses a Golden Arcane card, they have a natural ability to excel in various domains, learn new skills quickly, and understand the mysterious arcane energy faster and more easily. They are often referred to as prodigies. Similarly, the other cards indicate varying levels of aptitude, with silver representing good, copper indicating moderate, and blank suggesting a lack of aptitude. Hearing this explanation, Aether nodded in understanding. However, one question lingered in his mind, prompting him to ask, "What about the rainbow card I saw earlier? Is it above all?" Sparrow studied Aether for a moment before responding, "Well, it's exceptional." Aether nodded attentively, observing as Selene pulled the root, manifesting an old book before it disappeared. What are those?" Aether inquired, pointing at the old book. they are the wishes and desires granted by the arcane. Just like before, where he got a sword while she got a book, those were the wishes they desired. These wishes, regardless of your aptitude, provide you with a chance to excel and manifest your deepest desire. Sparrow elaborated as his eyes lingered on the old book. OHH? Aether expressed understanding, forming an O shape with his mouth, processing the abundance of new information. Chapter 27, I am truly disappointed. Next up, we have Timmy. Timmy, with a respectful bow, gracefully walked to the root altar. TSK Aether clicked his tongue, witnessing that snotty brat attempting to project an air of maturity. Request, logging in, affirmative, / name, Timmy, sex, male, race, human, level, 1, title, future head butler of Frostblade household, assistant to Kai Frostblade, not so smart, hates Aether to death, attributes, strength, 7, agility, 7, intelligence, 4, magic affinity, 5, charm, 6, / observing his son's profile. Alfred nodded with satisfaction, stealing a glance at the Empress, who didn't bother to cast her eyes upon his son's log. Her gaze radiated sheer disinterest. Though Alfred remained very loyal to the Duke's household, as a father, he aspired for the best for his son. If only the Empress had displayed a modicum of interest, he might have expedited his son's relocation to the castle. Unfortunately, life rarely unfolds according to expectations. PPFFFTTT. Aether struggled to contain his laughter at the sight of not so smart. His eyes welled up with amusement. Damn it. He is truly an idiot. Ha ha ha. He chuckled inwardly. However, there was one thing that caught everyone's attention, and that was Aether. Who is this Aether? I'd like to see him, Sparrow muttered, his curiosity piqued. It wasn't an unusual request, just a curious one. Considering Aether was linked to the logs of 3 people, cough, cough, Aether coughed awkwardly, feeling a bit uneasy. Soon enough, a silver card manifested, undoubtedly a valuable one. While not exceptionally rare, its significance was noted by those present. It still held value among the nobles' servants and high-level soldiers. However, 3 stars? Aether frowned, scrutinizing the transparent stars adorning the card. Unlike the previous logs, this one displayed only 3 stars at each corner. In the face of Aether's questioning expression, Sparrow calmly remarked, "Not everyone is blessed with the same level of talent, right?" Aether froze, his expression silently questioning. Are you fucking serious? There is already a disparity, freewebble.com, haha. Sparrow chuckled, offering a bit of wisdom. You see, boy, the world is inherently unfair to everyone. And there's little we can do about it. Aether nodded slightly in acknowledgement, for he, more than anyone, understood the unjust nature of life. Given his own challenging experiences, Sparrow elaborated, you see, each arcane card is marked with 5 stars, symbolizing the holder's level limit. The initial 4 small stars situated at the corners signify an increment of up to 15 levels each, while the central star represents a substantial 40 levels. In totality, 100 levels constitute the maximum limit for an arcane card holder. HMM.so, what difference does this make? Aether inquired, seeking clarity. It's simple. If a copper arcane card holder with 5 stars were to face off against a silver card holder with 1 star, then, Sliver wins, right? Aether attempted to conclude, but Sparrow intervened, no. Sparrow refuted, clarifying, the copper wins due to the 5 stars. I see. Aether expressed surprise at the unexpected outcome. I thought being Sliver means high value. Sparrow added a bit more information, although, if it's a 5-star copper against a 5-star silver, the silver wins effortlessly. Aether nodded, absorbing the nuances of the arcane card system. Next is Aether, Lucius announced suddenly. Aether was caught off guard by this revelation. Me? He wondered. TSK, it's not over yet. Sparrow muttered under his breath. Velk's face turned pale, and he exchanged a concerned glance with Lucius, who seemed oblivious to Velk's unease. Oh? Are you baptizing the slave? Empress inquired with evident interest on her face. No, Empress, it's just a mistake, Velk responded hastily, attempting to downplay Aether's involvement in front of the Empress. Empress frowned and directed her gaze at Lucius, questioning, how many people were you informed to baptize? Lucius, feeling the pressure, began to sweat. While he understood Velk's reluctance to involve Aether, he couldn't comprehend the reason for the secrecy. However, faced with the Empress's inquiry, Lucius could only offer the truth. "4 people, Your Majesty," he stammered. "Names?" Empress inquired further. "Kai Frostblade, Selene Frostblade, Timmy, and..." Lucius hesitated, looking at Velk, who desperately hoped he wouldn't reveal the final name. "Aether, sigh." Velk sighed inwardly, realizing his efforts to keep Aether out of the spotlight were in vain. "What are you trying to hide, Velk?" Empress asked in a causal manner, but Velk knew the energy around her pulsating angrily as if she was unhappy about something. "Why, Your Majesty, I am. I was thinking that I shouldn't bring a slave into your presence. I thought it might sully your presence," Velk attempted to explain. "Bring that boy who caught Mortimer's attention," Empress simply stated. She didn't like those lengthy unwanted chats, as the outcome remained inevitable. "GGRRR," Velk growled inwardly. He exchanged glances with Alfred, who nodded in agreement. Alfred turned to summon Aether. However, to his surprise, Aether? Alfred frowned upon seeing Aether already standing at the entrance with a solemn expression. Then, with a resounding boom, Aether was sent flying, crashing into a wall and collapsing unconscious on the ground. Velk questioned, "Who?" As a black-haired rugged man, Jack Sparrow, strolled into the temple with a self-assured grin. "Yours truly, Sparrow." Jack Sparrow, he introduced himself. Snapping his fingers to create a barrier that immobilized Empress, Velk urgently shouted, "Guards! Guards! Them?" Sparrow gestured nonchalantly towards his back. Velk's face twisted in horror when he saw a grotesque image. He then prepared for a confrontation. Lucius positioned himself near the Empress for protection. "Alfred, get the children." Velk commanded. "Yes, Master." Alfred swiftly gathered Kai, Selene, and Timmy, placing them behind him. Sparrow, meanwhile, dismissed the tension with a casual whistle, surveying the scene. "Calm down, man," Sparrow taunted Velk. "Calm down? You bastard! You have some nerve to kill the soldiers of the Empire." Velk roared back. "Soldiers from the Empire? If this is the strength of the Empire's soldiers, then I am truly disappointed." Sparrow mockingly expressed his discontent. He continued, "Well, since I came to take the Arcane King, I don't mind facing off against the Empress of the Aquarius Naiadae Kingdom." The declaration sent a shiver of fear through everyone present. Chapter 28. Try using your arcane card. A few seconds earlier, Aether just wanted to express his gratitude to the man who had generously shared valuable information with him. He was genuinely thankful since, from the time he arrived in this world, he hadn't learned much about its intricacies, especially the magic and power systems. Everyone had kept him in the dark, and he wasn't even certain if Aether, the native in this world, was already aware of this knowledge. But there were no memories coming to him. "Thank you, sir, for bestowing me with this information." Aether spoke sincerely from the depths of his heart. He understood the importance of the information he needed in this unfamiliar world, even though he had only arrived a week ago. However, his options were limited to obeying the orders of others. Even the attempts to escape proved futile. Aether gazed at the man with a small smile, but the serenity of the moment transformed into horror as he witnessed a gruesome sight. The soldiers who had accompanied the Empress were being dismantled like livestock, their blood and flesh permeating the air. Puff! Aether covered his mouth to stifle the urge to vomit, his eyes wide with fear as he looked at the black-haired man, his breath caught in his throat. "You see, kid, I appreciate receiving gratitude from a mere slave, but..." Sparrow's words trailed off as he clutched Aether's neck. "I'm not here for idle chatter, though conversing with you was a pleasant pastime. But the time has come to end everything," Sparrow said with a wicked smile before delivering a punch to Aether's stomach. Puff! Aether was propelled backwards, crashing into the wall with a resounding thud. His frail body, already weakened, succumbed to the force of the punch. The impact sent him spiraling into unconsciousness, his body crumpling against the surface. After an unknown amount of time, Aether groaned as he slowly opened his eyes, fluttering against the warm blood trickling through his nostrils. With hazy vision, he observed Velk engaged in a fierce battle against Sparrow and his peculiar magic, while others seemed to be subdued by the ominous black-hooded figures. It seems that M-Man brought his subordinates. He muttered under his breath, struggling to draw in air that refused to fill his lungs. Fuck this body. He screamed inwardly, his gaze shifted to the purple-haired woman, the Empress, who sat stoically devoid of any emotion, as if the chaos around her held no significance. Well, I also don't care, he contemplated. The lack of deep connections upon his arrival in this new world left him indifferent to the chaos surrounding him, except, well. His attention gravitated towards Celine, caught in a relentless struggle against the black-hooded figures. He shook his head, acknowledging that he wasn't genuinely attached to her. She had merely shown him pity, nothing more. With a sense of detachment, he reclined and decided to passively observe the unfolding events, deliberately dismissing the unsettling grotesqueries he had witnessed earlier, although the sudden eruption of gore had initially taken him aback. An inexplicable intuition nagged at him, whispering that he had encountered scenes more disturbing than this. Buried deep within the broken memories. Anyhow, Mr. Velk, just how long are you going to fight me? Sparrow questioned as he effortlessly evaded the water bullet aimed at him. Ha ha ha. Velk breathed heavily as fatigue crept into his body. He cast a fleeting glance at the Empress, holding a glimmer of hope, but her stoic expression remained unchanged, as if indifferent to the unfolding struggle, although her gaze was fixed on Kai, who had already been ensnared by the black-hooded figures. Tsk, Velk clicked his tongue, a realization settling in. She is assessing my son. Isn't she? He pondered, turning his attention outside. He sought any means of escape, not for himself, but for his children. To his dismay, the black-hooded figures had already encircled them. Anger surged within him as he directed a question at Sparrow. Why are you doing this? Sparrow smirked, responding casually, me? Well, I'm just a guy who wants peace. Snort, peace? You? Velk spat the words with a furious expression, attempting to slash at Sparrow, but the latter effortlessly deflected the attack. Come on, Mr. Velk. I came here for only a peace, but that soldier really pissed me off, so I need to finish them off. It's not me who did anything, it was those who started it. Sparrow explained, glancing at Kai, who was now captured by one of his subordinates. All I want is the Arcane King, that's all. Give him to me, and I will leave as if I never appeared before, Sparrow declared with a deadly serious tone. Kai visibly flinched, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his eyes before he turned to his father, a worry etched on his face. The collective reaction was not limited to Kai alone. Even those who had jubilantly celebrated Kai's recent attainment of the Arcane King title found themselves visibly flinching at Sparrow's revelation. Don't tell me, yo, Lucius began, his voice trembling with a mixture of shock and apprehension. However, before he could finish his sentence, Sparrow interjected, yes, we are the ones traversing the world in search of arcane kings and queens. To either claim them or eliminate them. We are known as the Arcane Hunters. No! Velk exclaimed, swift in drawing an arcane card seemingly materializing out of thin air. The card, golden with only 2 stars, differed from the others as it radiated a shimmer akin to real stars. As Velk prepared to take decisive action, Lucius urgently shouted, stop it. Don't do that in front of the Mother Root, otherwise, you will die. Hee hee. At least someone has a brain, Sparrow chuckled, his tone tinged with mockery as he addressed Velk. I know you're formidable with that arcane card. But without it, you're just a child to me. That's precisely why I chose this place, the sanctuary of the Mother Root. Here, no one shall wield their arcane cards. That's the unwritten rule, right? However, aren't you a little weak? Sparrow frowned at Velk's weak body compared to what record said. Ggrrrr. Velk gritted his teeth in frustration as he waved his hand, causing the arcane card to disintegrate into particles, disappearing into the air. It was at this juncture that an ethereal voice resonated, commanding the attention of everyone present. Why don't you fight? Empress, without any visible expression, her gaze fixed on Kai, who stood somewhat taken aback. As she gently regarded him, he couldn't help but blush, his mind wandering to thoughts like, if mother-in-law's voice is like this, then what about the daughters? Empress tilted her head, repeating her question with an air of mysterious authority, why don't you try using your arcane card? Why, your majesty? Velk was visibly startled, caught off guard by the Empress' words that literally meant suicide. Chapter 29, Kill that man, what? Kai stood there, utterly baffled by the Empress's unexpected and enigmatic words, as Lucius had emphatically warned, wielding an arcane card within the sacred confines of the temple, where the mother root held its mystical presence, was tantamount to committing an act of self-destruction. AKA suicide. Even that was the reason as soon as Kai's sword appeared it instantly disappeared and merged with card during the baptism. The unwritten rule etched into the very essence of the sanctum dictated that no one should brandish their arcane card before the mother root, and those who dared to break this sacrosanct rule would be condemned to a gruesome fate, as mother root would drag them to hell. This wasn't a metaphor. It was the brutal reality that loomed over every arcane being. It's the fucking truth. That even a child knows. Visibly sweating, Kai cast a bewildered glance at the Empress, his expression a strange amalgamation of confusion and anxiety. Why, your majesty? I don't think that's... Velk began, attempting to voice his concerns, but before he could complete his sentence, the Empress interjected, her tone tinged with a hint of sarcasm, your father will die if things continue, so, are you going to wait until then, the chosen one? Aye. Kai's body trembled, his gaze flickering nervously across the temple's current situation. He knew that being the chosen one meant he would have to endure numerous hardships, a destiny bestowed upon him by the arcane energy. However, he never anticipated facing such challenges immediately upon being announced as the arcane king to the world. You guys seem to revel in chit-chat. Ah, Sparrow sighed with a tone tinged with weariness. Glancing over at Kai. A trace of haughtiness colored his expression as he continued, he was already caught in our grasp, how could he mov, thunk, splurt. Thud. The words hung in the air, silenced by the abrupt beheading of the black-hooded figure holding Kai, the lifeless form tumbling to the ground. Sparrow stared vacantly at the scene before redirecting his gaze to the Empress, who maintained a stoic countenance as if she wasn't involved. Inwardly clenching his fist, Sparrow gulped. I believe that barrier would confine her, but... damn! She truly is insane. Determined to conclude the task before the Empress could intercede, he readied himself. Velk gulped audibly. His thoughts racing, just as I thought, we merely an entertainment to her. Velk screamed internally. He had heard rumors about her extraordinary abilities, but no one had witnessed her actions firsthand, leading him to dismiss it as mere gossip. Now, witnessing the gruesome display, he couldn't shake the uneasiness. He just wants to go home now. Kai hurriedly stood up, distancing himself from the lifeless body. He cast a worried glance at the Empress, his thoughts echoing his concern, shit. This woman is seriously dangerous. Meanwhile, Aether. Well, damn it, man. I really want popcorn now. Aether mumbled to himself, inwardly lamenting the lack of cinematic snacks as the unfolding events captivated his attention. The twists and turns of the situation drew his gaze to the purple-haired woman. Sometimes he truly wished he could have a see-through magic. Ahem. He means a spell that enables him to see others' data that inherently came with the system. That's all, compared to Velk and Mortimer. She's different. I can't sense any oppressive power. She feels as calm as water, seemingly harmless. But I think that's just... His thoughts abruptly ceased when he noticed her sudden gaze fixated on him, as if he had committed some transgression. In an instant, Aether lowered his eyes, feigning unconsciousness to avoid drawing attention to himself. Hey, brat. Aether's entire being recoiled at the address. His heart pounding with the fear that his facade had been unveiled. However, to his astonishment, it was Sparrow who bellowed, addressing Kai with a stern tone, what? Kai stammered, flinching in turn as he faced Sparrow with an alert expression. "You have two options, either die or come with us," Sparrow declared, his words hanging heavy in the tense air. Kai remained silent, uncertainty etched across his face. His desperate eyes sought his father, who persistently struggled against Sparrow's elusive movements, resembling a sparrow dancing effortlessly through the air. "Why, your mage?" Kai began to plead for the Empress's intervention, hoping her formidable power would tip the scales. However, the Empress, with an air of indifference, curtly stated, "It's your life. Fight." She wasn't a heartless woman, she simply sought to witness Kai's capabilities. Taking in the chaotic scene, Kai's gaze fell upon his unconscious sister, sprawled on the floor like a delicate fallen flower. Alfred valiantly fought against two relentless black-hooded figures, while Lucius, not inclined towards combat, found himself restrained by a single, imposing man. Then there was Timmy, his assistant, the first to succumb to unconsciousness on the cold floor. Utterly useless now, left with no alternative, Kai reached for his arcane card, and a radiant rainbow enveloped the surroundings. Gulp! Kai's throat tightened audibly as he stole a glance at Sparrow, who stared at him with an intensity that conveyed the gravity of one wrong move. However, a deeper fear nestled within Kai's heart, warning him not to use the card unless he wanted to be ensnared by the ominous mother root. The Empress, with her keen eyes, fixed her gaze on Kai, observing his every move. A flicker of courage danced in his eyes as he held the arcane card before him. Velk's face twisted into an expression of discomfort, as if he were about to witness the brutal demise of his own child. Sparrow clicked his tongue in impatience, readying himself and signaling others to eliminate Kai at the slightest hint of action. Gulp. Kai's fear was palpable, his hands trembling as he faced the impending threat. The anticipation in the Empress's heart surged, awaiting the unfolding of the unexpected. Help me, Aether, huh?" Aether let out a shocked voice, incredulous that the brat had called on him of all people. He quickly lowered his head pretending he's still unconscious, feigning disbelief. "The fuck was that?" he screamed inwardly. Yet, Kai, with the newfound idea, asserted, Kai Frostblade, order you, Aether, to kill that man." The command hung in the air. Suddenly, A guttural scream of agony echoed as Aether clutched his neck, his body moving involuntarily. He stood before Sparrow, a vessel for Kai's command as if compelled by an unseen force. With a horrified look, Aether stared at Sparrow, who had an amusing smile and pity face. "Well, it's good to see you again." Chapter 30. Okay, now right hand. If one were to express Aether's current state in a single word, it would be impossible. Impossible to comprehend, impossible to resist, and impossible to articulate the dread coursing through Aether's veins. That's what Aether's currently feeling. With a horrified expression, he stared at his own body, a vessel now under the influence of forces beyond his control. What the fuck? He found himself unable to complete his sentence, as an incomprehensible pressure compelled him to move involuntarily, defying his own will. This fey-felling. The sensation felt familiar, reminiscent of that day when he believed he was being stared down by death itself. The day he attempted to harm Kai, he was suddenly engulfed in an abyss-like sensation. He initially dismissed it as stress, as those oppressive feelings vanished after that incident. Yet, here they were, resurfacing once more. Eternal SLV. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Sparrow, who, with an amusing smile, uttered, "Eternal slave, woo, ODYSSEY," as he whistled. Velk's face contorted into a grimace upon hearing Sparrow's words. "To think you would stoop this low. Man, color me surprised. I never thought there would be a day where the righteous Mortimer Fortblade would allow his son to do this. Now I understand why you are weak. You sacrificed your arcane stars to form an eternal contract." Sparrow spat out with evident disgust. Even the Empress couldn't resist casting an intrigued gaze upon Aether. Sparrow shook his head, shrugged, and shifted his attention to Aether, who wore a horrified expression, struggling to regain control of his own body. With a pitiful smile, Sparrow remarked, "Damn, man, I initially thought you were just a mere temporary slave, but…" TSK. Ding, one affection, ignoring the glimmer of pity in Sparrow's gaze. Aether snapped out of it, turned his gaze toward Kai, and erupted with anger, shouting, "What have you done to my body?" However, in a sudden twist of events, Aether clutched his mind as if something were violently rending his thoughts. "Huh? You don't know?" Sparrow asked Aether, a look of surprise crossing his face. Observing Aether's continued struggle, Sparrow added, "But it's impossible to form a contract without your acknowledgement, Kill him." Kai ordered without hesitation. Aether's right hand, seemingly under the control of an unseen force, moved with puppet-like precision. Attempting to counteract the involuntary motion, Aether tried to grasp his right hand with his left, only to find his left hand poised to strike Sparrow. However, thunk, Sparrow skillfully caught both of Aether's hands, casting an amused glance at Kai. "Do you really think with his feeble body he could even scratch me?" "He may not, but my father can," Kai retorted, his tone laced with arrogance. Chuck, cough, cough, drip, drip. Sparrow looked down, his piercing gaze catching sight of the sharp blade that had mercilessly breached Aether's stomach, extending with ominous intent through his body. As the metallic scent of blood infused the air, droplets fell from Sparrow's lips, mirroring the crimson that Aether, with each convulsive cough, spewed forth. Aether's eyes, once vibrant, now dimmed in the grip of pain and impending darkness. What the? He thought. Velk materialized behind Aether, executing a skillful thrust of his blade. However, displaying a keen awareness of vital points, Velk managed to avoid causing irreparable harm, ensuring the penetration was deep yet controlled. "You are a cunning one, aren't you?" Sparrow remarked, his gaze fixed on Kai, a twinkle of admiration in his eyes. Kai, visibly unsettled, gulped audibly as he took a cautious step backwards. The blank expression on Sparrow's face sent a chill down his spine. His eyes shifted between Sparrow and Velk. "If I were to eliminate this slave, there would be consequences for the master. Correct?" Kai inquired, his tone carrying a subtle threat. Velk, caught off guard by the query, flinched momentarily before swiftly withdrawing the sword from Aether and trying to pull him. "However, do you think you can escape from me?" Sparrow declared as he swiftly seized Aether's left hand and, with a forceful kick, sent Velk sprawling away. "Let's see whether the amendments about the eternal contract were true or not." Sparrow mused aloud, his gaze fixed upon Aether. Aether sensed an impending calamity, a premonition of something dire about to unfold. He yearned to escape, to distance himself from the unfolding chaos, and to scream that he was not related to them. Yet, Sparrow, wearing a wicked smile, ruthlessly severed Aether's left hand as he crumpled to the ground. Thud, splurt, freewebnovel.cm, Aether's cry echoed in the air as the gruesome reality unfolded before his eyes. Cough, cough. Kai convulsed, vomiting blood as if some internal parts had seized control of his body. Kai! Velk's anguished shout filled the air as he rushed to support his son. Urgently, he implored Kai to recall Aether, call him back. However, Kai continued to retch blood, appearing as if he were the one perpetrating the harm upon himself. Interesting, Sparrow nodded with a detached curiosity. He then callously discarded the severed hand. Thud, it landed upon the altar, where the mother root lay exposed. "No. You've tainted the mother." Lucius, the priest, screamed in fear, tears streaming down his face, but amidst the unfolding chaos, the cries of the priest fell on deaf ears. Who in the world would listen to a priest's pathetic cries? No one. "Okay, now the right hand," Sparrow announced, a sadistic glint in his eyes as he seized Aether's remaining hand. "No. No. Aether's desperate cries filled the air as he futilely attempted to evade the clutches of the maniacal tormentors. "Don't worry, rather than living as an eternal slave, dying is the best option," Sparrow callously declared, tearing away Aether's last remaining hand. He-he-ha. The weird anguished cry reverberated through the temple, a symphony of pain that left an indelible mark on the sacred space. Aether's eyes gradually closed, as if his tortured body had reached the limits of endurance. Cough, cough. Kai, too, convulsed, coughing up blood. His complexion turned pallid and feeble, betraying the internal parts wreaking havoc within him. Soon, Kai succumbed to unconsciousness. Already? The Empress sighed in a tone of defeat. Her desire to witness the true power of the arcane king dwindled as he lay unconscious, seemingly powerless even before unleashing his capabilities. She felt pathetic to that boy. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment, questioning whether she should allow her daughter to marry such a man. Oh well, let's think about that later, she mused, deciding to conclude the spectacle with her own 2 hands. However, in the midst of the unfolding chaos, an emotionless and chilly laugh echoed dangerously. He. Turning toward the source, she saw Aether, the handless slave, laughing weirdly at Sparrow. Have you gone mad? Sparrow jested, his amusement evident as he grabbed Aether's hair, lifting his head to face the laughing slave. Aether, his eyes blank, stared at Sparrow with emotions indiscernible. In a laughing that cut through the tension, he uttered, he. Log. In. Ding. Chapter 31, Contract to Aether's POV, I cried out in agony as both of my hands were ruthlessly torn off. This is wrong. What's wrong with these people? I screamed in my mind. I wanted to ask for help clawed at me, but I knew it was futile. Ever since I arrived in this world, not a single soul had extended a helping hand or offered support. The only exception was that girl who seemed to pity me, but even she couldn't help me. You fucking log. Help me, bastard. Just give me anything. I pleaded desperately for assistance from the log. That thing brought me must want something from. Otherwise, there was no explanation for my sudden fucked up life. And just as always, it remained fucking silent. Then, in a sudden rush, my mind turned hazy, as if my body had finally hit its limit. Yes, my body. Ever since I found myself inside this boy's body, I couldn't shake the feeling that it was mine and mine alone. There was no doubt about it. Yet I couldn't fathom the reason. My body gradually turned numb, and a chilling realization crept over me. So, he can literally control my body. Terror coursed through me at the thought. A revelation Mortimer had never disclosed. That fucking old rotten bastard. I should have known he was dangerous. I screamed, regretting how easily I had trusted the words of that deceitful old man. Called Mortimer, the memory of my body moving autonomously, like someone else piloting my vessel, left me feeling disgusted. I wanted to escape from this fate, to run away from everything. However, I understood deep down that no matter where I went, these guys would follow, just as my second father had shadowed me. I will once again be controlled by other people. I couldn't help but lament about my pathetic life once more. This Aether boy, I didn't know the details of his existence, but I felt a connection. I understood one thing. He had chosen to die over succumbing to others' cruelty, because, even as someone who had nearly reached the age of 30, I had contemplated ending my own wretched life. Yet, a stubborn part of me persisted. The same part that yearned to fight, to prove to others that I could endure every hardship and emerge radiant, like a shining star. However, this wasn't the case for the 15-year-old child who had endured something so horrific that he could never fathom living again. He chose to die. Of course, these were mere assumptions, born out of my inability to inherit this tormented child's memories. The gulf between our experiences was vast, yet we shared struggles. What should I do? They are going to kill me. I mumbled in a sorrowful tone and smile. However, I want to punch him. I at least wanted to feel the impact of my fist against that man's face, the one who audaciously calls himself Jack Sparrow. Fuck. The fury in my heart intensified just recalling how he introduced himself, making my blood simmer with resentment. Fucker. Clenching my teeth, I fought against the encroaching darkness, struggling to reclaim my consciousness. I won't die like last time. Hey, I'll at least land a punch on that man's face and witness the shock etched across it. Ahahaha. No hands, I will use my fucking head. I screamed inwardly, mustering every fragment of energy within me. My heavy eyelids slowly fluttered, and the world around me shifted from a blurry haze to a semblance of clarity. It was at that pivotal moment, ding, say, log in. Say, log in, you motherfucker. Finally showed up. Who the fuck are you, bitch? Tell me where you have been when I am going through this shit. I screamed inwardly, frustration bubbling up as those texts materialized in my vision. However, to my dismay those repeated like a robot. Say, log in. He, he. My unease laughs loudly shouted, drawing the attention of everyone in the temple. Have you gone mad? I heard those haughty voices. I laughed off the audience's gaze and directed my blank eyes towards the man called Sparrow. An unknown storm of emotions swirled within my heart as I muttered with a wicked laughing expression. He. Ha. He. Log. In. Ding, only I heard those bells. For others, the sudden appearance of a black transparent screen caused them to flinch, and turn their attention towards the altar. A collective gasp filled the temple as the screen became visible to everyone. Request, logging in. They couldn't believe what they witnessed, just a broken hand causing this phenomenon. Frowns formed on everyone's faces as they wondered why it took so long to connect with the mother tree. Their eyes were drawn to the hand-like roots where Aether's left hand had landed, blood coating the once pure sanctuary and defiling its sanctity. Tainted, that's what their mind echoed when they saw pure roots tainted with slaves' blood. Sparrow, eager to finish me, found himself unable to interfere during the baptism process, as the mother root herself protected the participants. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. As the wait extended to almost a minute, Sparrow's impatience grew. Well, let's take care of that brat, he contemplated, dismissing me from his attention. I will kill you, bastard. Velk shouted, his anger flaring as he sensed Sparrow approaching his son. Just as Sparrow was about to throw Velk aside and grab Kai, a commanding voice echoed through the temple. Hey, he.ha. I said. Login. SSSSSHH. The energy around the temple trembled, and everyone's eyes suddenly shifted to me. I stood there, looking at the sky with a blank expression. Drip, 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 blood dripped from my torn shoulders, yet, I felt nothing. All I desired was to punch the man who subjected me to this torment. No, I wanted to punch everyone who contributed to my suffering. From Velk and Kai to Alfred, Timmy, and their lackeys. I wanted to strike their faces until that I was satisfied, an overwhelming urge of unknown emotions. I wanted to laugh loudly just like before. I stared at my own log screen, displaying, error, retry, error, unknown, retry, error, unknown, retry, ding, order from hashtag, retry, ding, affirmative, / name, Aether. Sex, male, race, human, level, 0, title, slave, master, Kai Frostblade, attributes, strength, -1, agility, 0, intelligence, 1, magic affinity, 0, charm, 1, / The collective disappointment lingered in the room, as the promising build-up and the peculiar atmosphere had led them to anticipate something significant. Very big, Velk released a relieved sigh, finding nothing unusual in Aether's log. On the other hand, Alfred expressed his annoyance with a disdainful click of his tongue as he couldn't prove any irregularities in Aether's log. However, instead of joining the others in scrutinizing the altar, the Empress's attention was fixated on the boy who stood there, smiling at the sky. In my eyes, / name, Aether, sex, male, race, level, 0, title, the lost one, slave, eternal contract to the only holder of Aether and pastless, futureless entity, attributes, strength, -1, agility, 0, intelligence, 3, magic affinity, 0, charm, 1, compatibility, 85%, survival rate equals 0.2%, affection points, 00983, 1000 affection points equals 1 any attributes, / suddenly, 1000 affection, 1000 affection, 1000 affection, 1000 affection, 1000 affection. 1000 affection, 1000 affection, 1000 affection, 1000 affection, 1000 affection, Chapter 32, You Angered Our Mother, Third Person's POV, the Empress stood. Her gaze fixed upon the boy who stood before her, his lips curled in a mild laughter that seemed to dance beneath his breath, then, her attention flickered to the black, transparent screen nearby. There was nothing remarkable about it, yet a hint of curiosity tinged her thoughts, urging her to delve deeper into its enigmatic depths. Aether's laughter persisted, a subtle melody amidst the silence of the chamber, his eyes alight with unspoken defiance as they met Mother Root. Uncertain of why no one intervened, Aether found himself oddly. Didn't care, if he going die anyway, he would not succumb without a fight, refusing to meet his death in the same pitiful manner as before. Observing Aether's hazy and determined wobbly walk toward the altar, Sparrow merely shrugged, while beads of sweat began to form on Velk's furrowed brow. Today, Velk's purpose was to ascertain whether Aether had fallen prey to manipulation or not. Frognovel.com, Velk harbored no intention of allowing him to summon his arcane card, fully aware of the dire consequences that would ensue if his father caught wind of such actions. If he knew, Velk would die surely. Velk tried to stop Aether, even though he knew he couldn't. Yet, he couldn't allow it, especially not in front of the Empress. St. Velk's attempt to interject was swiftly halted by a single glance from the Empress. Her gaze imbued with an authority that commanded obedience and compliance, much like the invisible pressure he had once exerted upon Aether during their initial encounter. Fuck. Velk cursed as he lamented the grave error of bringing Aether into their midst. With bated breath, Aether stood before the altar, his chest heaving with exertion as he beheld the ethereal spectacle unfolding before him, the intricate web of roots intertwined to form a divine hand, its allure mixed against the crimson stains of his own blood, as his gaze settled upon his torn hand, which lay cradled within the embrace of Mother Root. Drip, drip, Aether couldn't help but notice the blood still dripping from its flesh, staining the ground that represents purity. With a sinister chuckle, he muttered under his breath, the words dripping with venomous intent, by the cursed words and, a venomous plea, obey my touch and be tainted by blood. Summon forth, you fucking arcane bitch. Horrified by the sacrilegious chant, Lucius, the sole priest present, couldn't contain his outrage as he confronted the audacious slave who dared to defile the purity of Mother Root. You bastard. Lucius's voice echoed with a mixture of pain and anger. How dare you defile our pure mother with such vile words? Kneel down now and beg for her mercy. This guy's gone nuts. Sparrow muttered incredulously, his eyes widening in disbelief as he observed the chaotic scene unfolding before him, yet Mother Root remained unmoved by the commotion, not even a single reaction. Of course, there's no way that chant would work, Sparrow remarked mockingly, his tone laced with disdain, before scooping up Kai and preparing to depart. But just as he and his subordinates were about to leave, a faint tremor reverberated through the temple, causing Sparrow to pause mid-step, his senses alert to the subtle shift in the atmosphere. Frowns creased the brows of those present, their confusion mounting. The sudden eruption of sound echoed like thunder, shaking the very foundations of the temple as if a mighty earthquake had seized hold of the land. You slave. Lucius's voice cracked with a mixture of fear and indignation as he pointed an accusatory finger at Aether. You angered our mother. As fear gripped Lucius's heart, his thoughts turned inward, a desperate plea echoing in the recesses of his mind. Dear mother, I am not. He is the one. He is the one who defiled you, who tainted your sacred face. His words devolved into incoherent ramblings as panic clouded his senses. Meanwhile, Aether remained unperturbed, his gaze fixated on the roots before him, his expression unreadable as he slowly inclined his head towards the divine entity. The tremors left the onlookers stunned, their eyes darting around the chamber in confusion when felt the earthquake. Yet amidst the chaos, only one individual observed Aether with a mixture of shock and intrigue. What in the world is he going to do? The Empress muttered, her expression a mix of shock and intrigue as she watched the unfolding scene before her. Crunch, crunch, the unsettling sound of crunching echoed throughout the chamber, causing everyone to flinch before their attention snapped back to the altar. To their disbelief, Aether was sinking his teeth into the root. "You heretic!" Lucius's voice reverberated with pain and fury, his eyes ablaze with righteous anger at the sacrilegious act unfolding before him. Drip, drip, the blood that had coated the surface of the root began to flow anew as Aether's teeth pierced its flesh, a crimson rivulet trickling down his chin. With each bite, the blood was drawn deeper into the roots, triggering a visceral reaction. Lubb. Dup. A thunderous heartbeat resounded throughout the chamber, its rhythmic pulse shaking the very air around them. The Empress rose to her feet, her eyes fixed upon Aether as he stubbornly persisted in his bizarre endeavor, attempting to pull the root with just his teeth. "What in the hell?" Sparrow exclaimed, his irritation palpable as he set Kai down and strode purposefully towards Aether, determined to put an end to the chaos that surrounded him. TTRRR. Before Sparrow could utter another word, a deafening roar drowned out his voice, the ground trembling violently beneath their feet. "Do you think you can pull that root with yo, bum?" Those were the last words Sparrow uttered before witnessing Aether, now handless, somersault through the air with a massive root clamped firmly between his teeth, crashing down upon his prone body. Sparrow couldn't even had time to act like a sparrow, though Aether spat the root from his mouth, his gaze fixed on the lifeless form of Sparrow. He. "That's what my desire." Aether muttered, his voice tinged with an eerie calmness, but the unfolding events were far from over. Suddenly, the black screen behind Aether flickered like an old TV, catching everyone's attention. Ding, a bell-like sound reverberated in Aether's mind, followed by a deafening SSSSH, as a blinding light emanated from the temple, enveloping everything in its brilliance. Squinting against the intense glare, the onlookers watched in awe as the light surpassed even Kai, the renowned arcane king. In brightness, speculation ran rampant as they wondered what manner of card this mere slave could possibly summon, and just as anticipation reached its peak, an unknown card materialized before their eyes. Tang, SSSH. The Empress, Velk, Lucius, Alfred. Their eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before them. What emerged was a pure white card, its radiance transcending any shade of white they had ever encountered. A pure white, even pure virgins would pale in front of this purity. Aether's head lolled from side to side as his gaze settled on Velk, a silent threat lingering in his eyes. But before he could act further, exhaustion overtook him, and his eyelids drooped shut and leaned on the humongous root. TRRRKKKKKKK. Once more, the earth trembled, but this time the disturbance emanated outside of the temple. Temple's entrance, as all eyes turned towards the source, a wave of fear washed over them at the sight of GGFRRRTTTTTT. A sinister, devoid black entity crawling towards them. Its ominous presence sending shivers down their spines. Chapter 33, World's Biggest Sinful Person, a sinister presence, darker than the depths of the abyss, unfurled from the confines of the temple, its very essence casting a suffocating shroud over the chamber. GGRRRTTTTRRRR. The sound, guttural and otherworldly, reverberated through the air like a discordant melody, sending tremors of fear coursing through the hearts of those who dared to listen. With an unsettling grace, the entity crawled along the ground, its inky form blending seamlessly with the shadows, a testament to its malevolent nature. As it moved with an otherworldly elegance, each sinewy limb seemed to ripple with dark energy, leaving a trail of dread in its wake. Those who beheld its approach could not help but feel a primal instinct urging them to flee, to escape the encroaching darkness that threatened to swallow them whole. "Everyone, back off." The Empress's command cut through the tense atmosphere, and as if by some invisible force, the sacred onlookers were compelled to retreat, creating a safe distance between themselves and the encroaching creature. Velk swiftly gathered the unconscious children, his movements deft and purposeful, while Alfred mirrored his actions, ensuring their safety amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, the hooded figures attempted to flee from the unknown entity, but their efforts were in vain as the Empress's gaze held them in place. Her silent command keeping them rooted to the spot. What is that thing? Lucius's voice trembled with disbelief as he watched the sinister entity draw closer, its inky form sending shivers down his spine. With 4 sinewy limbs moving in a meticulously choreographed rhythm, the entity advanced with an otherworldly elegance. Each calculated step reverberated throughout the chamber, step, step. Step, step, as the entity closed the distance, its shadowy form seemed to blend seamlessly with the darkness, obscuring its true nature and intent. Those who watched dared not breathe, transfixed by the mesmerizing, yet undeniably menacing, spectacle unfolding before them. Finally, it inexorably closed the distance between itself and Aether, who remained unconscious against the root. As it stood before Aether, its featureless face betrayed no emotion as it gazed down at the root that Aether leaned upon, then shifted its attention to the motionless figure beneath the monstrous root. Then it looked at Aether and, grr. A low, rumbling growl emanated from its throat, but strangely, it seemed almost comforting, as if attempting to soothe Aether in his unconscious state. Then, its focus shifted to the ethereal white card hovering in the sky above. KKRRRRR. In an instant, it emitted a piercing screech, its monstrous form springing forward with astonishing speed, propelled by an insatiable hunger for the pure ethereal essence of the card. However, as the bright light emitted from the card enveloped the entity, it began to writhe and convulse, its form consumed by the pureness emanating from the white arcane card. Relief washed over the onlookers as they witnessed the creature burning away to nothingness before it could reach its intended target. However, their momentary relief proved short-lived as another unnerving sound reverberated through the temple. GGRRRTTTTRRR, an uncanny and guttural sound echoed in the temple as an entity crawled on the ground. A collective flinch swept through the assembly as they witnessed the reappearance of the same entity, seemingly unscathed by its previous encounter with the card, resuming its relentless advance. But the tension escalated further as another guttural sound echoed from behind. GGRRRTTTTRRR, revealing the presence of yet another entity. What the hell is happening? Velk's voice rang out in desperation, mirroring the confusion and fear gripping the hearts of everyone. Gulp. So this is the golden egg that Master Mortimer was talking about? Alfred muttered, his voice trembling with fear. Even he couldn't shake the overwhelming sense of dread that washed over him at the sight of the entity. He knew that if he were to confront it, his frail bones wouldn't stand a chance against its formidable might. Just as before, the black entities fixated their gaze upon Aether before unleashing a cacophony of screeches and hurling themselves towards the white card. And just as before, they were incinerated into nothingness by the pure energy emitted from the card. However, GGRRRTTTTRRR, as the Empress stood watch, her heart heavy with foreboding, another entity emerged from the shadows, its arrival a grim testament to the unfolding chaos. With each passing moment, the solitary figure multiplied, until the temple was overrun by a horde of malevolent entities, their dark forms casting a pall over the sacred space. In the face of this overwhelming arrival of the unknown, the Empress and others could only watch in horror as the creatures multiplied, their numbers swelling with each passing moment. It was a relentless tide, an unyielding force of darkness that threatened to consume everything in its path. After what felt like an eternity, Crutch, one of the black entities, managed to withstand the onslaught of pure energy, sinking its teeth into the edge of the white card, and causing everyone to flinch in anticipation. Boom! A deafening explosion stopped the silence, reverberating through the chamber with an overwhelming force. The air crackled with oppressive energy, thick and suffocating, as the dark and impure essence of the card surged forth, engulfing the temple in its sinister embrace. In that moment of chaos and upheaval, the bitten black entity seemed to swirl and writhe, merging seamlessly with the pulsating energy of the card. Its form blurred and distorted, becoming indistinguishable as it fused with the raw power coursing through the card. Kiaiiku. Koer. The chamber trembled with the cries of the remaining black entities, their voices merging into a cacophony of happiness. As they were inexorably drawn towards the pulsating energy of the card, one by one, they hurled themselves into the swirling vortex of energy, their forms dissolving into nothingness as they merged with the dark essence contained within the card. The Empress and the others watched in stunned silence as the once pure white card slowly transformed into a swirling abyss of darkness, an impure darkness. Even the world's biggest sinful person would pale in front of this impurness. Lucius swallowed hard, a sense of foreboding gripping his heart. This must be an omen, he thought, his gaze shifting uneasily between the now darkened card and the unconscious form of Aether, who had not only desecrated their temple but also unleashed a dangerous entity into their world. Die, you bastard! Lucius's voice rang out with fury as he launched himself at Aether, his intent clear. Before the Empress could intervene, a piercing screech echoed through the chamber, kirrrr, followed by a sickening thud, as Lucius's lifeless, headless body crumpled to the ground. A collective gasp escaped the onlookers, their horror mirroring the ghastly scene unfolding before them. Lucy, Velk's scream was abruptly silenced, his voice drowned out by the chilling presence of the dark entity now fixating its gaze upon him. Sending a shiver down his spine that seemed to pierce his very soul, Velk's fear intensified as he stared back into the abyss-like gaze of the dark entity, his body drenched in sweat despite the weird coolness of the chamber. Drip, drip, the rhythmic sound of dripping echoed ominously in the silence, each drop resonating like a foreboding drumbeat, amplifying the palpable sense of dread that hung heavy in the air. Ggggggggrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr causing a ripple of terror to cascade through the room, freezing the Empress, Velk, Alfred, and the others in a tableau of fear-stricken disbelief. A ghost, TCKK, TKCC, and then, as if summoned by the darkness that enveloped him, Lucius's body began to convulse, a twisted dance of death and rebirth. With each spasm, a swirling mist emerged, coalescing into the ominous figure of the dark entity, the same dark entity that had haunted them moments before. Freewebnovel.com. As the dark entity took shape, a macabre transformation overtook Lucius's once lifeless body, hastening its decay until it dissolved into wisps of shadow, vanishing into the unknown before their very eyes. KKKIIKKKUUU. The entity's chilling cry pierced the air one last time, a haunting lament echoing through the chamber like a mournful dirge. With an otherworldly grace, it followed its brethren, leaping into the swirling vortex of darkness contained within the arcane card, and disappearing into the abyssal depths. Master? Alfred's breath hitched as he observed the unsettling events unfolding before him. Even Lucius's body didn't remain in this world, he realized with a pang of dread, his gaze shifting between his son's unconscious form and Aether's prone figure. A sense of foreboding settled over him, and he couldn't help but feel a creeping fear worm its way into his heart. Gulp! Alfred swallowed hard, grappling with thoughts he dared not entertain. Alfred? Velk's voice broke through his thoughts, and Alfred met his gaze, finding a shared expression of concern and understanding between them. Finally, the dark entity failed to materialize once more. Leaving everyone's attention fixed on the transformed card, the once pure white card underwent a profound transformation. Its surface was now divided, diagonally into two distinct halves. One half shimmered with a pristine white hue, symbolizing purity and light, while the other half was engulfed in an intense blackness, representing the depths of abyssal darkness. As the card pulsated with this newfound duality, BA dump, a powerful sound wave resonated from its core, emanating with an otherworldly intensity that reverberated throughout the chamber, signaling the profound shift in its essence. Pure and impure, boom. The resounding boom echoed across the world and beyond, its intensity shaking the very fabric of reality. As the sound reverberated through the universe, the colossal root that Aether had pulled from his mouth vanished without a trace, leaving him to plummet to the ground. Thud! Empress swiftly caught him, her expression indifferent as she regarded his unconscious form. Glancing down, she noted the absence of Jack Sparrow, the once haughty figure now seemingly transformed like nothing. Seems like he also turned into one of them, she thought, her indifference palpable as she shrugged off the revelation. Her attention then turned to the weird card that descended from above. Moving to touch it, she found it elusive, disappearing with a mere tick, before her fingertips could make contact. Sighing in resignation, Empress fixed her gaze upon Velk, her tone stern as she addressed him. you have lots to explain, Mr. Velk Frostblade. Why, your majesty? Velk gulped hard when he saw her looking at him with an indifferent expression. Chapter 34, The Prophecy, right, in a frozen expanse, where ice and snow blanketed the land in an ethereal glow, two figures faced each other, seated upon a majestic ice throne adorned with intricate designs and emanating a lustrous aura untouched by mortal hands. The purple-haired gorgeous woman stared at the old man who stood before her. Mortimer Frostblade greeted with a respectful bow of his head. "Welcome to my humble abode, your majesty," he spoke with a hint of deference in his tone. The Empress Marisandra Nyadya regarded Mortimer with indifferent yet enchanting purple eyes, her gaze piercing through the icy surroundings as if searching for hidden truths within their depths. "Humble," she murmured, her voice carrying a hint of skepticism. With a single gesture from her hand, she commanded the ice to yield, and as if responding to her will, fissures spread across its surface with delicate grace. Crack, crack, the ice shattered, forming intricate patterns of cracks that dispersed into particles like a fleeting illusion, revealing the room beyond in all its vastness. With the ice dissipated, the room was finally revealed. A vast expanse, larger than Aether's current storage room. In fact, it could fit 100 of Aether's storage rooms within its bounds, though it remained empty, devoid of any furnishings, despite the dispersal of every fragment of ice. The icy throne upon which the Empress sat remained steadfast. As white vapors came out of it, Mortimer's brow furrowed in confusion at the Empress's sudden action, but he refrained from voicing his concerns. Instead, he began to inquire what might be but before he could finish, the Empress interrupted him with a pointed question: "What happened to you?" Her indifferent voice reverberated through the silent mansion, its echoes reaching even the ears of Velk and Alfred, who stood trembling outside. After the chaos had subsided, Velk made the decision to depart, feeling a mix of emotions swirling within him. However, before he could leave, the Empress Forkahem politely asked that she wished to speak with Mortimer, and of course, bound by duty and respect for their Empress, Velk brought her to his huge mansion. Velk and Alfred remained, their nerves taut with apprehension. "Alfred, do you think she intends to harm him?" Velk's voice quivered with uncertainty, his heart was heavy with conflicting emotions. He was sad at the same time happy that his father finally leaving. "Don't worry, master. The Empress wouldn't lay a hand on the savior of 1,000,000 people, Alfred reassured him, his expression grave and unwavering. As they waited anxiously outside the room. Inside, Mortimer maintained an air of feigned ignorance as he addressed the Empress's inquiry. "What do you mean, your majesty?" he inquired, his tone carefully crafted to conceal any hint of anxiety. The Empress regarded Mortimer with an unwavering stare as he simply smiled in return. "You look weak. What happened to you?" she asked directly, her tone carrying a hint of concern. But was truly not. Mortimer hesitated for a moment before responding. "Oh? That's a little hard to say. I will listen," the Empress interjected firmly with a smile. With a resigned sigh, Mortimer conceded, his smile tinged with sadness as he revealed, "I sought to explore the depths of arcane beyond our comprehension, but my ignorance led to a curse inflicted by our own arcane energy. I am currently in the process of recuperating." The Empress scrutinized Mortimer's expression before pressing further, her tone becoming more insistent. "And you haven't informed us about this in the past 3 years?" Before Mortimer could offer an explanation, the Empress delved deeper, her keen mind piecing together the puzzle. "When was the last time you appeared?" It was soon after the prophecy, correct?" A subtle twitch flickered across Mortimer's face, but he maintained his composed demeanor, his smile unwavering as he confirmed, "Yes, I left to search for the person destined to become the Arcane King. He. Not realizing it is all alone. My grandson," he added with a chuckle, a hint of pride coloring his words. The Empress stared intently at Mortimer, who maintained a proud expression as he mumbled about his grandson. "So, when you brought that slave? What name is it?" Aether?" Mortimer interjected, his brow furrowing in confusion at the sudden mention of the slave's name. The Empress nodded thoughtfully before pressing on. "Who is he? And what is he?" Mortimer's proud demeanor faltered for a moment, but he quickly composed himself, replying, "His name is Aether, and I acquired him from random slave traders. As for what he is just a village boy." "A village boy?" the Empress repeated, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Leaning forward, she inquired further. "Which village?" Mortimer hesitated, uncertain why the Empress was suddenly so interested in a mere slave. "I'm not sure, Your Majesty." The slave trader only mentioned that he was from a village, he admitted. The Empress hummed, her expression thoughtful as she considered this information. Then, she shifted her focus to the slave trader. "Tell me about the name of the slave trader," she commanded. "His name is Darius Ironfang, from the Ironfang gang," Mortimer replied without hesitation. The Empress murmured, leaning back on her throne and closing her eyes, lost in thought as she pondered the significance of these revelations, her mind drifting to the enigmatic black entities. The Empress was truly intrigued by the mysterious black entity, something she had never encountered or even heard of before. "Do you know what he is capable of?" she suddenly asked, her tone serious. Mortimer flinched at the unexpected question. "Pardon?" he stammered, caught off guard by her inquiry. "Do you know what he is?" The Empress pressed, her gaze piercing. "I am not sure what you are hinting at, but he was just a slave I picked for my grandson," Mortimer replied with a frown, puzzled by the Empress's line of questioning. Why she is going on about that slave, he wondered. "So, you picked some random person and bound him not to a temporary contract, but an eternal one?" the Empress asked. Her tone tinged with amusement at the absurdity of the situation. "Yes," Mortimer nodded hesitantly, sensing the Empress's skepticism. The Empress frowned, unconvinced by Mortimer's response. A tense silence settled between them as they locked eyes, an unspoken tension thickening the air. "Can you show me your log?" the Empress finally asked, breaking the silence. "I can't," Mortimer refused, his tone firm. "Why?" "I have my own rights and I wanted to protect my secrets," Mortimer replied stubbornly, his expression unwavering. "Even if I order you?" The Empress raised an eyebrow, her tone challenging. "I don't think it's wise to say, but according to our laws, everyone has the right to safeguard their privacy." Mortimer explained, his voice tinged with wisdom. "I am the law, though," the Empress smirked, a dangerous glint in her eyes. Mortimer gritted his teeth as he felt the pressure of her authority bearing down on him, compelling him to kneel before her. His hands flickered with sparks, as if he were on the verge of summoning his arcane card. Before he could act, however, the Empress vanished from her throne, leaving Mortimer stunned. Her parting words echoed in the silence of the room. "At the end of the month, the engagement shall occur in the royal castle." Mortimer sighed in relief at the unexpected turn of events. But then, his fury resurfaced with a vengeance. "My fucking son. Come here," he bellowed, his voice reverberating throughout the entire mansion, sending Velk and Alfred scrambling into the room with trembling bodies. Chapter 35, Touch Your Heart. Aether found himself staring into the enchanting purple eyes of the Empress, feeling as though he had somehow incurred her displeasure. This silent exchange had persisted ever since he woke up in the empty storage room. His room, finally, breaking the silence, the Empress's soothing voice resonated in the air. "What's your name?" she inquired. Aether, he replied, his voice betraying a hint of hesitation. Aether? "I heard your name is Aether, though," she remarked, tilting her head in curiosity. "I had amnesia, so I don't know." Madam," Aether explained truthfully, adding a note of respect as he remembered her esteemed position as Empress. "Amnesia?" The Empress frowned as she processed Aether's response, her gaze thoughtful as she considered his situation. Without a word, she gracefully settled herself on the ground beside Aether, causing him to flinch in surprise before instinctively moving a little away. Aether couldn't comprehend why the Empress of the nation would choose to sit on the ground, and if it was just to inquire about his health, then that was total bullshit. He knew better. She wanted something. That much was evident from the gleam in her eyes and the subtle tilt of her head as she regarded him. Yet, what perplexed Aether even more was the realization that he didn't possess a single fucking item or skill that could be of any value to the Empress of the nation. Despite racking his brain, he came up empty-handed, feeling utterly inadequate in her presence. Wait, I do have something. Aether's thoughts raced as beads of sweat formed on his brow as thought about his log. Hee. The Empress's melodic laughter broke through his reverie, her amused gaze fixated on his troubled expression. If it were anyone else, they would either be overcome with joy at the Empress's attention or seek advantage of her favor for their own gain. However, Aether. His transparent demeanor betrayed his inner turmoil. Revealing a man wrestling with hidden truths and buried secrets. Nevertheless, the Empress was not one to resort to coercion or manipulation, unlike her dealings with Mortimer, whose stubborn refusal to divulge the truth had tested her patience to its limits. Could I see your log? She inquired, her tone gentle yet insistent, her piercing gaze never wavering. Hearing her request, Aether flinched involuntarily, his heart pounding in his chest as he grappled with conflicting emotions. Was this the moment his carefully guarded secret would be exposed? Sigh, fucked up. Sigh, he inwardly lamented, his defenses crumbling under the weight of her scrutiny. What's your name, madam? Aether stammered, his voice betraying a hint of nervousness. You Dawn, oh. Right. You had amnesia, the Empress exclaimed, a playful twinkle dancing in her eyes as she teased him with feigned innocence before revealing her name. My name is Marisandra Naiadia, okay. Log, Aether nodded, his expression a mix of resignation and apprehension. With a quick glance at the holographic display, he located the pertinent information and tapped the screen with a sense of reluctant resignation. Marisandra Naiadia. Soon, a window materialized before the Empress, who scrutinized it with her keen eyes. Name, Aether, sex, male, race, human, level, 0, title, slave, master, Kai Frostblade, attributes. Strength, -1, agility, 0, intelligence, 1, magic affinity, 0, charm, 1, She frowned upon finding nothing particularly unique, but then her eyes flicked as the arcane energy around her seemed to tremble in fear. The black transparent screen suddenly flickered like an old TV before stabilizing and displaying the information once more. Name, Aether, sex, male, race, human, level, 0, title, slave, master, Kai Frostblade, attributes, strength, -1, agility, 0, intelligence, 3, magic affinity. 0, charm, 1, Interesting, she thought, noting the concealed increase in intelligence. So, the arcane itself is hiding something, she pondered, her gaze returning to the skinny boy who stared at her with a mixture of worry and apprehension. Before he could ask, the Empress interrupted with a curious inquiry, but here it says you are Aether, though? Escaped. He screamed inwardly, maintaining a thoughtful facade. Aether paused, racking his brain for an explanation. Finally, he decided to assert himself. I will decide what my name is, not some weird magical text. Madam. The Empress regarded the boy with a peculiar expression before nodding in acquiescence. Sigh, Aether inwardly sighed, realizing his response might have been a bit unconventional, but he was happy that Log helped him again to hide his secrets. You don't know your past? The Empress inquired, her tone gentle yet probing. No, I don't know anything. Madam, Aether replied, shaking his head with a feeble smile. He truly was clueless about Aether's past. Okay, the Empress nodded before leaning in closer, catching Aether off guard. Instinctively, Aether recoiled slightly, avoiding direct eye contact with her. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about this Empress. Could you show me your... She trailed off, placing a single finger on his chest. Show my... Gulp, Aether's heart raced as he anticipated her next words. Arcane card? The Empress's enchanting purple eyes bore into Aether's blue ones. Arcane card? Aether frowned, not recalling anything of the sort. His last memories were fragmented, hazy at best. All he remembered was a desperate struggle, a trying to bite the root, and then... nothing. Furthermore, he was taken aback to find that his once injured hands were now as good as new. Yes, touch your heart and call it. The Empress instructed, guiding Aether's hand to his chest. Arcane card? Aether echoed doubtfully, his gaze fixed on the Empress. But there was no response. Not coming? The Empress tilted her head, noting the lack of reaction from Aether's body. Her gaze then wandered to his frail, stick-like figure. Maybe he isn't strong enough to wield the card, she wondered silently before deciding to step away. With a defeated sigh, she rose to her feet, her earlier curiosity giving way to resignation. As she turned to leave, Aether breathed a sigh of relief, finally feeling a moment of respite from the chaos of the day. But just as she was about to depart, the Empress paused and looked back at Aether, her expression now indifferent. "You said my eyes were beautiful, right?" Aether flinched at the sudden change in her demeanor, offering an awkward smile. "Yes, I apologize if I offended you, madam." The Empress regarded him with a piercing gaze before posing another question, her tone devoid of emotion. "Do you still think they are beautiful?" Her enchanting purple eyes seemed to lose their luster and emotion, casting an eerie silence over the moment. But to her dismay, Aether found himself captivated by their ethereal beauty. They look more beautiful than ever." Aether muttered unconsciously, feeling himself drawn into the depths of her gaze. He truly had a kink for eyes. "I see," the Empress responded before disappearing from view. "Fuck." Aether cursed in relief, finally releasing the breath he had been holding. However, his relief was short-lived as he suddenly realized something alarming. Very alarming. Ding. 1 affection, not because of that, but instead, survival rate equals 0.19%, Chapter 36, survival rate increases, / name, Aether, sex, male, race, ########, level, 0, title, The Lost One, slave, eternal contract to ############################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################## the only holder of ether and past-less, future-less entity. Attributes: strength, -1, agility, 0, intelligence, 3, magic affinity, 0, charm, 1, compatibility, 85%, survival rate equals 0.19%, affection points, 10984, 1000 affection points equals 1. Any attributes, / Aether blankly stared at his log, his mind swirling with confusion. After a minute of contemplation, he questioned himself, so, I am not human? He glanced down at his skinny frame, pondering what race he could possibly belong to. But he couldn't shake the memory of his log clearly indicating he was human before the mysterious changes. Aether shrugged off the thought. After all, his race seemed inconsequential as long as he could still savor the taste of food. Then his eyes fixated on the enigmatic title bestowed upon him. Sigh. He couldn't help but sigh in frustration at his lack of understanding. TSK, come on, log, at least give me a description. Aether grumbled, growing increasingly annoyed. No reaction, just like before. Aether's lips curled in anger, shaking his head in exasperation. You are utterly useless, he muttered bitterly, determined to unravel the meaning behind his title. He began to speculate. Lost one? Did I lose something? He wondered aloud, furrowing his brow in confusion. Slave. Eternal contract to whom? Aether frowned, his mind racing with unanswered questions. Holder of ether? He glanced down at his body, contemplating the cryptic title. Yeah. I mean, I am inhabiting his body. So I suppose I am the holder of ether. Something like that? Pasteless, futureless entity. Aether squinted his eyes, trying to make sense of the peculiar designation. What's that supposed to mean? Aether racked his brain, attempting to decipher the enigma. After considering various possibilities, he arrived at a tentative conclusion. Aether didn't have past memories, so pastless. Right? Then futureless means. What does that mean? Oh. I see, the survival rate, he murmured, his eyes flicking to the decreased survival rate displayed in his log. He was truly lost when he saw his survival rate before, but now, even a 0.01% decrease was alarming. A decrease was a decrease. No matter how small the amount, leaving Aether unable to fathom what would happen next. Gulp, Aether audibly gulped, his voice trembling with uncertainty. So, I should avoid her, right? He muttered to himself, his thoughts consumed by the implications of his dwindling survival rate. Seems like futureless means I don't have a definite future. Heh, Aether chuckled weakly, attempting to lighten the heavy atmosphere with humor. He couldn't shake the feeling of unease, unsure if it was solely due to Empress influence or if there were other factors at play. Regardless, he decided it was better to err on the side of caution and avoid any potential dangers that lay ahead. Compatibility increased? Why? Aether pondered aloud. His mind racing with questions and confusion. Many things perplexed him, especially the 10,000 affection points displayed in his log. Gulp, he gulped again, this time with a mixture of happiness and an underlying sense of foreboding. Shaking off his apprehension, he focused his attention on the attribute text for strength. With expectant eyes, he reached out to touch it, but to his dismay, nothing happened. Frowning, he tapped a few more times, hoping for a response, but still, nothing occurred. Frustrated, he muttered, increase strength. Ding, the sound of the bell reverberated in his mind, and Aether let out an aggravated sigh. Then, 1 strength, 0? Seeing his strength finally transition from negative to neutral, Aether couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Finally, I can start exercising Witho. Suddenly, Aether's world spun in a whirlwind of agony as his heart lurched, sending sharp bolts of pain coursing through his chest with each pounding beat. Ba-dump, the relentless rhythm of his heartbeat reverberated loudly in his ears, drowning out all other sounds as he clutched his chest in a desperate attempt to quell the searing pain. Each thud felt like a hammer blow to his already battered body, echoing the turmoil within. He groaned, the agony gripping him like a vice, squeezing the breath from his lungs as he writhed on the ground. His limbs thrashing in a futile attempt to escape the torment. Crack, crack, Aether's bones shifted and snapped with sickening sounds, each fracture sending waves of excruciating pain rippling through his body. It was as if his very essence was being torn asunder, shredded into pieces by some unseen force. The intensity of the torment escalated, red tears streaming from his bulging eyes, staining his cheeks with their crimson hue. His neck twisted and contorted with each convulsion, emitting sickening cracks and pops as if it were being twisted like a rag doll. Crack, crack, crack. His screams pierced the air, a primal cry of anguish and despair as he endured the unrelenting onslaught of agony. Each crack echoed like thunder in the silence, a symphony of suffering that seemed to reverberate throughout the very fabric of his being. Puff. PPSSSSSSS. His body betrayed him, his muscles spasming uncontrollably as he lay writhing on the ground, his senses overwhelmed by the stench of his own filth. Urine and feces leaked from him in a sickening cascade, staining the ground beneath him with their foul presence. The air permeated with a nasty smell. As it was a local toilet. Cough, cough. Aether's chest heaved with each ragged breath, his lungs burning with the effort as he fought to draw air into his battered body. Each cough sent waves of agony rippling through him. As if his very soul was being torn apart from within. Tuck, tuck, the grotesque substance oozed from his every orifice, a dark red jelly tide that stained his skin and clothes with its foul presence. It dripped from his nose, ears, eyes, mouth, and every other opening, a macabre testament to the horrors he endured. Grrrr. Aether's grip on consciousness slipped, his vision swimming as he teetered on the brink of oblivion. Every fiber of his being screamed for release, for an end to the torment that threatened to consume him whole. After what felt like an eternity of torment, the agonizing sounds and images finally ceased, leaving Aether battered and broken, but somehow still clinging to life. Aether slowly rose from the filth that coated his body, his sack dress soaked through with a noxious combination of excrement, urine, and the dark blood-like substance he had coughed up. With a resigned sigh, he shed the soiled garment, standing naked amidst the squalor. Instead of inspecting his body, he lifted his gaze to the sky, seeking solace in the vast expanse above. Name, Aether, sex, male, race, level, 0, title, the lost one, slave, eternal contract to the only holder of ether and pastless, futureless entity, attributes, strength, 0, agility, 1, intelligence, 3, magic affinity, 0, charm, 2, compatibility, 88%, survival rate equals 0.5%, affection points, 0.9984, 1000 affection points equals 1 any attributes. / His gaze fell upon the holographic display of his attributes, noting the changes that had occurred during his ordeal. His survival rate had increased, along with his compatibility. Yet he still remained perplexed by the meaning behind these alterations. Aether didn't fully comprehend the significance of compatibility, but he took solace in the fact that his survival rate had improved. It gave him hope, a glimmer of optimism amidst the chaos that surrounded him. Glad to see some progress, at least, he murmured to himself, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Despite the hellish torment he had endured, he found a sense of satisfaction in knowing that his efforts had not been in vain. He contemplated using the remaining points to further enhance his abilities but hesitated at the thought of drawing undue attention to himself. If I suddenly become too powerful, others might grow suspicious and it would be a pain in the ass to deal with. He muttered to himself, casting a wary glance around his room, which still reeked of feces, though it was really shit. With a resigned sigh, Aether silently opened the door and peered outside, scanning the darkened surroundings for any signs of movement. It was midnight, and the household was quiet. Everyone had retired for the night. Gulping nervously, Aether slipped out of the room, clad only in his nakedness. His destination was the pond located in the yard. The only place where he could bathe without drawing unwanted attention. As a slave, he was denied access to the bathroom, and forced to rely on the mercy of others for even the most basic of needs. The common restroom for servants was off-limits to him, as the other servants made sure to exclude him whenever they were present. Frustrated and angry, Aether had resigned himself to bathing outside under the cover of darkness. When the mansion lay quiet and still, "Whoa!" Aether exclaimed in surprise as he reached the edge of the pond. Chapter 37, no more like he regained his emotions. Whoa! Is this really me? Aether couldn't help but wonder as he gazed at his reflection in the small pond, his features illuminated by the eerie, dim light of the night sky. Even though there was no moon in this world, the darkness seemed to be bathed in a cold, chilly atmosphere, casting an otherworldly glow over the scene. Aether's astonishment wasn't at the sight of his own beautiful face, but rather at the realization that the figure staring back at him was exactly the same as when he was a teenage boy. He couldn't help but question whether he had truly somehow transmigrated with his earth body or something else. Though white hair remained him, it wasn't him. As he examined his body, he noticed that while it still appeared skinny, there was a newfound energy coursing through his veins. His skin glistened with vitality, and his bones felt stronger and sturdier than before. He can fucking punch anyone without worrying about cracking. Splash, splash. With a sense of anticipation, Aether slowly eased himself into the cool water, feeling the chill spread throughout his body. Surprisingly, he felt no discomfort, only a soothing sensation that seemed to wash away the exhaustion that had plagued him. Leaning against the edge of the pond, Aether let out a sigh of relief as the tension melted away, leaving him feeling rejuvenated and at peace. Then suddenly, ding, one affection, one affection, one affection. Aether wasn't startled by the sudden sound. His half-closed eyes glanced at his body submerged in the water, observing the tiny fishes greedily nibbling at his skin as if they were consuming his old self along with the ugly red substances. Closing his eyes, memories of the day's events flooded his mind. A pained expression etched itself onto his face. So, that kid could literally control me. Ah, he muttered, his voice laced with both pain and anger. When his body literally controlled by Kai, Aether couldn't help but feel disgust and apprehension. He wanted to know more about those contracts he was put to. Aether yearned to understand more about the contracts he had been subjected to, but his useless log offered no insight, leaving him feeling frustrated and alone. Fuck. He didn't even know what that ###### symbol meant. He couldn't help but question whether he could trust Mortimer or anyone else in the household. Wait. Should I ask her? Aether pondered, recalling the one person who had shown him pity amidst his suffering. If he played his cards right, he might be able to extract valuable information from her, but he couldn't shake the nagging doubt that she might also be deceiving him. With a sigh, he began to rub his skin, washing away the patchy red substances as he contemplated his next move. While Aether took a moment of rest, the purple-haired woman, Empress Marisandra Nyadya, stood amidst the ruins of the broken temple, her gaze fixed on the damaged mother root that lay before her. Why hasn't it healed itself? She pondered aloud, her fingers gently tracing the contours of the root's surface. Despite her efforts to nurture it back to health, the mother root showed no signs of regenerating, its once vibrant colors fading to a dull gray. Suddenly, a hushed sound caught her attention, and a black figure materialized before her, kneeling in reverence. "Did you find the slave trader?" the Empress inquired, her voice tinged with indifference. "Indeed, Your Majesty, but..." The figure hesitated, a note of uncertainty in their tone. Darius Ironfang from the Ironfang gang passed away a few years ago," the figure responded, choosing their words carefully. "The cause?" "Heart attack, Your Majesty, but..." "There are rumors circulating that he was brutally murdered," the figure continued, their voice barely above a whisper. "I see." The Empress nodded thoughtfully, inwardly noting, it seems that old man was determined to keep his secrets hidden. She then shifted her focus to another matter and inquired, "What about the monsters I asked?" Reporting to that, every scholar searched through the entire Empire archive. However, there wasn't a single picture or even a word regarding that unknown entity. The black figure informed the Empress, their voice filled with a sense of frustration. The Empress mused, her fingers delicately tracing the contours of the dead mother root. Suddenly, another black figure materialized beside them, prompting the Empress to turn her attention to the newcomer. "Reporting to Your Majesty," the figure began, their voice respectful yet tinged with urgency. "What did you find?" the Empress inquired, a hint of curiosity flickering in her eyes as she awaited the report. According to the information gathered from the mansion, the slave named Aether was indeed brought by Mortimer Frostblade 3 years ago. But there are no documents to corroborate this. The figure reported, their words carefully chosen. "Not even from the Ironfang gang?" the Empress questioned, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Indeed, Your Majesty. The Ironfang gang disbanded a year ago, leaving behind no clear documentation," the figure confirmed. The Empress frowned, her thoughts racing as she tried to make sense of the situation. Why go to such lengths, Mortimer? What are you trying to hide? She wondered silently, her suspicions growing with each passing moment. However, the boy Mortimer Frostblade brought had a markedly different persona. He appeared devoid of emotions or soul, akin to a puppet obediently following his master's commands, the figure continued, their tone tinged with unease. "No emotions?" The Empress raised an eyebrow in surprise, recalling the intensity of the blue eyes that had met hers during their encounter. "Indeed, Your Majesty. He seemed to lack any sense of self. An egoless person, until last week when he nearly died at the hands of other servants. It was then that he began to display signs of emotion." The figure concluded, "No. More like he regained his emotions." The Empress interjected, nodding in affirmation. She wasn't sure why she felt, but even the guiding arcane energy was hiding something from her. Or everyone. She then turned her attention to the black figure, her curiosity piqued. "Why did the other servants try to kill him?" The figure hesitated briefly before responding. "A boy named Timmy, who was head butler's son, was interested in Duke's daughter named Celine. When he saw how close Aether was to Celine, he became jealous and started to bully him along with his so-called friends." "I don't understand," the Empress frowned, perplexed by the situation. Aether had been portrayed as emotionless, leading her to believe that he was simply following orders rather than forming genuine connections. The two black figures exchanged a meaningful glance before one of them spoke up tentatively. "Forgive me, Your Majesty, but may I speak freely?" "Go on," the Empress granted permission, her interest piqued by the figure's request. Celine was the only person who pitied Aether and tried to support him whenever he needed it. Consequently, Aether began to fixate on her, following her like a devoted companion. It seems like that egoless Aether saw Selene as his mother and that might angered the boy, Timmy, to take these drastic measures, the figure explained. Ah, I see now. Another dog became jealous when his master's attention was directed elsewhere, isn't that right? He, the Empress chuckled softly, a hint of amusement coloring her tone. She mused, nodding thoughtfully before gracefully exiting the temple with steady elegance, her mind abuzz with newfound insights. Did you guys find anything about those arcane hunters? The Empress inquired as she turned to the black figures. They killed themselves before we could extract any information from them, one of the figures stammered, their voice tinged with hesitation. I see. The Empress shrugged nonchalantly, her expression unreadable as she surveyed the temple before her. Snap, in an instant, the entire temple froze, suspended in time, as if caught in a momentary pause. Its intricate details and towering spires remained motionless, seemingly trapped in a timeless limbo. Then, with a soft whispering sound, the temple began to disintegrate, breaking apart into countless particles that shimmered and danced in the air. Piece by piece, it dissolved, leaving behind nothing but a faint residue of energy where it once stood. Let's leave, the Empress muttered quietly, her voice barely audible over the hushed silence. The other two figures nodded in agreement before following her lead, disappearing into the darkness as they left the scene behind. No traces of the temple remained, as if it had never existed in the first place. The air hung heavy with an eerie stillness, devoid of any hint of the majestic structure that had once graced the area. Chapter 38, Eating is Important. The heavy silence hung between Aether and Mortimer, casting a solemn atmosphere over the room. Aether received a summons from Mortimer Frostblade to his ice room, an unusual request considering he had been ignored for a week. When he made his way to Mortimer's chamber, he couldn't help but notice that the room appeared slightly different than usual, though the presence of snow still adorned its surroundings. So, you don't know anything about what happened? Mortimer's voice, gentle like that of a grandfather, broke the silence, his brow furrowed in concern. No, Mr. Mortimer. I don't even know what happened after I was punched by someone, Aether replied, his tone tinged with defeat. Mortimer nodded understandingly, his hand patting Aether's head with a comforting gesture. Why don't you show me your log? Mortimer suggested, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Sure, Aether nodded, retrieving his log and presenting it to Mortimer for inspection. As Mortimer examined the log, his expression remained unreadable, his brows furrowing slightly in contemplation. Aether waited anxiously, anticipation evident in his demeanor. Well, there's nothing different except. Your strength has increased, Mortimer remarked, raising an eyebrow in surprise as he studied Aether's figure, noticing a subtle change in his physique. Even though Aether was still skinny, there was a subtle change in his figure, like he was more mature and had a broad figure. Aether chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. I'm not sure what happened, but when I woke up, I was surrounded by that ugly substance, he added, his face contorting in disgust at the memory. Oh. Mortimer's surprise was evident, prompting him to inquire further. However, Aether simply stated that he couldn't remember anything. I see. Then can you call forth that arcane card? Mortimer inquired, his gaze soft yet filled with anticipation, intrigued by what he had heard from his son and butler. They said some kind of terrific black entity that never witnessed before, he thought. Arcane card? What's that? Empress also asked me about it, Aether replied, confusion evident in his voice as he tilted his head in question. Mortimer's expression shifted suddenly, a flicker of horror crossing his features before he quickly composed himself. Empress? She visited you? He questioned. His demeanor shifting from concern to a carefully guarded demeanor. Yes, yesterday, at midnight she visited me, Aether confirmed, his tone serious, unaware of the underlying tension in Mortimer's reaction. What did she ask? Mortimer inquired, his tone fraught with tension as if Aether's response held the key to his fate and his family's fate. Aether recounted the Empress's requests, his words weighed with uncertainty. Well, she asked me to summon the arcane card, but I couldn't comply with her request, so she left. Is that all? Mortimer's skepticism was palpable, his brow furrowing with concern. Nop. Oh, there was another thing. Aether hesitated a little. What is it? Mortimer's patience wore thin. His voice tinged with urgency. She also advised me to eat well and strengthen my body, as she mentioned she would visit again soon. Aether fabricated a lie, his expression betraying no hint of deception. Mortimer's eyes widened in alarm, his mind racing with apprehension. Fuck. She's onto something, he silently exclaimed, struggling to maintain his composure. Is that so? Mortimer's voice faltered slightly as he gently grasped Aether's shoulder, his touch seeking reassurance. Regardless of who it was, you should always inform Velk first, understood? Yes, Mr. Mortimer, Aether nodded earnestly, his smile masking any true intentions. Now, are you absolutely certain you cannot summon the card? Mortimer pressed once more. His curiosity undiminished, he truly wanted to see the arcane card that once ever occurred in this world. Aether shook his head, attempting once more to call forth the arcane card to no avail. With a resigned sigh, Mortimer conceded defeat, bringing their conversation to a close. Don't worry about the room. I'll have Alfred take care of it, Mortimer reassured Aether, offering a gentle smile as he tousled Aether's hair affectionately. Aether chuckled softly before taking his leave from the ice room. Thud, as the door closed behind him, Aether's countenance shifted from that of a giggly child to one of stern resolve. That fucking old bastard is really a piece of shit. Isn't he? He muttered bitterly to himself. Despite Mortimer's outward displays of love and tenderness, Aether could discern no genuine affection in his actions. He meant no affection points. Every gesture seemed calculated to deceive, a fact that left Aether feeling a mixture of frustration and contempt. He couldn't believe he had fallen for the trick before. Even the girl who had shown him pity had offered affection points, yet Mortimer, with all his supposed care, remained cold and manipulative. Aether understood how easily the body's original owner could have been swayed by Mortimer's deceit. If not for the affection points as evidence, even Aether might have fallen prey to Mortimer's facade. Suddenly, a stern voice echoed from behind Aether, startling him from his thoughts. What happened? Velk inquired, his tone commanding. With practiced deference, Aether bowed his head and turned to face Velk, adopting the posture of a dutiful servant. I am not sure what you are asking, master. Aether replied respectfully, his demeanor composed despite the annoyance within him. Velk scrutinized Aether's expression. What did my father say to you? Velk pressed, his tone brooking no evasion. Aether met Velk's gaze, observing the bruises that marred his face and body, yet failed to diminish the arrogance in his eyes. Mr. Mortimer said that I need to eat more, Aether responded dutifully. That's all? Velk frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the response. Yes, master, Aether affirmed with a nod, his outward demeanor unwavering. Very well. You may leave. Velk dismissed Aether, his tone dismissive yet tinged with an undercurrent of suspicion. Aether offered a polite smile and retreated from Velk's presence. Inside the room, Mortimer lounged on the ice chair with a contemplative gaze, addressing his loyal servant. Alfred, I told you, didn't I, Alfred? Mortimer began, his tone laced with smug satisfaction. Even though I despise Velk for bringing Aether into the baptism, that incident has provided us with another. A golden egg? Alfred ventured cautiously. Unsure of how to respond to Mortimer's apparent delight, Mortimer's smirk widened dangerously. Exactly, he confirmed, a golden egg. Ripe for the plucking. Alfred wasn't sure how to react as he really wanted to scream that the thing he saw was not really a golden egg, instead it was a rotten egg that takes life. Alfred hesitated, his unease evident as he remembered his and Velk's pleas to eliminate Aether, warnings that had fallen on deaf ears. Mortimer nodded sagely before issuing his instructions. Alfred, ensure that Aether eats well. The fact that the Empress herself has taken an interest in him is not to be taken lightly. Alfred's eyes widened in alarm at the mention of the Empress's involvement. Yes, master, he stammered, feeling a shiver of apprehension. And while you're at it, investigate his room and collect samples of anything unusual, Mortimer added casually, as though discussing the weather. Understood, master, Alfred acknowledged with a respectful bow, preparing to depart. As Alfred reached for the door handle, Mortimer's voice stopped him in his tracks. And remember, Alfred. Mortimer's tone turned stern. Ensure that our golden goose never escapes our grasp. Alfred's heart skipped a beat at the ominous warning, but he merely nodded in response before exiting the room, and closing the door behind him. Soon thereafter, Alfred found himself standing before Aether's room. Bracing himself for what lay within, however, nothing could have prepared him for the overwhelming stench that assaulted his senses upon entering. What the foo? His eyes widened in horror as he took in the gruesome sight before him, and before he could stop himself, he retched violently, unable to contain his disgust. Alfred couldn't help but vivoo. He vomited. It would take considerable effort to clean the aftermath of Aether's room, a task that Alfred dreaded with every fiber of his being. Chapter 39, Monster Hunting. Master, what happened? Aether inquired as he followed Kai Frostblade through the training hall. It's not your place to know. Kai snapped, shooting Aether a glare before resuming his rigorous training regimen of 1,000 sword swings. Do you think I care, brat? Aether rolled his eyes, resisting the urge to retort. Instead, he simply shrugged and waited patiently, holding a towel for Kai as he sweated through his training. He was trying his best to keep his role. As he observed the bustling training hall, Aether couldn't help but notice the dedication of the other soldiers, each one diligently honing their skills. Despite the chaos of his current situation, there was a strange sense of familiarity in the structured environment of the training grounds. It's not much different. Aether mused silently, recognizing the familiar routines of physical training from his past life. His legs were itching to run and his hands were trembling to do pull-ups. Aether reminisced about his past life, recalling how he had once dominated the delinquent group with ease. He had dedicated himself to rigorous training, pushing his limits every day. In addition to his regular routines, he often participated in extracurricular activities such as martial arts, swimming, and boxing. These activities weren't just hobbies for Aether, they were the only options that led him to come home late, an escape from the challenges of home life. Shaking off the nostalgic reverie, Aether refocused on his present circumstances, which seemed even more messed up than before. Suddenly, a loud voice shattered the quiet hum of the training hall. Young master. Aether turned to see Timmy, the head butler's son, sprinting towards Kai with uncontained excitement. The sound of Timmy's footsteps echoed through the hall as he approached Kai, his face lit up with joy. Thud, ha ha ha. With a heavy thud, Kai brought his wooden sword down onto the sand-covered ground, pausing to catch his breath as he regarded Timmy with curiosity. Ha, what is it, Timmy? Kai inquired, his exhaustion evident in his voice. Master agreed to your request. Timmy announced gleefully, his grin widening with each word. A slow smile spread across Kai's face at the news, a rare moment of unbridled happiness. Finally, I can go outside, he exclaimed jubilantly. His voice echoing throughout the training hall. The soldiers paused in their activities, turning their attention to their young master with expressions of genuine happiness. They didn't know what was going on, but their loyalty to their young master was unwavering, and they were content as long as he was happy. Suddenly, Timmy's voice cut through the jubilant atmosphere, breaking the momentary peace. Hey, slave. Young master is sweating. Can't you do a single good job? Timmy barked, striding toward Aether and attempting to snatch the towel from his hands. Huh? Timmy raised an eyebrow in mild confusion as he struggled to yank the towel away. Frowning with frustration, Timmy exerted more force. Thud, only to find himself abruptly tumbling to the ground when Aether effortlessly released the towel. Grr. Timmy growled, shooting a venomous glare at Aether. It seems I need to teach this bastard where his place is again. His resentment simmering beneath the surface, he quickly scrambled to his feet, seething with anger, and hurried over to Kai, adopting a facade of carefulness as he wiped his young master's face. Hee. Look at him acting like a child, Aether thought to himself, a smirk playing on his lips as he observed Timmy's behavior, finding amusement in the display of whininess. As he glanced down at his own slender frame and thought, I need to train first. His gaze shifted back to Timmy, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, Timmy flinched as if he had been confronted by a terrifying presence, his unease palpable as he scanned the surroundings, searching for the source of the ominous feeling. I should visit my father now, Kai announced as he hurriedly left, but not before. Hey, come with me, he called, pointing Aether to come. Despite his inward sigh, Aether complied with his young master's request, trailing after him without protest. observing this turn of events, Timmy was taken aback. Despite being the one to deliver the message, his young master had chosen to bring along the seemingly inconsequential slave instead. Bristling with indignation, Timmy clenched his teeth and shot a venomous glare in Aether's direction. The sight of Aether's nonchalant demeanor only served to stoke Timmy's simmering ire, fueling his resentment further. Entering the room, it was the same space where Aether was first caught. "Father," Kai called out, rapping his knuckles against the door. "Come in," came the reply from within. Kai stepped inside, and Aether dutifully followed, assuming the role of the obedient slave. "Celine?" Kai's brow furrowed at the sight of his sister seated there. He then glanced at his father, who occupied the chair with a desk cluttered with documents. Quietly, he positioned himself beside his sister. Awaiting their father's attention, circumspectly, the sound of Velk hastily scratching pen against paper filled the room. Near the doorway, Aether stood silently, fully aware of his place, though he couldn't help but be intrigued by the sudden shift in the environment. After a brief span, Velk ceased his scribbling and lowered his pen. He regarded his children with a stern countenance. "As Kai previously requested, I will permit you to embark on a monster hunting excursion." Upon hearing this, Kai couldn't contain his excitement, a smile breaking across his face. He had been pleading for this opportunity for months, yet his father had always been resistant to the idea. "Yes, finally!" Kai shouted inwardly. However, Velk's expression shifted, his tone becoming more grave. "Yep, I figured that." Aether couldn't help but muse to himself as he focused on the unfolding conversation. "You will not be going alone," Velk declared firmly. What? Kai was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, reasoning that as long as he got the chance to hunt monsters and level up, he was willing to comply with his father's conditions. "Yes, Celine will join with you," Velk declared, surprising Kai. He hadn't expected his brainy sister to join them on the monster hunt. Kai turned his attention to Celine, who wore a serious expression. It was unusual to see her so solemn. Her usually cheerful demeanor replaced by a sense of determination and resolve. "What happened, Celine?" Kai inquired, his concern evident in his voice as he observed his sister closely, searching for any signs of distress or worry. "I realized I was too weak to protect myself and my family," Celine replied with determination. Hearing that solemn voice, Kai couldn't help but frown, before turning his face into worry and asking, "It's fine, Celine. I will protect you and our family," he vowed, his expression dead serious. Celine's cheeks flushed slightly at his reassurance. "I know Big Brother protects me, but I also want to protect you," she confessed, her face turning red with embarrassment. Witnessing this exchange, Velk couldn't help but smile proudly, feeling a swell of emotion at the sight of his two precious children. His eyes glistened with tears of pride. Meanwhile, Aether listened to their conversation with a furrowed brow, sensing something familiar yet unsettling about the exchange. A familiar uncanny sensation, a very dangerous feeling. He wasn't sure why, but this feels different for some reasons. Chapter 40, Wasted. "So, when will we be leaving, Father?" Kai asked eagerly, his excitement palpable as he awaited Velk's response. "Next week," Velk replied, his tone firm and decisive. "Next week?" "But yes, next week," Velk interrupted, cutting off Kai's protest before it could fully form. "As soon as you finish your training. We will be departing for the castle, as the engagement ceremony will take place in Her Majesty's presence." Kai's brows furrowed in confusion at his father's sudden shift in plans. "But father, isn't the engagement ceremony supposed to happen in the male house?" Velk sighed, thinking his son needed more training as he said, "That is the tradition if you were to marry a commoner or a low-class noble. However, you do know who you are marrying, right?" Understanding dawned on Kai's face, his expression clearing as he realized the significance of Velk's words. "Oh." He nodded. With that matter settled, Kai left the office, his steps filled with newfound purpose, and Aether followed obediently at his side. Kai clenched his fist in determination as he finally had his chance to fight the monsters. The anticipation of battle ignited a fire within him. Aether glanced at Kai, observing his so-called master's determined expression, but he didn't say anything. His role was clear: to follow Kai and obey his orders without question. He wouldn't give a damn about what Kai was thinking or feeling. As long as he wasn't the one suffering, he had little interest in Kai's concerns or ambitions. With Kai heading to the library to study, as a slave, he was forbidden from entering the library, so Kai was accompanied by Timmy. Aether remained behind to perform other menial jobs around the household. Throughout the day, as he washed dishes, prepared meals, and tended to various household duties, night had fallen, casting shadows over the Frostblade estate as Aether lay on the floor inside his so-called room. His weary body craving a moment of respite, his gaze fell upon a wooden plate, its contents no longer stale bread and expired jam, but instead a meager portion of meat. Well, it's at least better than bread, I suppose? Aether muttered to himself, though the burnt and tough meat offered little solace. Despite the meager meal, Aether knew he couldn't afford to rest for long. With a determined resolve, he rose to his feet and began a series of warm-up exercises, preparing himself for the rigorous training that lay ahead. ODYSSEY. Aether grunted as he lowered himself into a push-up, his muscles straining with effort. Unlike before, his hands remained steady, a testament to the progress he had made through relentless dedication and hard work. Nah, it's all because of log and affection points, but he would never going to acknowledge that shit that put him in this hell. Thud, breathing heavily, Aether collapsed onto the ground, his muscles burning with exhaustion. Huff, huff, he panted, struggling to catch his breath. I need more training. Aether muttered to himself, acutely aware of the limitations imposed by his status as a slave. With the demands of his duties filling his days, the night was his only opportunity for self-improvement. With a resigned sigh, Aether pushed himself back up and resumed his exercises, the exertion of his training a stark contrast to the tranquility of the moonlit night without a moon. Chapter 40, Wasted. So, when will we be leaving, Father? Kai asked eagerly, his excitement palpable as he awaited Velk's response. Next week, Velk replied, his tone firm and decisive. Next week? But yes, next week. Velk interrupted, cutting off Kai's protest before it could fully form. As soon as you finish your training, we will be departing for the castle, as the engagement ceremony will take place in Her Majesty's presence. Kai's brows furrowed in confusion at his father's sudden shift in plans. But father, isn't the engagement ceremony supposed to happen in the male house? Velk sighed, thinking his son needed more training as he said, that is the tradition if you were to marry a commoner or a low-class noble. However, you do know who you are marrying, right? Understanding dawned on Kai's face, his expression clearing as he realized the significance of Velk's words. Oh. He nodded. With that matter settled, Kai left the office, his steps filled with newfound purpose, and Aether followed obediently at his side. Kai clenched his fist in determination as he finally had his chance to fight the monsters. The anticipation of battle ignited a fire within him. Aether glanced at Kai, observing his so-called master's determined expression, but he didn't say anything. His role was clear: to follow Kai and obey his orders without question. He wouldn't give a damn about what Kai was thinking or feeling. As long as he wasn't the one suffering, he had little interest in Kai's concerns or ambitions. With Kai heading to the library to study, as a slave, he was forbidden from entering the library, so Kai was accompanied by Timmy. Aether remained behind to perform other menial jobs around the household. Throughout the day, as he washed dishes, prepared meals, and tended to various household duties, night had fallen, casting shadows over the Frostblade estate as Aether lay on the floor inside his so-called room. His weary body craving a moment of respite, his gaze fell upon a wooden plate, its contents no longer stale bread and expired jam, but instead a meager portion of meat. Well, it's at least better than bread, I suppose? Aether muttered to himself, though the burnt and tough meat offered little solace. Despite the meager meal, Aether knew he couldn't afford to rest for long. With a determined resolve, he rose to his feet and began a series of warm-up exercises, preparing himself for the rigorous training that lay ahead. ODYSSEY. Aether grunted as he lowered himself into a push-up, his muscles straining with effort. Unlike before, his hands remained steady, a testament to the progress he had made through relentless dedication and hard work. Nah, it's all because of log and affection points, but he would never going to acknowledge that shit that put him in this hell. Thud, breathing heavily, Aether collapsed onto the ground, his muscles burning with exhaustion. Huff. Huff, he panted, struggling to catch his breath. I need more training. Aether muttered to himself, acutely aware of the limitations imposed by his status as a slave. With the demands of his duties filling his days, the night was his only opportunity for self-improvement. With a resigned sigh, Aether pushed himself back up and resumed his exercises, the exertion of his training a stark contrast to the tranquility of the moonlit night without a moon. As the hours passed, he continued to push his body to its limits, each movement a testament to his unwavering determination. Later, under the pale light from the dark sky, Aether took to running laps around the yard, the rhythmic sound of his footsteps echoing in the stillness of the night. With each stride, he pushed himself harder, his muscles burning with exertion as he pushed through the pain. Huff huff dash. Finally, after covering what felt like an interminable distance. That was 100 meters, Aether's legs gave out beneath him, and he collapsed onto the dewy grass, his chest heaving with exhaustion. Thud, rolling onto his back, Aether stared up at the starry sky above, his breaths coming in ragged gasps. It was then, amidst the quiet of the night, that Aether's log emitted a faint chime, signaling an update. He had been waiting to hear. Ding. With a small smile, Aether summoned the log and reviewed the changes. Name, Aether, sex, male, race, ########. Level, 0, title, The Lost One, slave, eternal contract to ############################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################## the only holder of ether and pastless, futureless entity, attributes, strength, 1, agility, 1, intelligence, 3, magic affinity, 0, charm, 2, compatibility, 88%, survival rate equals 0.5%, affection points, 10042, 1000 affection points equals 1 any attributes, / fuck. His heart raced as he realized he had finally achieved a positive increase in strength, though the process had been arduous and painful. However, his gaze lingered on the affection points, a valuable resource he yearned to utilize but dared not, knowing the watchful eyes of Velk and Mortimer were upon him. Should I increase the intelligence? Aether contemplated his options, pondering the significance of increasing his intelligence. He recalled Mortimer's words regarding its importance in understanding magic and delving deeper into the arcane arts. There are no visible physical changes. Then it might be the best. 1 foot, he contemplated. After a moment of contemplation, curiosity prevailed over caution. Well, let's see what happens, he muttered to himself, his curiosity overpowering his reservations. Increase intelligence, ding, 1 intelligence, 4. Aether waited with eager anticipation, his heart pounding in his chest. However, to his dismay, no immediate changes materialized within him, nor did he experience any influx of newfound knowledge flooding his mind. Not enough? Increase intelligence, he repeated, determination etched in his voice. Ding, 1 intelligence, 5. Aether's brow furrowed in frustration as he attempted to increase his intelligence once more. Increase intelligence, ding, 1 intelligence, 6. Increase intelligence by 4, ding, 4 intelligence, 10. Aether's confusion deepened as he observed no discernible difference. Increase intelligence, ding, error, limit reached according to the level? Aether's mind buzzed with questions. Limit reached. Level? Aether's brow furrowed deeper as he scrutinized his log, realizing his level remained at 0. Oh. Right, that old man did say level would depend on the all attributes. So. Aether muttered, connecting the dots. If he wanted to increase his level, he needed to reach the limits of every attribute. I just wasted my affection points, Aether groaned in frustration, feeling as though he had lost something valuable that could have saved him, but no one could blame him. He had been hoping to gain the knowledge and skills injected into his mind that was necessary to navigate this new world more effectively and, importantly, magic. He looked at his log with a dissatisfied expression. contemplating his next move, / name, Aether, sex, male. Race, #########, level, 0, title, The Lost One, slave, eternal contract to ##############, the only holder of ether and pastless, futureless entity, attributes, strength, 1, agility, 1, intelligence, 10, magic affinity, 0, charm, 2, compatibility, 88%. Survival rate equals 0.5%, affection points, 03042, 1000 affection points equals 1. Any attributes, / the text represents intelligence was flickering with red, indicating it had reached its limit. However, there wasn't even a slight increase in his survival rate, as if suggesting his intelligence was not contributing to his survival. It felt like a blatant slap in the face. Aether let out a frustrated sigh, but managing to control his turmoil. He decided to take a bath. Feeling a mixture of disappointment and confusion swirling within him, it was then, shit. Aether's heart skipped a beat when his eyes caught a sight that sent a shiver down his spine. Like ethereal sentinels piercing the darkness, a pair of obsidian eyes materialized against the expanse of the dimly lit sky, each pupil, a void devoid of light, rotated with an eerie fluidity as if searching for something amidst the shadows. Then, with a graceful inevitability, they settled upon Aether, casting an unsettling glow upon their surroundings. Frozen in place, Aether felt the weight of those eyes bearing down upon him, their gaze like icy tendrils probing every inch of his being with a cold, calculating precision. It was as though they were dissecting him, unraveling the very essence of his existence with a curiosity that sent a chill coursing through his veins. Aether, close your eyes. A voice suddenly snapped him out of his trance-like state. Reacting instinctively, Aether squeezed his eyes shut, his heart pounding against his chest. After a minute or so, now open your eyes. Hearing that same voice, tinged with urgency, Aether slowly complied, cautiously opening his eyes, only to find a pair of blue eyes gazing at him with concern and familiarity, their warmth a stark contrast to the chilling gaze he had just experienced. Chapter 41, Chocolate and Cookies. Madam? Aether stood up with respect when he saw the bluish-black-haired girl. Sigh, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? Lying down in the open yard? She questioned him, folding her hands under her bosom, her expression a mix of concern and irritation. What was that? Instead of answering her, Aether asked with a terrified face, his eyes still wide with shock from the encounter. Celine's lips twitched when she felt ignored, but she then shrugged and said, those are void eyes. They often appear around to observe any wandering souls lurking nearby. Don't worry, they won't harm you or anything. However, staring at those eyes might cause you to experience a brief mental breakdown. Aether's mouth formed an O shape as he digested this knowledge. So it's normal here. He thought, trying to alleviate the tension with a nervous chuckle. So? Why are you here? She brought him back to her initial question, her tone softening slightly. I wanted to experience the outside world. Aether offered a lame excuse and was about to retreat, feeling uncomfortable under her gaze. Do you really not remember anything? Celine's voice carried a hint of pain, her concern for him evident. Aether looked at her with a questioning gaze, confused by her sudden change in demeanor. Here. Celine took out some chocolates and cookies, attempting to lighten the mood and offer him some comfort. Madam? Aether was truly taken aback, surprised by her gesture of kindness after their previous encounter. How was he supposed to react now? She was the girl who initially punched him in the gut like he was nothing, and yet here she was offering him food. However, Celine seemed to pay no mind to Aether's internal turmoil. Instead, she gracefully settled onto the ground, patting the spot beside her, silently urging him to join her. I am sorry, madam, but I see Aether, I ordered you to sit down. Celine's tone was firm, her fist clenched with unknown emotions. Aether complied with her soft request, although inwardly, he felt a twinge of irritation at being ordered around. It's not like he was afraid of being punched again by her. Celine nodded in satisfaction and handed him the cookies and chocolates, her expression softening slightly. As Celine handed him the cookies and chocolates, Aether hesitated. It smells delicious, he thought. The treats looked delicious, but he couldn't shake the nagging suspicion that there might be something more to this gesture. Aether hesitated, eyeing the snacks warily. Despite his hunger, he couldn't help but feel a sense of mistrust. Was this a ploy to get him to lower his guard? What if she's planning something? The thought gnawed at him, his mind racing with suspicions. He couldn't afford to let his guard down. Not in this place filled with intrigue and deception. Is she trying to poison me? Aether's paranoia grew, his eyes darting between Celine and the treats, completely forgetting that she was the only one who had shown any kind of sympathy towards him in this unknown world. Celine, with her soft blue eyes, watched the internal struggle playing out on Aether's face. She could sense his hesitation, his guardedness. A hint of disappointment flickering in her gaze. Looks like he truly doesn't remember anything. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness at the realization. How different things would have been if he just remembered. Am I not trustworthy anymore? She asked softly. Her voice tinged with hurt, as Aether observed the tears welling up in Celine's eyes. A pang of guilt struck his heart. It was as though he had inflicted some deep wound upon her, though he couldn't quite fathom how. His instinct to comfort her kicked in, overriding his lingering doubts and suspicions. He couldn't bear to see her cry, especially when it seemed to be because of him. The thought of being blamed for causing her distress filled him with unease. Velk surely would do something to him, and no, madam, it's just. Aether's words stumbled out in a rush, his voice tinged with a mix of apology and concern. He scrambled for an excuse, grasping at straws to alleviate the tension between them. You know, I don't think Master would be happy if he knew his sister was giving these handmade chocolates. Celine's response was unexpected. Instead of chastising him or pressing further, she emitted a derisive snort, her eyes twinkling with amusement. It was a stark contrast to the somber atmosphere a moment ago. You don't need to worry about that. Just eat. She reassured him, her tone lightening considerably. Oh okay, Aether nodded, his voice muffled by the cookies filling his mouth. As he savored the delicious taste, a genuine smile spread across his face. It's really good. Little gi, ahem madam. He exclaimed between bites, his eyes bright with delight. Ba dump, as Celine watched his joyful expression, her heart skipped a beat. It was the first time she had seen him smile so genuinely, and it sent a flutter of warmth through her chest. Is that so? Celine's voice faltered slightly, her fingers fidgeting with the hem of her dress. Yes. This is my first time eating cookies this tasty, Aether confessed without realization, his enthusiasm evident as he devoured the treats with gusto. Perhaps it was the contrast to the charred meat and tried bread he had grown accustomed to, but the simple pleasure of the cookies was really too good to him. A blush deepened on Celine's cheeks as she watched him eat, her heart fluttering at the sight. Gathering her courage, she made a bold offer. If you like it, I will make it for you next time. Her hands hesitantly reached out, landing softly on Aether's thighs, which were covered by the simple sack dress he wore. She couldn't help but notice the worn fabric, a stark reminder of his status as a slave. Sensing the sudden closeness, Aether tensed, shifting uncomfortably. He couldn't shake the feeling that Celine had ulterior motives. Aether's sudden flinch startled Celine, and she quickly withdrew her hands, offering a gentle smile as she redirected her gaze to the darkened sky. If you ever need something, you could ask me right away, she offered softly, her voice filled with sincerity. Aether froze for a moment, uncertainty flickering in his eyes as he processed Celine's words. She up to something? He couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to her offer than met the eye. Gulp. I am sorry, madam. But as I am a slave, I can't. Aether's words were cut off as Celine's grip tightened on his collar, her face dangerously close to his. Celine's intense gaze bore into Aether's, her expression tinged with a mixture of longing and frustration. Caught off guard, Aether tensed, unsure of how to respond to Celine's sudden assertiveness. Should he break her hand? He wondered, yet, in Celine's eyes, there was a flicker of pain, a silent plea for understanding. It was as if she lamented that he didn't remember her, or the memories they once shared. Relenting, Celine released her grip and stood up, smoothing out her dress with practiced ease. With a stern warning, "Don't stay late." She left Aether alone in the yard, his mind swirling with confusion. What just happened? Aether muttered to himself, perplexed by the unexpected encounter. Shaking off his bewilderment, he decided to head for the bath, while Aether, bathing peacefully, somewhere in the universe, unknown place, in the depths of an enigmatic realm, where the fabric of reality wavered and time held no sway, a commanding voice resonated with authority. "Did you find the person who obstructed the path of samsara?" The voice, elegant yet authoritative, reverberated through the boundless expanse. "My grace," a subordinate began, bowing deeply. "According to our reports, the first instance of energy interference occurred within one of the temples in the Aquarius Naiadae realm. However, the commanding voice prompted, its tone betraying no emotion. "However, Empress Marisandra Nayadya utterly destroyed the temple, leaving no evidence behind," the subordinate explained, a hint of apprehension in their voice. The silence that followed was heavy with implications. "But, my grace," the subordinate continued hastily, "we have discovered that the Duke Frostblade household held a baptism on that very day." The commanding voice remained silent, its thoughts inscrutable. Aye, if we send our spies, we might be able to uncover the culprit," the subordinate suggested, their voice tinged with urgency. "And my grace?" The subordinate hesitated, awaiting a response. "Do what you must. But I demand the return of the souls that were taken," the commanding voice finally spoke, its tone resolute and unwavering. "You understood, my grace." Chapter 42, My grandson, have you packed everything? Velk Frostblade inquired, his voice carrying a blend of authority and paternal concern, as he delicately sliced into a succulent piece of meat, the aroma wafting through the air tantalizing the senses. The meat dissolved on his tongue like butter, each bite a symphony of flavors that danced upon his palate. "Yes, father," Kai Frostblade replied with a respectful nod, echoing his father's mannerisms as he too savored the meal with poise, his movements measured and refined. Velk nodded in approval, his sharp eyes scanning the table before turning his gaze to his daughter, who sat beside him. "Celine?" "Yes, father," Celine responded with a warm smile, her eyes reflecting both determination and affection as she mirrored the elegance of her father and brother, her posture poised and graceful. The Frostblade family occupied the grand dining hall, a space that dwarfed Aether's so-called room. With ornate decorations adorning the walls and the soft glow of candlelight casting a warm ambience over the room, maids and servants discreetly lingered nearby, ready to attend to their master's needs with silent efficiency. Alfred, Velk's trusted aide, stood faithfully by his side, his presence a silent testament to his unwavering loyalty, while Timmy, Kai's companion, stood at attention beside him, his expression a mix of pride and anticipation while glancing at Celine. As for Aether, he remained among the servants, his presence almost blending into the background as he carried out his duties with quiet diligence, his thoughts drifting to the events of the past weeks. Wiping his drool. Today marked the departure of Kai and Celine for their monster hunting expedition, and today would be the day he was freed from his slave job. Fuck. Yeah. Aether screamed inwardly since he could have more time to train his body. It had been 2 weeks since Aether's arrival in this world, and though he had initially resisted his life as a slave, he found himself gradually accepting his fate, realizing that he was already enslaved by societal norms in his previous life, his sense of self slowly fading as he assimilated into his new reality. Anyhow, after that fateful night, Celine didn't offer him any chocolates again, while Aether was relieved to avoid unnecessary complications. A part of him couldn't help but yearn for the taste of those delicious treats. Food was important. Shaking off those nonsensical thoughts, Aether smiled as he glanced at his log, / name Aether, sex, male, race, #######, level, 0, title, The Lost One, slave, eternal contract to #############, the only holder of Aether and pastless, futureless entity. Attributes: strength, 3, agility, 3, intelligence, 10, magic affinity, 0, charm, 2, compatibility, 88%, survival rate equals 0.7%, affection points. 04323, 1000 affection points equals 1 any attributes, / though others might not see much reason to be pleased, for Aether, it represented a significant improvement, through diligent training. He had enhanced his physical capabilities without relying solely on his affection points, which he preferred to stack for future needs. He couldn't deny feeling a pang of regret for having used up most of his affection points on intelligence, realizing it might not have been the wisest decision. Nevertheless, he reminded himself that his stash of affection points could still prove invaluable in critical situations. Most importantly, his survival rate had seen a slight increase. Fuck. Yeah. Though small, it was a sign of progress, a step towards greater resilience and endurance. A growth was still growth, regardless of the amount. Okay, gather your belongings and meet at the mansion's entrance within 15 minutes. Velk instructed as he finished his meal. Yes, father, Kai and Celine replied in unison, also concluding their dining. Once the master and young masters had departed, the servants and maids resumed their duties, and Aether began clearing the table. Munch, munch, a distinct munching sound caught Aether's attention. He glanced over to find Timmy happily indulging in the leftovers, particularly those that had been left behind by Celine. What? Timmy shot Aether a defensive glare as he continued to enjoy his impromptu meal. Aether simply shook his head, a gesture of resignation. Over time, he had grown accustomed to witnessing such behavior. Initially taken aback, he had considered intervening. But upon observing the lack of reaction from the other servants, including Alfred, his father, he had thought better of it. With a silent sigh, Aether returned his focus to his own tasks, deciding to avoid unnecessary entanglements in the quirks of an idiot. After 15 minutes had elapsed, Velk Frostblade stood expectantly at the entrance of the mansion, his gaze scanning the surroundings for any sign of movement. He stood at the entrance of the mansion, calling out impatiently, "Are you guys not ready yet?" "I am here, father." Kai's voice rang out as he arrived punctually, carrying only a small backpack. Is that all you need?" Velk questioned, observing his son's minimalist approach to packing. "Yes, father. I need to learn a lot of things, and having too many belongings would only hinder my movement," Kai explained, his expression serious and determined. Velk nodded approvingly, a hint of pride evident in his smile as he observed his son's mature decision-making. I am here, father," Celine announced, her voice slightly strained as she struggled to drag a cumbersome suitcase behind her. At the sight of his daughter's predicament, Velk couldn't contain his laughter. "Ha ha ha." Celine's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shot her father a reproachful glare. "I am sorry, Celine. It's just that you reminded me so much of your mother," Velk explained, his voice tinged with nostalgia as he reminisced briefly. Shaking off the sentimentality, he addressed his children with a serious tone. "My children." Velk began, placing his hands on their shoulders and imparting his wisdom. "It's commendable that you seek to improve yourselves and fight for our family. However, should you ever encounter danger that threatens your lives..." He paused, his gaze shifting between Kai and Celine, his expression grave. "Run. No matter what happens, run. Even if it means leaving others behind." Velk then focused his attention on Kai, his grip tightening on his son's shoulders. "Especially you, Kai. I know your instinct is to help those in need, and that's a noble trait. But remember, your life is worth more than that of thousands of people. You don't need to." Before Velk could finish his warning, Kai interjected with determination. "I'm sorry, father, but I want to become just like my grandfather. No, even greater than him." As he declared with resolute expression, Velk's expression flickered with annoyance at his son's interruption. He had been trying to impart important advice, but Kai seemed determined to follow his own path. However, his irritation was quickly overshadowed by the sound of hearty laughter echoing throughout the mansion. "Ha ha ha ha, well said, my grandson." "Ahaha!" The booming laughter echoed in the whole mansion. "Grandpa!" Kai exclaimed, his face lighting up as he spotted the source of the laughter. With a swift motion, he brushed off Velk's hands and darted towards the old man. "Mortimer Frostblade," Velk clicked his tongue in annoyance at the interruption. watching as his son eagerly approached his father. Yet, his attention then turned to Celine, who stood silently nearby. A sense of pride swelled within him at her love, reassuring him that at least one of his children cherished him. At least she loves me, Velk murmured to himself, finding solace in the affection of his daughter. Chapter 43, Delphine, Frostblade, Grandpa. Kai shouted as he hugged his grandfather, "Good boy." Mortimer exclaimed with a smile, his hand gently patting Kai's back, proud of his grandson's affectionate greeting, unlike his son's more bitchy attitude. As Kai pulled away from the embrace, concern etched on his features, he voiced his worries to his grandfather. "Grandpa, you don't look quite yourself. Are you feeling ill again?" Mortimer chuckled at Kai's concern, dismissing it with a wave of his hand. "Ah, it's nothing to worry about, my boy. Just old age catching up with me," he reassured, though Kai still seemed hesitant to accept this explanation. "Now, where is my dear granddaughter?" Mortimer inquired, his eyes scanning the room eagerly. Celine, with a soft giggle, stepped forward, her demeanor poised and elegant. "It's been a while, grandfather," she greeted respectfully, her gaze meeting his with warmth and respect. Yes, indeed," Mortimer murmured in approval, nodding at Celine's grace and maturity. She embodied the qualities of a true Frostblade woman. A sight that filled him with pride. With a gentle pat on her head, he praised her, "I am proud to see my granddaughter carrying herself with such grace and maturity." Celine's cheeks flushed with embarrassment at her grandfather's praise, a shy smile gracing her lips in response. Turning his attention to his son, Mortimer's expression soured with disdain as he regarded Velk. "Seems like you're managing all right, at least," he remarked, his tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. Velk's lips tightened in irritation at his father's comment, his annoyance evident despite his attempt to maintain composure. "Yes, father," he replied tersely, his response devoid of gentleness. Mortimer disregarded his son's disdainful tone, his attention fixed on the carriage standing before the gate as he inquired, "How long are you going to hide?" Both Kai and Celine furrowed their brows at their grandfather's question, while Velk's irritation was palpable, evident in the twitch of his facial muscles. Thud, as the carriage door swung open, a pair of slender legs gracefully emerged. Followed by the slow, deliberate emergence of a breathtaking woman, her aqua-colored locks flowed like liquid silk around her face, framed by stylish glasses that hinted at a touch of mystery in her deep blue eyes. With a subtle smirk, she adjusted her glasses, drawing attention to the plush curve of her lips. Elegant earrings adorned her ears, swaying gently with each step and catching the soft morning light, casting a mesmerizing shimmer around her. Wrapped in the snug embrace of a gray cable-knit sweater, her ample bosom hinted at concealed treasures, enticing yet elusive. A scarf draped provocatively around her neck, teasingly hinting at the softness of her skin beneath, in black sweatpants that clung suggestively to her curves. She exuded undeniable magnetism with every movement. With a voice as smooth as honey, she spoke, annoyance lacing her words. "TSK, what do you mean I'm hiding, old man? I'm merely avoiding unnecessary drama." Despite the irritation in her tone, there was an underlying allure to her words, a hint of defiance mingled with undeniable charm. "Aunt?" Kai and Celine exclaimed in shock at the unexpected sight of their aunt emerging from the carriage. "Delphine." Sigh, Mortimer sighed again, this time at his daughter's audacity. However, he quickly reminded himself that he had invited her here, and the last thing he wanted to do was further aggravate her. Turning his attention to his grandchildren, whom he cherished more than his ungrateful children, Mortimer spoke with a mixture of concern and determination. "Since you're venturing out for some time, we can't leave you alone in a dangerous place." "But I can," Kai attempted to interject his annoyance, but Mortimer cut him off with a gentle smile. "I know you can, Kai, but do you remember what happened last time?" Kai's expression darkened at the memory. He had felt utterly powerless when those arcane hunters had cornered him, rendering him helpless. He felt like shit. It was a feeling he never wanted to experience again, and the reason he was so eager to increase his levels as quickly as possible. Sensing Kai's silence, Mortimer nodded understandingly before turning to Velk. "I actually wanted you to go with them, but..." Mortimer's gaze turned disdainful as he continued, Since you lost your stars due to your own foolish actions, your worthlessness has increased drastically. So, I've called her to safeguard the children. Velk's lips twitched in frustration, feeling the sting of Mortimer's words, I sacrificed that for our family. Old fool, he seethed inwardly. However, he knew better than to voice his frustrations, acknowledging once again that Mortimer had beat the shit out of him. Let's leave. The aqua-haired woman, Delphine, said with a carefree attitude, brushing off her familial obligations. At least greet your only family before leaving, Delphine. Mortimer's voice echoed, filled with exasperation. TSK, Delphine clicked her tongue dismissively, waving her hand as if to dismiss Mortimer's request. Mortimer took a deep breath, attempting to maintain his composure. He gave his grandchildren a stern warning not to disobey their aunt's words. Then, he turned to Alfred and inquired, Is Timmy ready? Yes, master, Alfred responded with a bow before summoning Timmy. Wait. Timmy is also coming? Kai's voice reverberated with frustration, his brows knit together in a deep frown. This journey was meant to be his solitary adventure, a chance for him to prove his strength and independence. He had already reluctantly accepted his sister's presence, but now, with the addition of his aunt, his assistant also coming, but how will you manage without him in the kitchen? Mortimer's voice cut through the tension, questioning Kai's objection. Kai flinched, momentarily taken aback before stammering, sister will take care of it, as he gestured towards Celine. Celine observed her brother's conflicted expression with a knowing smile. Big brother, I don't think I am proficient enough to handle cooking for us, she gently teased, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Kai's lips twitched with frustration as he looked at his father, silently pleading for him to intervene and stop what seemed like an absurd decision. However, Velk simply shrugged, indicating his inability or unwillingness to challenge his father's authority. His father was literally a waste. Mortimer, perceptive as ever, understood his grandson's silent plea, but he remained resolute in his decision. Suddenly, where is Aether? Mortimer's voice cut through the tension, drawing everyone's attention. Huh? The sudden question caught everyone off guard. Master? Alfred furrowed his brow in confusion. Not understanding why should they allow a mere slave to accompany them on their training. Call him, Alfred, Mortimer commanded, his tone brooking no argument. Alfred sighed resignedly, realizing he couldn't oppose his master's command. He vanished momentarily before reappearing with Aether in tow. La 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 llaa. Aether's cheerful humming filled the room as he diligently scrubbed a white plate, lost in his own little world. His eyes remained closed in blissful ignorance as he went about his task. It seems he almost accepted his slave life. Just as Aether attempted to set the clean plate down and reach for another, disaster struck. TSCKKKKK, with a sharp crack, the plate shattered in Aether's hand, scattering shards across the floor. Confusion washed over him as he opened his eyes, leaving Aether horrified as he surveyed the mess on the floor. What? Wait? Where am I? Confusion clouded his mind. He then looked up and saw he was standing before the entrance of the mansion. A confusion deepened momentarily until he noticed the group of onlookers observing him with keen interest. Gulp, he swallowed nervously, sensing something amiss. Is something the matter? Aether asked tentatively, his voice tinged with respect. As he remembered his position, haha. It's nothing, Aether, Mortimer reassured him with laughter, before placing a hand on Aether's shoulder. You will assist Kai in his training. Huh? Aether's brief sense of freedom evaporated in an instant. Chapter 44, Only 2 rooms, Master, is it a wise decision? Alfred inquired, his gaze lingering on the retreating carriage that traversed the gates of the Frostblade mansion. Mortimer's eyes trailed after the carriage before he turned his attention to Alfred, considering his question carefully. I know I am the one who stipulated he wasn't permitted to learn anything, but... He paused, his brow furrowing in thought as he shifted his gaze to his son. Velk, since the Empress's interest has been piqued due to someone's idiocy, I am left with no choice. I need him to increase his level as soon as possible and summon the arcane card. At the mere mention of the arcane card, both Alfred and Velk visibly tensed, memories of the ominous dark entity haunting their thoughts, sending involuntary shivers down their spines. Noting their reactions, Mortimer's curiosity deepened. And his desire to witness the nature of the card Aether would summon grew stronger. While he had received the results from the test he had tasked Alfred with conducting, confirming Aether as a holder of an arcane card because his body rejected the impurities that had been stored inside Aether's body by the arcane energy, Mortimer remained puzzled by the mysterious crimson-red, flesh-like substance. Despite his vast knowledge and experience, Mortimer found himself intrigued by the unknown aspects of Aether's mysterious substance. It was as though the young man held secrets that even Mortimer, with all his wisdom, could not fathom. Is it a consequence of my meddling with nature's order that altered his destiny? Mortimer pondered aloud, his mind drifting into contemplation before he vanished from sight. Alfred and Velk exchanged a knowing glance and shrugged their shoulder before entering the mansion. The engagement ceremony, set to take place in the grandeur of the royal capital, was a momentous occasion that required meticulous preparation. Despite the prestigious setting, Velk understood the importance of ensuring every detail was perfect to showcase his son in the best light possible. It was not merely about presenting Kai as a suitable match for the noble family they were allying with, but also about upholding the honor and reputation of the Frostblade household. With a sense of duty and determination, Velk and Alfred set about their preparations. Each fully committed to ensuring the success of the upcoming engagement. Inside the carriage, tuck, 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 the rhythmic sound of the horses' hooves echoed within the carriage, creating a soothing backdrop to the palpable tension that hung thick in the air. Aether stole a cautious glance at Timmy, whose expression seemed to radiate anger, his features contorted as if flames were licking at his face. Beside him, Kai stared out the window with a visible air of annoyance, his jaw set in determination. On the opposite side sat Celine, her posture rigid as she stared fixedly at the passing scenery, her expression serious and focused. Beside her sat the aqua-haired woman, exuding an aura of calm indifference. Originally, Aether was meant to sit with the coachman, but Mortimer insisted he join them inside the carriage, displaying an unexpectedly paternal concern that left Aether feeling both doubtful and uneasy. If Aether were more naive, he might have been fooled into believing Mortimer's outward display of generosity and warmth. But his instincts told him there was more to Mortimer's actions than met the eye. Since there were no affection points till now from the old man, not going to speak to me? The aqua-haired woman inquired, her voice laced with a hint of amusement, as she casually crossed her legs. Her soft aqua eyes studied Kai and Celine with genuine curiosity, betraying a keen interest in their demeanor. Kai and Celine turned their attention to their aunt, their expressions guarded yet curious. "How are you, aunt?" Kai forced a polite smile, though a trace of irritation colored his voice. "I'm well, thank you." "And how about you?" Delphine responded with a small smile, seemingly unfazed by Kai's tone, her gaze unwavering. "Better than ever," Kai replied proudly, his tone masking the underlying tension that simmered beneath the surface. "I have to deal with everything." "Tsk, Delphine murmured, her gaze shifting to her niece, Celine. However, Celine remained silent, her focus solely on the passing landscape, her thoughts shrouded in a veil of introspection. "Celine?" Delphine called out softly, her voice gentle yet insistent. "Yes?" Celine responded without turning her head, her tone distant yet composed. Delphine didn't press the matter further, her attention shifting to Timmy and then to Aether. "Timmy and Aether, right?" Delphine inquired, her gaze shifting between the two. Timmy bowed deeply, his respect was evident in the gesture. "Why yes, Miss Delphine," he replied, his tone deferential. Delphine acknowledged Timmy's response with a nod before directing her gaze to Aether. However, she was met with unexpected defiance from the young man. "No, madam." "My name is Aether," Aether corrected her, choosing not to bow. Indeed, he was a slave, but that didn't mean he needed to bow to everyone. It's not like his actions would tarnish Kai's reputation, though Aether wished it to occur. "Not right now, Aether." Delphine's brow furrowed in confusion, mirroring the expressions of Celine and Kai. Despite multiple people referring to him as Aether, Aether insisted on his chosen name. "But I've heard your name was Aether. Is that not correct?" Delphine questioned, Aware of Aether's amnesia but intrigued by his insistence on using a different name, Delphine couldn't shake off her curiosity about why Aether insisted on using the name Aether instead of acknowledging his true identity as Aether. Despite the homophones Aether and Aether, Aether clung to his name as if it bore profound significance to him, as if every syllable resonated with his essence. Yes, since I had amnesia, I don't remember anything, so instead of living Aether's life, I like to live my own life as Aether. Aether answered with a small, thoughtful smile, his eyes gazing into the distance as if searching for lost memories. Celine's frown deepened as she mulled over his words, a sense of unease settling in the pit of her stomach. She couldn't shake off the feeling that there was something more to Aether's insistence on his chosen name. Delphine's nod was accompanied by a contemplative expression before shrugging off. Ding, one affection. Aether simply shrugged and peered outside. As the journey continued in silence, each passenger lost in their own thoughts. As the evening descended upon them, they finally reached their destination. Aether groaned in relief, stretching his tired limbs as he emerged from the carriage, feeling the stiffness of the long journey dissipate. Let's stay in the hotel for the night, Delphine declared, leading the way into the grand establishment, which Aether regarded with a mixture of awe and curiosity. Kai, trailing behind Delphine, muttered to himself, I want to level up as soon as possible, not waste time on luxury accommodations. Silent and reserved, Celine followed Delphine's lead without uttering a word, while Timmy dutifully lugged her oversized suitcase behind her. Well, I am free then, Aether thought. With his hands free, Aether was about to follow them into the hotel when he was suddenly interrupted. Excuse, thud, OUCH. Aether yelped as he stumbled forward, his head making unexpected contact with the ground. Turning to face the source of the disturbance, he found the coachman standing before him, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he held out several bags. I think you forgot these, little boy, the coachman teased, depositing yet another bag atop Aether's head. Wait, I don't think those are ours, Aether protested, furrowing his brow in confusion. We didn't load anything. Did we? Before that coachman could answer, those are mine, Delphine declared, waving her hand to claim the bags. Heh. Aether muttered with an annoyed expression, tightly gripping the bags as he trudged inside the hotel. Delphine observed his irritation keenly, her sharp eyes noticing every flicker of emotion. Seems like he really regained every sense. Should I tell sister about this? She pondered briefly before dismissing the thought. Once inside the Grand Hotel, Delphine confidently approached the reception desk. 2 rooms already booked in the name of Delphine Frostblade, she informed the receptionist. The receptionist nodded, efficiently retrieving the room keys and handing them over with a polite bow. Please have a pleasant stay, Madame Frostblade, she said courteously. After receiving their keys, Delphine and Celine made their way to one room, while Kai and Timmy headed to the other. Wait? Where am I supposed to sleep? Aether's voice echoed as he pounded on the door. Slaves have separate rooms on the lower floor, and they're free, so go there. Timmy's voice came through the closed door, accompanied by the sound of the latch clicking shut. Heh, Aether sighed in frustration, feeling the tension rising within him. He reluctantly suppressed his anger, realizing his hands were tied in this situation. As he turned to leave, a familiar voice called out to him, No, Aether, come with me. Chapter 45, Yes, it's really lovely. Whoa, a gentle breeze whispered through the air, carrying with it a faint chill that lightly embraced the surroundings. The orange hues of the sky began to soften, hinting at the imminent arrival of nightfall. It was a scene of enchanting beauty, as the shadows cast by the surrounding buildings took on an ethereal elegance, dancing in the fading light. Meanwhile, delicate flowers swirled in the breeze, their petals fluttering like graceful butterflies. In the midst of all of this, where the hell is the sun? Aether couldn't help but scream inwardly. No matter how hard he tried to comprehend it, he couldn't fathom how the sky had turned orange without the presence of the sun. His knowledge of Rayleigh scattering seemed to really scattering. Do you like it? A beautiful voice interrupted his thoughts. Yes, it's really lovely, Aether replied. Turning his head, he beheld an aqua-haired woman gazing at the sky, her hair swaying gently in the breeze. She delicately tucked a few loose strands behind her ears before turning her bright aqua eyes, framed by glasses, towards Aether, who had been staring at her like a dead fish. With an amused smile playing on her lips, she asked, "I'm not asking about me, mister. However, Aether tilted his head before saying, "I'm not talking to you too. It's just that there's something caught in your hair," he explained. Reaching out as if to pluck it out for her, however, Delphine raised her hand to halt his gesture, instead opting to tousle her own hair, causing a few petals to flutter down. Her cheeks flushed a little as she couldn't believe she said those words haughtily, though, internally, she couldn't help but frown at his attempt to touch her hair without permission. Despite any potential offense taken, Aether remained oblivious, his expression one of innocent sincerity as he smiled back at her. He hadn't meant anything more than to remove the stray petal from her hair, his intentions pure and devoid of any ulterior motives. He then turned his head to gaze at the orange sky. They were currently standing on the terrace of the hotel. Having been brought there by Delphine for an important conversation, initially, when she had asked him, he had rejected her, citing the need for rest. However, she had insisted, pulling him up to the terrace. From this elevated vantage point, Aether could fully observe the world beyond. Though it bore a medieval appearance, the architecture, shops, and attire were strikingly similar to those of his own world. "You call yourself Aether because you didn't want to live the life that you don't know as Aether, right?" Delphine suddenly asked, breaking the silence. "Yes," Aether nodded, turning his gaze towards her. "Then those actions of yours are truly new?" Delphine's inquiry probed deeper. "What do you mean, madam?" Aether furrowed his brow, confusion evident in his expression. "I mean," Delphine stepped closer, her bosom was almost near his chest, her aqua eyes piercing into his own blue gaze. "I heard you employed an unknown stance during your fight against someone." Aether felt a bead of sweat forming on his brow. "I don't know." Before he could finish, Delphine interrupted, her words cutting through his attempt to deny. "You even performed your duties with perfection, as if you already knew everything and trained for years. Every action you took was flawless, even when you cleaned the plate. The pressure you applied to remove stains was just right, and moreover, you were singing something despite your amnesia." Her frown deepened. Aether was sweating profusely, but he managed to maintain a facade of confusion as if he couldn't quite grasp what she was implying. With an awkward expression plastered on his face, Aether replied, "I am not sure what you are talking about, madam, but whatever I did was just my body acting fluently." Delphine frowned, her gaze probing for any signs of deception in his eyes, but all she found was awkwardness and annoyance. Perhaps his body remembered and moved on its own? She mused silently, slowly withdrawing from Aether's personal space. "And that's how you escape from the teachers?" Aether muttered under his breath, exhaling a sigh of relief inwardly as he silently thanked his past self for effortlessly fabricating a lie before his instructors without fearing. Surly helped him now. Just as Delphine was about to inquire further, a voice interjected, breaking the tension. "What's going on here?" A voice chimed in. Aether and Delphine turned towards the newcomer, finding a bluish black-haired girl standing there with a curious expression. "Celine?" Delphine tilted her head, somewhat surprised to see her niece, who had claimed to be suffering from a headache and wanted to rest for the day, yet suddenly appeared here. Celine frowned, noticing the noticeable distance between Delphine and Aether. "What are you doing, Aunt?" she asked softly, though Delphine could sense there was a subtle anger in her tone. Delphine, puzzled by her niece's reaction, furrowed her brow. Not understanding why her niece was angry, Celine with heavy steps stood before Delphine and Aether. freewebnovel.com, "What happened? Don't you have a headache?" Delphine inquired, her concern evident. Celine took a moment to respond. "I wanted to breathe some fresh air," she finally replied, then turned her attention to Aether. "What are you doing with a slave, Aunt?" Delphine shrugged nonchalantly. I'm just curious, since your grandfather asked me to take care of him." "Me? Him?" Both Aether and Celine pointed at Aether, their frowns deepening. "Yes, since you awakened your arcane card," Delphine continued, her expression remaining composed. He asked me to train you. What the hell? Aether screamed inwardly as his mind raced through various possibilities to find an answer for Mortimer's actions. The mystery surrounding the old man's sudden interest in his training gnawed at him, fueling a storm of questions in his mind. He is definitely up to something. But what is it? Does he find out I am training? I am not sure about that, since even Alfred could sneak behind without me getting alert, so. That might be the reason, but why would he help me train? As Aether continued to ponder deeply, the pieces of the puzzle began to align in his mind. Suddenly, a spark ignited inside his heart as he connected the dots. The arcane card, he mumbled inwardly with serious eyes. The realization dawned on him that there was a deeper significance to his possession of the arcane card, one that he had been oblivious to until now. Both the Empress and the old man were interested in his arcane card, which he wasn't even aware of until the Empress mentioned it. But suddenly, arcane card? Him? A loud voice snapped him out of his thoughts as he saw Celine shouting at him, her eyes ablaze with a mix of shock and happiness. Chapter 46, Danger. Both Aether and Delphine were perplexed, their minds filled with question marks as they struggled to comprehend why Celine was looking at Aether with such a shocked and oddly happy expression. Celine. Delphine gently patted her niece's shoulder, seeking to bring her back to the present. Celine snapped out of her thoughts, clearing her throat awkwardly before turning her attention to Aether. I never heard you had an arcane card, she stated, her voice laced with surprise and curiosity. Before Aether could respond, Delphine interjected, because no one knew except your father, that old man, and his butler. I see. Celine nodded slowly, her expression shifting as a whirlwind of emotions danced in her eyes. Then, with a sudden change in demeanor, she addressed Aether again, her tone filled with a strange mix of admonition and something else. Be grateful. Humph. With that, she turned on her heel and began to walk away, leaving Aether utterly baffled. Once again surrounded by question marks, Aether couldn't fathom what Celine meant by her cryptic words. Grateful? What does it mean, girl? He wondered, his thoughts swirling. Meanwhile, Delphine, though intrigued by her niece's behavior, decided to proceed with her initial inquiry. Anyhow, show me your log, she asked, her expression serious. Celine, now curious herself, halted in her tracks and returned to join them. Delphine didn't mind, as she was also curious when she heard her father barking orders like a dog, requesting her assistance in this matter. You name? Aether asked, though he already knew. He just wanted to confirm. Delphine Frostblade. And Delphine glanced at her niece, who appeared equally curious, before continuing, Celine Frostblade. Aether nodded and touched the log, muttering both of their names before proceeding. / name, Aether, sex, male, race, human, level, 0, title, slave, master, Kai Frostblade, attributes, strength, 1, agility, 1, intelligence, 5, magic affinity, 0, charm, 1, / what did it say? Aether inquired, his curiosity piqued by the unfamiliarity of how his cataloged log functioned to others unlike to him. Not bad, I guess. Strength is 1, agility is 1, intelligence is 5, charm is 1, and magic affinity is 0. Not bad at all, Delphine responded, nodding with a deep understanding of the attributes presented. Upon observing this new data, Celine furrowed her brow, her eyes momentarily flickering with uncertainty before regaining composure. Interesting, Aether mused as he examined his own true log, paying particular attention to the attributes listed. / attributes, strength, 3, agility, 3, intelligence, 10, magic affinity, 0, charm, 2, affection points, 05003, 1000 affection points equals 1. Any attributes? So, it displays half of my progress. Aether concluded, nodding in acknowledgement. Good to know. Then, as if on cue, Delphine glided closer to him, her movements graceful yet purposeful, her intent clear as she reached out to touch him without seeking his consent. Her gentle, exploring hands traced a path across his skin, starting with his fingers and moving with deliberate slowness over his wrist, forearms, and biceps, each caress leaving a tantalizing trail of sensation in its wake. They lingered on his chest, mapping the contours of his muscles, before descending to his abdomen, where they paused, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from Aether. Aether's mind jolted into awareness. Registering the unexpected sensation coursing through his body and just about to stop her, slap, the sound reverberated through the air, jarring in its abruptness. What are you doing? Celine's voice pierced the tense silence, her words trembling with a mix of shock and indignation as she instinctively shielded her flushed face from view. Heat radiated from her skin, her embarrassment almost tangible, like wisps of smoke curling from her heated cheeks. I am just checking to see what kind of training I should give him, Delphine muttered, her expression a mix of amusement and mischief as she observed Celine's innocent reaction. Ah. It's good to be young, Delphine mused silently. A wistful smile tugging at the corners of her lips. However, for Aether, the situation wasn't amusing in the slightest. Despite inhabiting the body of a teenage boy, he was, in reality, a nearly 30-year-old man, and the invasion of his personal space left him feeling deeply humiliated. Ms. Delphine, I believe it's common courtesy to ask before touching someone, Aether asserted, his voice laced with a hint of irritation as he distanced himself from Delphine, his brow furrowed in displeasure. He didn't someone touching his body without permission. A small red hue crept onto Delphine's cheeks as she defiantly declared, I am not going to say sorry. Since we own you, her words landed with the precision of an arrow, piercing Aether's heart, a stark reminder he was still a slave. Eternal slave, don't you dare touch touch anyone without permission. Celine's voice rang out, her interruption cutting through the tension like a sharp blade. Delphine frowned at her niece's boldness, her brows knitting together in a mixture of irritation and bemusement. She felt a pang of annoyance at Celine's interference. She was just doing her job. Nothing more. Still, Delphine couldn't help but think something wrong about her niece, but she held back from articulating her thoughts, realizing that she wasn't Celine's mother and therefore had no authority to reprimand her. Let's go, Aunt, Celine urged, her grip firm as she pulled Delphine along with her. Wait, I need tea, Aunt. Delphine's surprise was evident in her expression, her features frozen in a moment of stunned realization as the unexpected title registered in her mind after such a long absence. Despite the initial shock, a gentle smile spread across Delphine's face, softening the lines of her features as she allowed herself to be led by Celine without resistance. It's been years since her niece happily called Aunt. She couldn't help but be more happy. Aether watched as Celine and Delphine departed, their figures disappearing into the distance. With a nonchalant shrug, he turned his gaze upward, his eyes scanning the vast expanse of the sky above him as he muttered, I am really in another world. He drew in a deep breath, savoring the unfamiliar air that filled his lungs. Crip, crip, the melodic trill of birdsong reached Aether's ears, a soothing reminder of nature's presence. Watching as the birds flitted about, he noticed them preparing to return to their nests. Seizing the opportunity to earn some favor, Aether reached into his pocket and retrieved a few pieces of bread he had secretly stored, tossing them towards the feathered creatures in an attempt to garner some affection points. And soon, with a sense of satisfaction, he decided to run away. Yeah, let's escape, Aether muttered with a smirk, though uncertainty clouded his mind about his current location. He had a vague sense of direction, recalling a few streets that led to the forest and other slum areas where he might find refuge, and with that, he left the decision about his future to his future self, trusting that he would find a way to navigate the challenges ahead. Aether slowly searched for any back doors, his hopes dwindling as he found none unlike the familiar layout of the restaurant in his own world. Frustrated and with no other options left, he attempted to sneak out through the front door. However, excuse me, Mr. Slave, a receptionist interrupted his movements with a stern tone. Oh. Hello, beautiful lady, my master asked me to buy, Aether stammered, his attempt at deception cut short by the swift response of the receptionist. We will arrange delivery for them, she interjected firmly, her demeanor leaving no room for argument as if she already knew of his intentions. Well, my master Aether tried to salvage the situation, but he was swiftly silenced by a single word from the receptionist. Guards, 2 heavily armed soldiers suddenly came. Aether's heart sank as he realized the futility of his escape attempt. With a defeated sigh, he closed his mouth and reluctantly returned to his assigned room. Fuck. He cursed under his breath, frustration boiling over as he accepted defeat for the second time, but deep down, a flicker of determination ignited within him, a silent vow that one day he would break free. But he didn't know when it would be. Anyhow, Aether discovered the rooms designated for slaves. Despite their larger size, he noted the absence of furniture. I mean, it's twice the size of my room back at the mansion, Aether muttered, his words tinged with a hint of disbelief. Sniff, sniff, what the fuck is this shit? However, his thoughts were interrupted by an unpleasant odor that assaulted his senses, causing him to instinctively cover his nose in distaste. Unable to bear the stench, he quickly retreated, opting to spend the night under the open sky on the terrace instead. The next morning, Delphine's gaze swept over the group, her expression tensed. "Where is that boy?" she inquired, her eyes resting on Kai, Celine, and Timmy. "Timmy?" Kai murmured urgently to Timmy, prompting him to take action. Without hesitation, Timmy dashed into the hotel to search for Aether. After what felt like an eternity, Timmy returned, his breaths coming in ragged gasps. He is not here," he managed to gasp out between breaths. "Not here? What do you mean? He didn't sleep with you guys?" Delphine's brow furrowed in confusion. "WL." Timmy's smile was strained as he glanced nervously at Kai. "Kai?" Delphine's tone was insistent, her gaze fixed on her nephew. "Oh okay. I didn't want him to enter my room with his filthy clothes. So I asked him to sleep in the slave area," Kai admitted truthfully, a sense of frustration evident in his inner thoughts as he silently cursed. "Where the hell is that bastard? You let him sleep in the slave area?" Delphine's frown deepened, her confusion growing as she struggled to comprehend Kai's actions. "Do you know how many people have died in that rotten room?" Delphine's eyes blazed with anger as she confronted Kai. Indeed, the slave quarters were notorious for their squalid conditions, where hygiene was often neglected and death was not uncommon among the inhabitants. It might not be shocked if they saw Aether's rotten dead body in there. Yet, Kai's response was blunt. Pointing an accusatory finger at Delphine, "It's your fault, Aunt. You brought us here to fight, not to relax and have a picnic. And there's no way I would allow a slave to sleep in the same room as me." Realizing it wasn't the time to argue, Delphine swiftly disappeared, scouring the hotel grounds in a matter of seconds before returning with a hint of nervousness in her voice. "He isn't in the hotel. They said they didn't see anyone leaving the hotel." Celine's face turned pale. "Kai, look at me and try to establish a connection," Delphine urged, grasping Kai's shoulder with a calm tone, trying not to pressure him too much because he was the only one to find the Aether. Delphine entertained the thought that Aether might have already attempted to run away. However, she knew that the hotel they were staying in was not easy to sneak out of, especially considering Aether's physical condition. With his weakened body, she doubted he would be able to overpower the heavy guards and escape without alerting anyone. "Tsk." Kai clicked his tongue irritably, closing his eyes in an attempt to focus on the connection between them, but before he could fully concentrate, he was interrupted by a sudden fit of coughing. Cough, cough, blood-stained Kai's lips and Delphine's expression turned grim. An internal injury means Aether was in danger. Chapter 47. He is dead. Man, Kai, drink some water. Delphine's voice was laced with urgency as she extended a bottle of water towards Kai. Her concern evident in her eyes. With each labored breath, Kai accepted the bottle. Slowly, he unscrewed the cap and brought the bottle to his lips, allowing the refreshing liquid to trickle down his throat, providing some relief to his parched and strained voice. Meanwhile, Timmy moved to his side, gently rubbing Kai's tense back in a soothing gesture of support. Beside him, Celine stood, her worry etched across her features as she watched Kai with a furrowed brow. As Kai's breathing gradually steadied, it became apparent that there were no more severe internal injuries, indicating that Aether was likely unharmed. Once Kai had calmed down, Delphine posed the crucial question. "Can you feel the connection?" Kai understood the significance of her inquiry now. It pertained to the bond between him and Aether, forged by the contract. Regardless of the distance separating them, Kai possessed the ability to sense Aether's whereabouts. Closing his eyes, Kai focused inward, reaching out with his senses to grasp the intangible thread that bound them together. If Aether knew about this, he would feel really disgusted. The scene unfolded with a sudden intensity, a white-colored light pulsating through the wire, seeking its endpoint. But before it could reach its destination, Kai's cry of distress echoed through the room, his expression contorted in agony. "Young master!" Timmy's voice rang out in alarm, his eyes wide with fear. "Hi, I am fine, huh?" Kai gasped, his breathing ragged as he struggled to regain his composure. With a wry expression, he admitted, "I cannot sense him." What? Are you sure?" Delphine's brow furrowed in concern, her worry evident in her tone. "Why, yes. When I tried to reach out, I was met with darkness. I am not sure how to say this, but..." Kai explained, his voice tinged with uncertainty. It felt like a void, a place where nothing enters and nothing leaves. He squinted, attempting to make sense of the unsettling experience, his mind grappling with the implications. It worked before, but what now? He wondered, a sense of unease settling over him. "Okay, take it easy," Delphine comforted Kai, her hand gentle as she patted his head. With a reassuring smile, she continued, "We will search for him. But I think he will come here." Before Kai could finish his sentence, Delphine's expression hardened, her gaze piercing as she interrupted him. "I think you are underestimating the significance of the eternal contract, Kai. It's not something to be taken lightly. And if anything were to happen to him, we cannot predict the consequences for you." "But," Master Velk said, "young master will be fine even if Aether died," Timmy interjected, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. Delphine fixed Timmy with a steady gaze, her silence speaking volumes as if to convey, "You have some nerve to dare to question me." Nevertheless, she eventually responded, her tone firm, "Yes, even if Aether were to perish, Kai would not meet the same fate. However, he would be forever bound by the consequences of enslaving someone. Eternally." "What are the consequences then?" Celine's voice cut through the tension, her curiosity evident in her tone. "I don't know. No one knows what exactly the punishment is, because even in history, those who eternally enslaved someone, they didn't. No, never lived a wonderful life," Delphine admitted, her expression somber as she avoided delving further into the grim topic. Kai's expression darkened with concern, his voice trembling as he voiced his fears. But my father assured me that I would be safe as long as Aether is by my side." "Yes, you will be safe as long as..." Delphine trailed off, her gaze sweeping over their surroundings before she continued, "Aether remains with you?" "I don't think it's the right idea to delay anymore," Celine asserted with a serious expression, her gaze fixed on Kai. "Brother, you can stay here in the hotel to rest while Aunt, Timmy, and I search for him." Kai felt a surge of gratitude towards his determined sister. He knew that once Celine had made up her mind, there was no stopping her. With a silent nod, the group quickly divided. "Aunt, where should we search first?" Celine inquired, her voice filled with determination. However, Delphine's thoughts were elsewhere, consumed by the enigma of the void Kai had described, a void. Where nothing enters and nothing leaves. She pondered the implications, trying to recall any few rare cases from the past where such phenomena had occurred. But to her dismay, there was nothing like that. Eternal contracts are ordained by the Almighty Arcane, the supreme energy above all. There should be no conceivable way for someone to disrupt it. Delphine's brow furrowed with concern, her thoughts spiraling into darker conjectures. Unless someone has somehow surpassed the Almighty Arcane. Or is Arcane the one who BLO? Her contemplations were abruptly interrupted by the sight of a group of injured individuals making their way towards the temple for healing. With a furrowed brow, Delphine hastened towards them. Timmy and Celine trailing behind. However, she halted them with a gesture, indicating for them to stay put. Timmy's heart fluttered with anticipation as he stole a glance at Celine, his eagerness evident in his gaze. I never had this kind of chance before. Come on, Timmy, this is your chance to get. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Celine's voice. So, you guys let him sleep in that rotten place even knowing what it is? Celine's question hung in the air. Though she didn't direct her gaze towards Timmy, despite not expecting the question, Timmy felt a rush of happiness that Celine was engaging in conversation with him. With a determined nod, he replied, as young master said before, we cannot allow that slave to sleep on the same ground as young master. Silence settled between them for a moment before Celine muttered under her breath, her words barely audible. So do you. Pardon? Timmy cocked his head, unable to catch her words before he was hushed by Delphine's sudden appearance. SSH. Delphine materialized before them, her expression grave. I found him where he went, Delphine announced with deadly seriousness, her tone laced with urgency. Where? Celine was the first to inquire, her concern evident in her voice. They said they saw a white-haired boy running around like a drunkard before entering the hunting zone last night. Delphine revealed, her tone grave with implication. Celine's body trembled, frozen in place like a statue, her mind racing with fear and worry. Meanwhile, Timmy couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement inwardly. Hunting zone. Hell yeah, man, he thought to himself, his apprehension masked by a sense of happiness. The hunting zone was a forest, but it was not an ordinary forest, it was teeming with countless monsters of varying levels of strength. While it was customary for high-level monsters like orcs to inhabit certain areas and lower-level creatures like goblins to dwell elsewhere. In the hunting zone, there were no such distinctions. No rules or anything. Any monster could lurk anywhere, making it a perilous environment even for seasoned adventurers, making it a treacherous and unpredictable environment. It was precisely this dangerous setting that Kai sought to test and hone his skills. Upon arriving at the scene, Delphine and her group were met with a blockade of town guards, preventing them from entering the forest. Sorry, sir, but we've received intel that a 2-sliver star monster is nearby. We cannot allow anyone to enter until the village chief gives the order, one of the guards explained. What do you mean? My partner is in there. How could I leave him? One of the men protested. His frustration evident in his voice. I am sorry, the guard replied solemnly, his tone regretful but firm. It was clear that their orders were not to be disobeyed, regardless of the circumstances. Aunt? Celine's voice cut through Delphine's thoughts, her frown deepening with concern. Who said Aether was her? Please, someone helps us. Another voice pierced the air, accompanied by the sight of a man emerging from the forest, cradling an unconscious woman in his arms. Her body was bloodied and limp, a stark contrast to the urgency in the man's voice. The guard sprang into action, swiftly taking the woman from the man's arms and calling for healers to attend to her. What happened? The guards questioned, their voices tinged with urgency. We didn't, sob, we didn't know, but it was the only way. The man's voice wavered with guilt and pain, his eyes haunted by the horrors witnessed in the forest. Coming through. Another cry echoed as a new group of people emerged from the forest, their bodies also bearing the marks of battle, blood staining their clothes and wounds littering their forms. Delphine approached one of the survivors, her expression intent as she inquired, Did you see a white-haired boy? The survivor flinched, turning away before Delphine could press further. Hey, I am as, she frowned, and before she could insist, another man approached with a serious expression. May I presume you are related to the white-haired, lean-bodied 15-year-old? The man asked solemnly. Yes, Delphine confirmed, her heart pounding with a mix of dread and anticipation. At the man's words, the guilt etched on the faces of the passing survivors was palpable. He saved us, the man admitted, his voice heavy with emotion. Delphine's confusion deepened, unable to comprehend the situation fully. However, where is he now? Celine's next words cut through the tension like a blade, her expression darkening with an ominous intensity. Even Timmy couldn't help but flinch at the sudden shift in atmosphere. Gulp. The sound was audible as the man swallowed nervously before delivering the grim news. He is dead. Chapter 48. He was really f'd up, a few hours earlier, sigh. I don't feel like sleeping at all, Aether muttered to himself, his gaze fixed on the dark expanse of the sky adorned with countless twinkling stars. His mind grappled with a single question that seemed to consume his thoughts. Should he jump from the terrace? It was his ultimate opportunity to break free from the shackles of his humiliating existence. Yet, an overwhelming sense of uncertainty held him back, tethering him to his current situation. Though he wanted to run, there was this uneasy feeling. He would die pathetically, but more importantly, eternal contract. Aether murmured. His expression contemplative. The name of the contracted individual remained concealed, hidden from Aether or Aether's knowledge, much like the identity of his own race. He pondered whether Mortimer, the cunning old man who had orchestrated his current predicament, was truly the mastermind behind it all or something else. Without a deeper understanding of this unfamiliar world, Aether found himself adrift in a sea of uncertainty. He wasn't sure what the hell was happening around him, especially this contract, which left him feeling like a mere puppet in the hands of a young boy. It felt like something was wrong with this contract. What should I do? Aether's fists clenched in frustration. This was his sole opportunity to break free, not entirely since he was contracted, from the shackles of his fate. Come on, log, give me something to escape this fucked up life. Aether grumbled in annoyance, though he knew the log was unlikely to offer any assistance, as it had always remained silent, but this time, as if in response to his plea, ding, Aether's surprise was palpable as his body tensed with anticipation, his senses heightened by the unexpected sound. Log. Aether exclaimed in excitement, his hopes rising at the prospect of something new. But instead of the familiar transparent black screen, a strange phenomenon occurred. SSSH. A murky black smoke suddenly enveloped Aether, shrouding his vision in darkness. What is happening? Aether's heart pounded with horror as he struggled against the suffocating darkness. Suddenly, in the midst of the darkness, strange noises filled the air, incomprehensible and unsettling. What? Aether's brow furrowed in confusion as he attempted to make sense of the strange sounds echoing around him. #########. Once again, the unintelligible noises assaulted his ears, only serving to frustrate him further. What on fuck does that mean? He shouted in the darkness with fear and annoyance, growing increasingly agitated by the disorienting darkness and the cryptic sounds. Aether felt a surge of anger building within him. He was about to unleash his frustration when suddenly, an ethereal laugh reverberated behind him, sending shivers down his spine. Aether's eyes widened in shock as recognition dawned upon him. He knew that laugh. With trembling hands and a heart pounding in his chest, he slowly turned around, his gaze fixated on a white flickering figure amidst the darkness. The familiar laughter echoed once more, causing tears to well up in Aether's eyes as he whispered in disbelief, Is that you? Come here, Aether. I found a way. The voice, unmistakably someone that Aether knew, beckoned to him. Hearing the voice, Aether's breath caught in his throat. His heart racing with anticipation. Ba-dump, step, step. With each step, Aether's heart thudded louder in his chest, the sound reverberating in his ears as if urging him forward. Step, step, step. His eyes remained locked on the flickering figure, tears streaming down his cheeks unchecked as he pressed on. He walked. Walked and walked, each step a laborious effort as he pushed through the darkness, his legs trembling with each stride, the agony in his muscles reaching its limit. Come faster, Aether. The voice taunted, its echoes serving as both a beacon of hope and a tormenting reminder of his distance from his goal. Why yeah. Aether's voice quivered with fatigue as he summoned every ounce of strength. Taking a deep breath before breaking into a desperate run towards the elusive figure, yet, no matter how fast he ran, the figure remained just beyond his grasp, its ethereal form flickering tantalizingly in the distance, always just out of reach. Sweat poured down his brow, his sack dress clinging to his skin as his body strained against the relentless pursuit. how long it is. Aether gasped for breath, his chest heaving with exertion as he bent forward, leaning on his knees to catch his breath, each inhalation a struggle against the suffocating weight of fatigue. Sigh, you are not coming? It's sad, but I am leaving again, the white, ethereal figure muttered softly. Its voice tinged with sorrow, as it began to move away, the light surrounding it shrinking with each step. Wait. Don't leave me. Aether's desperate plea echoed through the darkness as he summoned every ounce of strength left in his weakened body. Step, this time, fueled by sheer determination and fear of losing again, Aether ran with all his might, each step propelling him forward as if his life depended on it. To his astonishment, the shrinking white figure suddenly began to enlarge, as if Aether's efforts were closing the distance between them. With a smile of hope spreading across his face, Aether pushed himself even harder, his legs pumping faster as he closed in on the figure. Unlike before, this time Aether almost reached the white figure. It was then that the figure came to a sudden halt, but Aether paid no heed, his singular focus fixed on reaching that figure. Ignoring the figure's pause, he continued to sprint forward, his determination unwavering. PPE. Aether muttered, his voice trembling with a mix of joy and desperation as he reached out towards the fading figure, his fingers mere inches away from touching her ethereal form, when suddenly, SSSSHH. The black mist dissipated in an instant, swallowing the white figure along with it, and leaving Aether stunned and disoriented in the darkness, before he could even process what had happened. Reality crashed down upon him with a painful force. OUCH. Thud, with a resounding thud, Aether collided with something solid, his nose bearing the brunt of the impact. SHIT. He exclaimed in agony, his hands instinctively flying to his throbbing nose, feeling the shockwaves reverberate through his skull and brain. As the initial wave of pain began to subside, Aether's senses slowly returned, his vision clearing to reveal his surroundings. Drip, with teary eyes, Aether surveyed his surroundings, only to find himself face to face with a towering tree, its branches looming ominously overhead. Tea tree? Aether's brow furrowed in confusion and discomfort as he turned around. Discovering yet another tree standing just behind him, another tree, his heart sank as the realization washed over him. He was surrounded by an endless expanse of trees, stretching out in all directions as far as the eye could see. A sense of dread gnawed over his body. A small, bitter laugh escaped Aether's lips involuntarily as the realization dawned on him. He had been thoroughly fucking fooled by his system, or whatever entity was behind this. Drip, blood continued to trickle from his nose, staining his sack dress as Aether's eyes burned with rage. You fucking log. I told you to let me escape, not put me through another fucked up situation. And how dare you use her? His furious shout echoed through the forest, a testament to his frustration and anger. Rustle, the sound of movement nearby caught Aether's attention, causing him to pause in his tirade. A sense of unease crept over him, his instincts warning him of impending danger. Ding! Aether didn't need to see what had triggered the notification, he already knew. Someone or something that had stumbled upon a tantalizing meal, and that meal was none other than yours truly. Chapter 49, Luck or Not. Rustle, the sound of movement nearby put Aether on high alert. Slowly, he backed up against a nearby tree trunk, he wasn't letting sneak up from behind him. Wary of potential threats lurking in the darkness behind him while he focused his attention on the source of the rustling, in the dim light, he could make out a small figure emerging from the shadows, its form indistinct yet intriguing. Aether's heart pounded in his chest, the adrenaline coursing through his veins as he prepared for whatever might come next. Quikkk, with a sudden, squeezing sound, an object leapt before him, startling Aether for a moment, as he squinted to get a clearer view. A smile tugged at his lips. It's a slime, isn't it? He remarked with a hint of amusement. This encounter marked his first real-life encounter with a creature straight out of a cartoon, and the novelty of it all brought a glimmer of joy to Aether's eyes. Crouching down to get a better look, he examined the slime with fascination. Its jelly-like body lacked any discernible features like a weird line of eyes or any kind of core inside, resembling nothing more than a blob of translucent gel. "Hey there, little guy," Aether murmured, his curiosity piqued as he reached out to touch it with his fingertip. With a momentary hesitation, he made contact, feeling the soft, gelatinous texture beneath his touch. "Boing, boing, huh," Aether chuckled at the sound, finding it oddly endearing. With a sense of childlike wonder, he continued to poke the slime experimentally, each gentle prod met with a satisfying jiggle. Poke, 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 boing, 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 boing. The slime responded to his touch with playful resilience, its gelatinous form quivering with delight under his fingertips. Aether couldn't help but laugh as he reveled in the simple joy of the interaction, momentarily forgetting the seriousness of his surroundings. Just like a child, even though he was fucking middle-aged man, is this even a mon? SSS. Aether's words trailed off into a whisper of disbelief as he watched in astonishment. The small slime gradually expanding in size before his wide eyes. It seemed to defy the laws of nature, growing larger and larger with each passing moment. Aether stood frozen, his mouth agape, as he beheld the object that now towered over him, its bulk 3 times his own height. The once diminutive slime had transformed into a formidable presence, casting a surreal shadow over the forest floor. Plob, plob, a bubbling sound emanated from within the now humongous slime, echoing like distant thunder in the quiet clearing. Aether's mind raced with a mixture of awe and trepidation, his heart pounding in his chest. Ding, one affection, gulp, Aether swallowed hard, his throat dry with fear. Hee. Thud, suddenly, with a deafening thud, the colossal slime lurched forward, its massive bulk rolling toward Aether with alarming speed. Reacting on pure instinct, Aether leapt to the side, his heart pounding in his ears as he narrowly avoided being engulfed by the oncoming tide of slime. The ground trembled beneath him as the behemoth passed by, leaving a trail of glistening slime in its wake. Plop, plop, once more, a bubbling sound emanated from the colossal slime. Aether furrowed his brow and squinted his eyes, trying to discern the source of the strange noise. To his horror, he realized that the sturdy tree he had been leaning against for support was slowly disintegrating into nothingness within the gelatinous mass of the slime. Ba-dump, the sound of his own heartbeat echoed loudly in Aether's mind, matching the frantic rhythm of his pulse. Fear gripped him as he imagined himself meeting the same fate as the unfortunate tree, reduced to nothing. Not even body parts remained that could help others. With a growing sense of urgency, Aether made a split-second decision to flee, his survival instincts kicking into overdrive. But as he turned to escape, he saw the colossal monster rolling its massive body in his direction, its gelatinous form undulating with terrifying speed and true to its purpose. "That's him!" Crack, crack, thud, thud, Aether's heart raced as he sprinted through the forest. The cacophony of cracking and thudding sounds reverberating through the air behind him. He dared not look back, knowing that whatever lay in the slime's path was being consumed in an instant, disappearing into the abyss faster than the blink of an eye. Fuck. Aether's expletive escaped his lips in a horrified whisper as he realized the true extent of the slime's destructive power. It was like nothing he had ever encountered before, in the games and novels. A relentless force of nature digesting everything in its path ruthlessly fast, very much faster than instant noodles. Aether ran as fast as his legs could carry him, his heart pounding in his chest with every stride. He wasn't sure which direction to take. The dense forest offered no clues, no guiding lights from nearby towns or villages. He simply ran in what he hoped was the right direction, fueled by pure instinct and the primal urge to survive. Suddenly, whoa! Aether's body trembled at the haunting sound of the distant howl, sending a shiver down his spine. Instinctively, he knew that whatever lurked in the shadows was not something he wanted to encounter, not good. He screamed inwardly, his mind racing as he quickly changed direction, veering away from the source of the chilling sound. Plop, plop, the ominous bubbling sound echoed in the darkness, signaling the imminent danger closing in on Aether. He felt a surge of panic rising within him as he realized that his options were dwindling rapidly. The relentless pursuit of the monstrous slime closing in on him with each passing moment, he left with no choice other than increase strength by 2, ding, 2 strength, 5. Aether's muscles tensed as a sudden surge of strength flooded through his body, empowering him with newfound vigor. With veins bulging and adrenaline coursing through his veins, he felt a renewed sense of power to overcome the looming threat, but it wasn't over yet. Increase agility by 3, ding, 3 agility, 6, show. With a sudden rush of energy, Aether felt as light as a feather, his movements fluid and effortless. With a small smirk of satisfaction, he sprinted faster than he ever thought possible, dodging obstacles with grace and speed that defied physics. He felt never like that before in his previous life. Haha. Come and get me, bastard. Aether's voice rang out, filled with defiance and adrenaline, as he glanced back at the little far monstrous slime pursuing him. Huh? Aether's haughty expression faltered when he saw the colossal creature had suddenly halted its pursuit. What happened? Aether furrowed his brow in confusion, turning his attention back to the path ahead, only to be met with a horrifying sight. Shit. His heart lurched in his chest as he skidded to an abrupt stop, his eyes widening in terror as he stared into the abyss before him. The forest abruptly ended, giving way to a sheer drop-off that plummeted into darkness below. It's a fucking cliff, however, due to the unforgiving laws of physics, which were now working with cruel precision and most importantly wanted to mess him up. The momentum of his sudden stop sent his body careening forward, off balance and out of control. FFFUUUCCCCCCCCKKKKKKKKK. Aether's anguished scream echoed as he fell down. Boing, boing. The once massive slime now reverted to its smaller form, stood at the edge of the cliff, its gelatinous body quivering with a mixture of disappointment and curiosity. Peering cautiously over the precipice, it scanned the abyss below, searching for any sign of its elusive prey. To its dismay, there was nothing but darkness and the distant sound of rushing water. With a resigned sigh, the slime retreated from the edge to restart its hunt, but not before a disdainful squeak, a sound that roughly translated to, squeak equals sad face idiot food, and with that final judgment, the slime continued its hunt for more suitable prey. Anyhow, coming to Aether's side, I am not sure, whether to be, grateful for luck or not. Aether muttered to himself, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he surfaced from the dark depths of the water. Blinking against the shimmering moonlight reflecting off the surface, he couldn't help but marvel at the stroke of fortune that had spared him from certain death. With a small, weary smile, he propelled himself towards the shore, the rhythmic sound of his strokes punctuated by the gentle lapping of water against the rocks. Splash, splash, as he dragged himself onto the solid ground. A sense of relief washed over him, mingled with a lingering sense of disbelief at his miraculous escape. Aether collapsed onto the cool, damp rock, his chest heaving with exertion as he struggled to catch his breath. Lying there, he allowed himself a moment of respite, savoring the sensation of solid ground beneath him after his harrowing ordeal. That's really high. Aether murmured in astonishment as he gazed back at the towering cliff from which he had fallen. It loomed above him like a monolithic structure, its sheer height stretching towards the heavens. Just a figure of speech. With a shudder, he realized just how close he had come to meeting his end. At least there were falls in this place, Aether muttered wryly, a wistful smile playing at the corners of his lips. If it hadn't been for the cascading water that had broken his fall, he knew there would be nothing left of him. With a heavy sigh, he cast his gaze around his surroundings, taking stock of his situation. Despite his brush with death, he found himself still trapped within the confines of the dense forest, with no clear path to freedom in sight. Aether's body trembled uncontrollably as the cold seeped into his bones, sending shivers rippling through his thin frame. With numb fingers, he fumbled in the darkness, searching desperately for any semblance of dry wood amidst the damp foliage. After what felt like an eternity of painstaking effort, he finally managed to gather enough tinder to kindle a small fire. Pop, pop, crack, crack, the flames danced and flickered to life, casting a warm glow that chased away the biting chill of the night. Aether let out a long sigh of relief as he took off his sack dress, his skin prickling with goosebumps as it was exposed to the welcome heat of the fire. He was completely naked in the middle of an unknown forest. Puff, a plume of steam rose from his lips as he exhaled, his breath forming a ghostly mist in the crisp night air. He huddled closer to the flames, reveling in the comforting embrace of their warmth as they banished the lingering chill from his bones. Rustle, rustle. Just as he began to relax, a faint sound reached his ears, sending a jolt of fear coursing through his veins. Ding, I am totally foo. Aether's words were cut off mid-sentence as a notification abruptly interrupted his thoughts, flashing before his eyes in bold letters. New mission. Chapter 50, Mission updated. Crack, crack. Pop, pop. The mesmerizing symphony of crackling flames and popping embers reverberated through the dense forest, casting dancing shadows upon the figures nestled by the campfire's warm glow. Aether, his form clad in the dampness of his still wet sack dress, cast a concerned gaze upon the figure lying prone near the flickering flames. The young teenage girl's porcelain complexion seemed to glow softly in the firelight, accentuated by the delicate features of her face, while full lips, slightly parted in repose, hinted at the gentle rhythm of her unconscious breath. Her hair, a cascade of whitish-gray strands, tumbled in loose waves around her shoulders, though her countenance bore traces of hardship, and yet, the essence of her beauty remained undiminished. Despite the raw wounds marring her slender frame, there was an undeniable grace in the way she lay. Miss? Aether's voice broke through the tranquil forest air. Yet she remained unresponsive. With practiced hands, he diligently tended to her injuries, fashioning makeshift bandages from torn fragments of his sack dress. Scouring the undergrowth, Aether's keen eyes fell upon a cluster of familiar leaves, reminiscent of those found in his own world. Drawing upon his knowledge of botany, he recognized their healing properties and began to prepare them, grinding the leaves into a paste before carefully applying it to the girl's wounds. He wasn't certain about the healing abilities he had witnessed in both games and novels, but recalling how his own hands regrew when severed, he just knew it must be because of the magic, yet, he didn't have any magic to heal. Sighing heavily, he surveyed his surroundings, noting the abundance of medicinal plants scattered throughout the forest. I suppose she's lucky. Aether muttered to himself, a tinge of resignation coloring his words as he glanced down at the log, his emotions a turbulent mix of confusion and frustration. Mission, seduce her, yeah, that's all. Aether muttered under his breath, frustration etched into every word. There was nothing else to glean from the mission directive. No rewards, no penalties, not even a time limit. It was just a half-hearted mission, with no mention of whom he was supposed to seduce, just the ambiguous, her. Even though he understood who was her, but still. What the fuck am I supposed to do? Seduce her? A teenage girl. Fiwebnov.co, this useless log asking me to do a fucking thing. Aether's exasperation echoed through the forest as he tried to flip through his log, hoping for some clarity. To his dismay, there were no updates regarding the mission. It seemed to exist solely in a separate panel behind his profile. To Aether, it felt so wrong to seduce a teen girl while he was on the verge of reaching in his 30s, well, not physically off course, arg. Aether's frustration peaked, but his irritation was interrupted by a groaning sound nearby. Startled, he turned his attention to the girl lying on the forest floor, who was beginning to stir. As the girl slowly opened her eyes, her gaze fell upon Aether, and the first thing she did was, KKKYYYAA. The girl's scream pierced through the air as she scrambled away from the peculiar sight of the leaf-masked, white-haired figure. It's fine, I won't hurt you, lady, Aether reassured her, his voice gentle as he raised his hands in a gesture of peace, signaling that he was harmless. It took a moment for her racing heart to calm down before she mustered the courage to speak, her voice trembling. Who are you? Why are you wearing that? My name is A.E. Kai, Aether replied, pausing for a moment before fabricating a false name. He couldn't afford to divulge his true identity to a stranger, especially in this unfamiliar region where trust was scarce, and the girl's tone was cautious as she eyed the strange leaf mask adorning Aether's face. I had a few problems with my face, Aether answered hesitantly, choosing to conceal the true reason behind his mask. When he stumbled upon the unconscious girl, Aether hastily concealed his face with his sack dress, determined to keep his true identity hidden. Instead of covering his ding-ding, he focused on ensuring that his face remained obscured from view. his reluctance to reveal his face stemmed from a deep-seated fear of the consequences that would follow if others were to discover the extent of his newfound strength. The thought of Mortimer learning of his enhanced abilities filled Aether with dread, as he could only imagine the dire fate that awaited him from that old man. Upon discovering the unconscious girl, Aether swiftly draped the sack over his head, obscuring his features. With determined haste, he scoured the forest for a suitably large leaf, which he promptly fashioned into a makeshift mask. Carefully, he cut 2 eye holes, a nose hole, and a mouth hole, securing the leaf firmly to his face with some stick gum from trees. As he exhaled, a plume of white smoke billowed forth, giving the impression of heavy breathing. He currently looked like a pervert, no, worse than a pervert. He embodied the essence of a degenerate. The sight left the poor girl utterly stunned and trembling with fear. Calming her pounding heart as best she could, she ventured a nervous question, Where are we? In a forest? Aether replied with a shrug. Her face registered a blank stare, mirroring Aether's own confusion about their whereabouts. However, Aether didn't react too much because he didn't even know who in the world he escaped from the guards of the hotel. Truly mysterious. She then scanned their surroundings before turning her attention back to the degenerate figure before her. My name is Stella, and thanks for saving me. Mr. Kai, she said gratefully, retrieving a white-colored bottle from her pouch and taking a sip. A soft glow enveloped Stella as the wounds on her body vanished as if they had never existed. Oh. Aether exclaimed in amazement, witnessing real-life healing for the first time, a stark departure from the simulated experiences of games. So that's how I regained my hands. Aether mused, beginning to understand the mechanics of the magic items he had encountered in his adventures. In gaming, is that a healing potion? He inquired, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Yes, Stella confirmed, noting his apparent unfamiliarity with the concept. So, what are you doing here? Aether pressed, I am training with my friends. My friends? Stella suddenly shouted, as if struck by a sudden realization. Oh okay, calm down. Aether flinched, attempting to soothe her as she recollected herself. Boom. The deafening blast echoed through the forest as flames erupted nearby. We need to go, Stella declared, rising to her feet and darting towards the source of the explosion. However, you're not coming? Stella stopped in her tracks, her gaze fixed on Aether's unmoving figure. Well. Aether hesitated, inwardly refusing to rush towards the source of the blast. He had no way in hell he would blindly rush towards the blast, especially after narrowly escaping the clutches of a formidable foe that would be considered a rookie's prey in games and novels. The harsh reality had made him more cautious. Unwilling to take rash actions without careful consideration, Stella remained silent, her expression a mix of understanding and gratitude. With a gentle smile, she expressed her appreciation. Thank you for your help, Mr. Kai, before turning to leave Aether alone. Sighing heavily, Aether watched as Stella's trembling legs carried her away, a testament to her bravery in the face of uncertainty. Even so, he would not meddle in the affairs of strangers, especially if it could be potentially Ding, mission updated. Save and seduce Stella. Reward, failure. Your life will be fucked up more. Fuck you, log. Aether cursed vehemently before following Stella.